Friday. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday, Junior, and man, there is a lot from last night all the way till now. You got a lot going on with the yen and the currencies. We did get data this morning. The jobless claims came in flat. Continuing claims were a little bit lower, and then unit labor costs rocketed up. But people did not trip out because on a 4-quarter basis a year, it's only up by like 1.8, and then really all we're reacting to right now is Powell from yesterday and people doing good or feeling as if the bar for rate hikes is a lot higher, and now they are punting until the data. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. It should be pretty exciting, but if it's not, it's because we're going to close the day with Aapl earnings, and then tomorrow will be the data, and then we go from there. And Japan, they are closed today and Monday. It's a holiday. I was talking some stuff, bro. I think I pissed off Bloomberg. People were talking about the yen stuff, so we got a lot to go over. I got everything for you, Chad, the news, all the good stuff. It's an honor to have you here, but Chattadonia! I know, it's Friday, Junior. I'm allowed to turn up. Good morning, baby. How you living? What up, Mark J? What up, Ansel, Gunner, Tyree, Darty Bar, Tim Whitman, baby. NRG, Laker J. Good morning, baby. What up, Battleborn? How you living? Danny, Echapato, Mike Pila, Tony, Monica, Kurt McGirt, Najee Wolf, baby. Ray, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Brian Fierros, baby. What's up? Oh, my goodness. Wallace, Humble Business, Isaiah Kabibi. Good morning. Open face sandwich in the house, baby. Mostly peaceful, but how you doing, man? Just some idiot on YouTube? Nah, man. It's love. It's love, baby. Let's go, baby. Long term. Oh, my goodness. What up, Remix? What up, Jay, Tito, B Dizzle, Truly, Manic, Matt King, Ken Stand, Curveballs, that Tiger Man, baby. Good morning, Uncle Terry, Gary Donovan, Buffalo. Oh, my goodness. What about the Twitch? What about Sidonian? Damn, Royalty, baby. Good morning, Lucky J, SJC, Most Dope Andy, Feed Me Seymour, Seth Jones Jackson. I got Lucky J again, baby. He ready to go. El Coyote with the news. JP Colt member, Shank Sinatra, Pickle Pickler, Hailstone, Blowing Dough, Robo Handtech, Uncle Nick, Most Dope Andy, and BDA Cookie Monster. Oh, and Nikki on Smash, baby. Let's go. My goodness. My goodness. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are locked in and ready to go. We have a lot of news, actually. And then, dude, the earnings today, I don't know, like, because we had the Powell and then we did our previews, but wow, there's a lot of plays. So, like, here's my pre-market movers. Like, it's a big one. So, a lot of headlines, too. We're even going to get a couple more, but please don't let me take up too much time. Hit that like, and here is Josh AI. Stock futures rise as dovish Fed boosts sentiment. The yen was the center of attention in foreign exchange after what appeared to be another intervention by Japanese authorities to support the currency. Stock futures rose as traders took the latest labor market reading in stride. A day after the Federal Reserve signaled interest rate hikes are unlikely, S&P 500 contracts signaled the U.S. equity benchmark will halt a 2-day slide. Even after data showed U.S. labor costs increased by the most in a year as productivity gains slowed, potentially adding to risks inflation will remain elevated. Megacaps climbed ahead of Aapl Inc.'s results. Treasury 2-year yields dropped further below 5%. The government's monthly employment data due Friday is expected to show a slowdown in hiring after a blowout March report. The median estimate in a Bloomberg survey calls for a 240,000 gain in non-farm payrolls, which would be the slowest slowest pace since November. The figures have topped forecasts in recent months. The Fed decided Wednesday to leave the target range for the benchmark rate at 5.25% to 5.5% following a slew of data that pointed to lingering price pressures in the U.S. economy. Jerome Powell said it's unlikely that the Fed's next move would be to raise interest rates, saying officials would need to see persuasive evidence that policy is not tight enough to bring inflation back toward the 2% target. All in all, it's a bull message for market, said Benjamin Melman, Chief Investment Officer at Edmund de Rothschild Asset Management. We've got the confirmation that Powell doesn't want to raise rates. Additionally, Apple's earnings, which are due after the U.S. market closes, will give investors a better sense of how the iPhone maker is weathering a sales slump due in part to a sluggish China market. Earnings are looking quite resilient, quite constructive on the equity side. John Woods, CIO for Asia Pacific at Lombard Odier, said in an interview on Bloomberg Television, "It's overwhelmingly a U.S. story for now." In Europe, stocks had small moves amid mixed company reports, with the Stoxx 600 down 0.3%. Novo Nordisk drops on disappointing results, and Moeller-Maersk, a bellwether for global trade, also retreats. Shell plc advanced after the energy producer posted a profit beat and announced a $3.5 billion share buyback. Corporate highlights: Qualcomm Inc., the world's biggest seller of smartphone processors, gave an upbeat forecast for sales and profit in the current period, suggesting demand for handsets is increasing after a 2-year slump. eBay Inc. gave a weak forecast for the current quarter, reinforcing investor worries that the one-time pioneer continues to lose relevance in a maturing e-commerce market crowded with competitors. Peloton Interactive Inc. said Chief Executive Officer Barry McCarthy is stepping down from the role, and the company is planning to cut about 15% of its global workforce. MGM Resorts International reported first quarter sales and earnings that beat analysts' projections, benefiting from the post-pandemic recovery in Macau and a new partnership with Marriott International Inc. that helped fill hotel rooms. Carvana Company reported stronger earnings, with revenue topping expectations as the company digs into its restructuring plan and regains sales momentum. DoorDash Inc., the largest food delivery service in the U.S., offered a disappointing profit forecast for the current quarter as the company invests in expanding its list of non-restaurant partners and improving efficiency. Modern A Inc. reported a narrower first quarter loss than Wall Street had expected as the biotech giant's cost-cutting helped offset a steep decline in its COVID business. Apollo Global Management Inc. Toys reported higher first quarter profit as the firm raked in more management fees and originated a record $40 billion of private credit, a key area of growth. Fed fallout. Investors are this morning digesting a Federal Reserve decision that saw Chair Jerome Powell stop short of the hawkish pivot some were expecting, keeping hopes for a rate cut this year alive and pushing back against the idea of more hikes. The dollar fell for a second day while U.S. futures climbed after a choppy session yesterday that saw the initial jump after Powell's comment switch to a loss in the final hour of trading. Today, data on jobless claims and durable goods may prove catalysts for fresh moves. Apple in focus. On the corporate front, Apple is likely to be the big story of the day, with the iPhone maker due to report results that will give investors a sense of how it is weathering a sales slump. Apple has had a tough year, captured by a 12% drop in its shares, and analysts estimate that revenue fell 5% in the March quarter, which would mark the fifth decline in the past 6 periods. Peloton, Moderna, Coinbase, and DraftKings are among other firms reporting Thursday. Web woes. Back in the U.S., a number of e-commerce firms look set for a rough day after some disappointing earnings yesterday. DoorDash, Etsy, and eBay are all falling in pre-market trading in the U.S. by double digits for the first 2 firms as their results fell short of expectations. There's better news for Qualcomm, the world's biggest seller of smartphone processors, which is rising after after giving an upbeat forecast for sales and profit in the current period. Meanwhile, used car retailer Carvana soared more than 30% on its earnings beat. Novo drops. In Europe, Novo Nordisk earnings took center stage this morning. The firm's shares are sliding.
I don't know how to make him do the peach.
Blockbuster weight loss
Let's
drug,
go, baby!
Wegovy, more than doubled in the first quarter, but the number fell short of analysts' estimates due to pricing pressure. It added it's shipping more introductory doses of Wegovy in the U.S. as it grapples with supply constraints and competition from Eli Lilly's yen. Again, it's been another busy 24 hours for the yen, which surged briefly in late New York trading amid another suspected intervention from Japanese authorities, only to give up some of those gains as traders keen to keep selling the currency push back. Bank of Japan accounts suggested Thursday there was indeed a second intervention of the week to the tune of about 3.5 trillion yen after the Fed's meeting, but the FX moves signal rising skepticism over the efficacy of the policy. Top overnight news, the yen reversed much of its gains after spiking more than 3% in the last hour of New York trading. The BOJ's accounts point to another round of intervention totaling about 3.5 trillion yen, $22.6 billion. The currency may weaken to 165 as official buying will only work if coordinated with the U.S. U.S. officials may resort to more specific and public rhetoric to help stabilize the yen, Jim O'Neill said. The risk of more intervention over the long weekend is forcing Tokyo FX traders to plan on remaining at their desks. Japanese markets are closed tomorrow and Monday. BBG U.S. reportedly discussed finalizing bank capital rules as soon as August, while the Fed, FDIC, and OCC won't completely redo the July 2023 proposal, according to Bloomberg. BBG. Chinese property stocks extended their gains on Thursday after government officials signal additional policies will be forthcoming to bolster the industry. RTRS, a group of Midwestern Senate Democrats joined by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, are urging the Biden administration to raise tariffs on China, warning that any cuts to Trump-era duties could hurt U.S. workers and implicitly give the former president an electoral attack line on Democrats. Politico. Huawei is secretly funding cutting-edge research at American universities, including Harvard, through an independent Washington-based foundation. The Chinese giant, which is blacklisted by the U.S., is the sole funder of a research competition that has awarded millions of dollars to scientists around the world, including from universities that ban researchers from working with the company. According to documents and people familiar, BBG, Swiss CPI for Aapl jumps by more than anticipated, coming in at plus 4%, up from plus 1% in Mar, and above the streets plus 1% forecast. BBG, the world economic outlook is perking up as growth proves more resilient and inflation is set to cool faster than previously expected in many countries. The OECD said it raised its 2024 global GDP forecast to 3.2% from 2.9% in February, with notable improvements in its expectations for the U.S., China, and India. BBG, Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthis are threatening merchant ships hundreds of miles out in the Indian Ocean after striking a container vessel well beyond the Red Sea last week. Maritime officials and experts have warned TSLA's move this week to lay off much of the team responsible for creating the largest and most successful electric vehicle charging network in the U.S. threw the industry into a state of shock and confusion. ExxonMobil is set to close its $60 billion mega deal for Pioneer Natural Resources following an agreement with antitrust enforcers not to add former Pioneer Chief Executive Officer Scott Sheffield to its board of directors, according to people familiar with the matter. West J.
All righty. There it is, man. Shout out to Peach, too, baby. Good morning, Bradley Fraser. Good morning, Peach Nation. There is still a little bit more. S&P futures are up by 0.6
Thursday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finish mixed in very volatile trading on Wednesday. Big tech, one of the better performers, though semis lag. Treasuries mixed with the curve steepening and rallying on Wednesday. Dollar down by 0.1. Yen strength, the big story post-close yesterday on suspected intervention. Gold down by 0.6. Bitcoin up by 2.9. And WTI is flat. Upside largely chalked up to the perceived dovish message from Powell at yesterday's conference. Bar for rate hikes remains high and Fed not giving up on disinflation narrative. In addition, Powell pushed back against recent pickup in stagflation fears. Bigger QT tapering, another bright spot. However, meeting had already been somewhat de-risked by the extent of hawkish repricing of Fed pivot expectations. Next big catalyst includes Aapl after close and NFP tomorrow and CPI on the May 15th. I forgot about that. Very busy day. Qualcomm beat and guided above the street, focused on better high-end Android demand and constant wins. ICE revenue was light. Zoetis companion results were strong. Dash hit by investment cycle margin concerns. CTSH unchanged guide viewed positively. HWM benefited from strong commercial defense aerospace demand. eBay called out challenging macro and guided Q2 light. Carvana up big on turnaround momentum. MGM EBITDA beat with Vegas and Macau tailwind. Quavo hit by softer June Q guide. Paycom disappointed by not raising full-year guide. Etsy pressured by slower GM recovery. ZG guided June quarter below residential softness. CHRW up on a rare beat. Car helped in line with declaration and of defleeting progress. Q1 productivity. What up, Noah? God bless you, my friend. Undershot expectations while unit labor costs are up at 4.7. SAAR, though, up 1.8 over the last 4 quarters. Initial jobless claims are flat week over week, while continuing claims are lighter than forecast. March factory orders coming in later this morning. Friday brings April employment and ISM. Street is looking for payrolls to increase by 250,000 in April, following a 303,000 gain in March, and expecting the unemployment rate to tick down by 0.1 tick down to 0.4. Average hourly earnings seen up at 0.3, and ISM service expected to pick up at 52. There is more. Don't you worry, baby. Fed Powell rules out rate hike, keeps the rate cuts still on the table, but timing uncertain. Powell and Biden face dilemma of having U.S. economy that is strong to cut rates. Too strong. Stalled U.S. inflation may turn out to be a new trend, leaving inflation closer to 3 than the Fed target of 2. Goldman Sachs economists still expect 2 rate cuts this year, calling the Fed meeting mostly uneventful but dovish. Bloomberg analysis, a Bank of Japan account signaled Japan intervene for the second time this week. Bank of England rate split sees market reducing rate cut expectations ahead of next Fed meeting. ECB DeCoast optimistic on inflation trajectory. Higher for longer reality hits Wall Street as Powell offers no explicit signal for rate cut. Yen spike promotes suspicion of another round of FX intervention. Ex-Bank of Japan official says Japan likely keeping intervening to prop up the yen to prevent freefall. Japan ruling party said to be considering tax breaks on corporate profit repatriation to stem yen depreciation. Apple seen reporting big quarter sales decline. Nova raises full-year outlook. Tesla backing away from plans of innovative gigacasting manufacturing process amid falling sales. Tesla pulling back EV charging. AI chip sales to China push Qualcomm to beat quarterly forecast. FTC planning to clear Exxon's proposed acquisition of Pioneer. eBay results beat and expectations short. Maersk full-year profit guidance citing strong container shipping demand. Microsoft to invest $2.2 in cloud and AI services in Malaysia. TikTok to see UMG artists return after new licensing pact. OECD boosts forecast for global growth outlook. Swiss inflation comes in hotter. South Korea PM's mixed output. Taiwan April PMI shows return to expansion as demand improves. Blinken tells Israel that U.S. cannot support Rafah assault without humanitarian Gaza plan. U.S. and Saudi nearing security deal that would lay path for diplomatic ties in Israel. A group of Senate Democrats urging Biden to raise tariffs on China. U.S. to investigate if Chinese GoPro rival violated patents in U.S. imports. U.S. regulators bar Huawei lab from approving telecom equipment for use in the U.S. More Americans consider China an enemy in Pew Research survey. And then campus protests starting to turn in political poison for Biden and Democrats ahead of November vote. Taylor Greene moves to oust Speaker Johnson, but success unlikely after Democrats signal support. Wow. So I don't know, man. I don't think we're going to get through all of these. I'm telling you, the amount of earnings type beats and everything you're getting from Powell, there is a lot of big movers. So literally like trading higher, Carvana 34%. It's all off earnings. HWM's up 9, SRPT 7, MGM up 6, ZBH up 6.9, Qualcomm up 5, MPWR up 5.2. TTD got upgraded to buy by Jefferies. Square, they're bouncing after selling and after reports of compliance investigation. Snow and Shop got upgraded by BNB Paribas. IRM went up on earnings 2.4. TJX, UBS upgrades to buy. Tesla got it initiated at overweight by Cantor Fitzgerald. APP up 1.5. Jefferies assumes buy. AME, ALB, Myrna, MRO all up on earnings. Devon up 0.3 off earnings. ASPN up 28.5 off earnings. ENVX up 28 off earnings. RSI 15. Peloton CEO is stepping down and new restructuring plan. They're up 15. Car. Yeah, I don't think they benefit off Carvana. They had something we just read. IAC up 7.1, SWTX 6.2, earnings, HTZ 5.4, CEO discloses buying 250,000 shares. BBIO up 3.4, earnings completes 200 million private funding. EBS up 55 off earnings. CNTX, FDA clears IND acceptance of phase 1 trial of CTIM 76 and 100 million private placement. Long is up 25 on earnings. SGMT up 14, HC Wainwright initiates buy. Or ORGO up 10, activates primary endpoints in phase 3 trial. Tisha up 5.8, RMAT designation gained by FDA. Qualcomm and semi-related stocks trading higher. Chinese ADRs all trading higher, and crypto trading lower. Cuervo down 9, earnings. Dash down 7 off earnings. Paycom down 6, Zillow down 5, PTC down 5, SWK down 5, Tesla. Wait, what? Oh, no, Stellantis. They're down 3.8 on European car registrations. Cardinal Health earnings down 2%. Fastly down 34 off earnings. Fresh down 34 earnings and CEO transition. Wolf down 8.5 on earnings. All of those are earnings. And then PLTN. Not bad. But Chad, there's a lot. There's a lot, baby. There's a lot of news. There's a lot of news, man. We don't have time. We don't even got time for a bathroom break, baby. Oh, yeah. So, Chad, you're here right now. You got the news. You got the plays, baby. You don't need to listen to a TV to tell you, man. What do you got, baby? What's your first play of the day on a Friday, Junior? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Oh, you hear that? That was a gold coin. Neo calls. Watching gold in 6J. Neo, Duranzo, GM, first plays the Bible, long-term deposit, SPY 500 put, SPY put, first play Baba calls, AMD, short Carvana, Etsy put 55, Neo, SPY either way, DraftKings, coin calls, Faro shares, Starbucks, McDonald's, Yum, QSR, Aapl puts, Israeli bonds, big long, AMD, SPY puts Thursday, CSCO, Equex, SPY call, Tesla calls for June, Netflix, Intel, Apple, Agent, Tesla calls, Gold call, XOM, GM, Peloton, Mara, SPY calls, AMD put, Yin, China 3 times, SPY calls, DraftKings, waiting for payday, Inverse Kramer, buy Starbucks, draft to law term, get Etsy, sold put coins, prayer calls, Palantir, Beto, Carvana puts, coin calls, and the final plays. Qualcomm, IWM, NVIDIA, Eli Lilly, and just watching the SPY price action after either side. Oh my goodness. So, Chad Adonia, we out here, man. That's not bad. I don't know. Yesterday, I felt like there was more puts. I don't know. I feel like today you guys are more individually company focused. I don't know. I couldn't get a read. But I'm going to be watching Apple. I really think that's going to be the big one here today. Then Square, Airbnb, keep an eye on the pre-earnings plays we're still in. Then Snow and Team, they got 2 little upgrades. I'm going to watch that. And then Starbucks, I'm really... I'm telling you, some people were like, I had a wither, like, someone said something about Starbucks on the watch list, but I was like, dude, it was a really wild sentiment that how people reacted to it. I'm telling you, like every analyst, like the most bullish of the bullish, they low-key flipped on your boy Starbucks, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It was crazy. So Chad Adonia, I think I got a minute and a half. I already went over my plays. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Let me see if I can get this out. Actually, no, there's not a commercial. No, I don't think I can make it. I don't think we can make it. But you have any questions? Any questions right now? You like the video? You have 1,000 likes? 1,000 likes, a good number. That's it. I hope you do.
Otherwise, I still love you. You know what I'm saying? It's a good Friday, Junior. We're going to have a good day regardless. Oh, yeah, bro. Another Boeing whistleblower died. No lie. There was a report this morning. He died from like health issues, but literally another Boeing whistleblower who worked at SPR Aero Systems has passed away. Yes. No, that's not like tin. That's real. I read that this morning. I was kind of tripping out. There's another weird piece of news too. It slipped. It may come back to me. And then we got to talk about the yen conspiracy. I'm telling you, I think Bloomberg got mad at my watch list yesterday because they were talking shit, and then Mike McKee was like, well, kind of, if they work with the U.S. So it's very interesting. But Chad Adonia, it don't matter. Nothing matters. You know why? Because it matters what's in your heart, baby. It matters about destiny and where you going. So Chad Adonia, you know what really matters here? And it's something we do every day. Every day I've been live. Every day we go live before we do anything. Before we try to chase the dollar and enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families for real. Whether or not you have agreed and supported all of it, you had to follow orders and you did it for a greater good and you made the sacrifice. So thank you. It is appreciated. And I hope all of you can carry this on, man. And the least we could do, the very least, is show our love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, my goodness. Chad Adonia. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got 2 minutes, baby. What's going on here? It's like, I don't know. It's like a Honda. We got to warm up. And then we got 7 hours, man. It's a journey, man. I'm glad to have you here. You know that? You know that, Chad? I love you, man. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. And I hope, today I plan on banning people if they're not with the program, but I also plan on, hugging you 10 times more today. I love y'all, baby. It's an honor to have you here, so let's make the most of it. But you got 1 minute and 52 seconds. So if you have any questions, let me know. You need anything, you let me know. Post the plays. Source the info, baby. Get some good vibes. Like I said, I only have a couple of plays here. I really do want to look at the Aapl and then any of my other pre-runners. I mean, keep an eye on the bonds. I'm telling you, after what we had yesterday, it was kind of crazy. So we'll see. I'm not in an Aapl play now, but if those double dips that I already played, if they could come back down, I'm down. You know what I'm saying? I'm down with it. So we'll find out. Well, you might not find out because you have a minute and the likes are not at 1,000, but you know what I'm saying? We'll be good, man. Well, BBG mad? Yeah. I'll explain it. They were laughing at it this morning and they were saying it's like a zero hedge conspiracy. But then if you heard Michael McKee, the thing about that info, it is if you push it too far, it's tin. But there is definitely a realistic, and Michael McKee addressed it, there's a realistic relationship between the United States and Japan, and pretty much Mike McKee is saying they didn't work together, but if they noticed that the Fed was dovish, that could give them cover to intervene a little bit, and there's literally a holiday. So right now, Japan's closed, and then on Monday, they'll be closed, and last time they intervened, they did it when it was closed. Why? Because liquidity's lower. That way, if they try to pump it, they could get more people out of it and kind of stabilize it better, but it never works. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about it, though, but it's funny. I didn't think I was taking a shit, and I was like, are they talking shit? So I was like, damn, all right. So that's good, though. That's usually a good sign. That means we're in the neighborhood. We are in the neighborhood, baby. So let's go, but Chad. Round 1. Fight. Oh, 900 likes, though, so it's okay. I'll see you on the watch list tonight, baby. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Marvel? Oh, what's that? No, let's pop in. And then MO. Fat spreads if we get lucky. I'm going to go to the Apples. Tempted on closing. GS short, already up 24. So I'm not, like, my theories, even from yesterday, I'm still like, we'll find out. But generally, it just depends on the dollar. So I don't know. That was a good trade, especially you didn't get stomped out yesterday. That was a great hold. Maybe look at options to hedge it. Otherwise, gold, I still think. I haven't made that gold play since the first one. Japan, it's a holiday. I don't know which holiday, but I know it is a holiday. Yeah, the apples are not coming down yet. Yeah, Baidu's good, bro. Even Baba. Watch NVO2. Again, they did good, but they like kind of missed the guidance, or I guess what analysts were expecting. Meta tanking. Again, Baba's up at 77 right now. I think all China ADRs are up like 3 to 4. And then there's Apple. Again, Tesla is moving around. WDC. Hamas agreed with Qatar to continue truce talks. I'll roll over to micros, yeah. Or just, if you have a feeling, man, take it. I'm dollar. I think that's going to be the X factor in the next couple of days on that. And a lot of things. Baba Chain not open yet. MOs, I forgot about those. All right, MOs. MO, I hate the spreads in the morning, bro. They hate us. They hate us. Golden Week in Japan, Constitution Day. Thank you for that, sir. Did I upset you? Nah, man, I love you. And if you do upset me, I'll let you know. Don't worry, man. I'll try my best with love, but nah. And then sometimes, too, again, if certain messages get blocked out by YouTube, but nah, man. All right, man. I don't know. Apple sucks, bro. And then even those MOs, the spreads tightened up a little bit. You could get a decent gain out of it. But my goodness. Cat rolling, Netflix. Oh, I didn't think about Netflix. Pfizer, again, they were continuing. And then there's Apple. Again, Pfizer, 27.39 is not bad. Humana, too, they were a leader. Where's the SPY? The MO contracts are up. The dead ones, those ones we need help on, but the other ones have been killing it. But that spread is dookie. Honestly, though, I love you guys. You want me to do it for you? But I like the spread. They just hate me. Carvana slipping. I forgot about that one. Dude, Carvana was a trip. They did good, which it pains me to say. Is that GLD? JD's on the high. Starbucks still coming down. Watch out if that continues. Do not forget about that. CGC breaking out. But again, that whole the Starbucks play is going to go on for a little bit until it turns into PayPal. YCL for intervention. Yeah. YCL, FXY. YCL is like, it's pretty much, YCL is like buying the UVXY instead of buying the SPY. So there's a little bit of a, your volatility element to it. So if you want immediate volatility, you play the levered one. But then if it takes long, it'll decay on you. You think bros took market share? I think, I'm telling you, bro, like, Starbucks is a trip, dude. And, like, people feel a really weird way because it's hard. You guys are saying it, like, half a country, like, countries are boycotting them. And then you have all of the union initiatives, and then you just have straight demand. Like, it's just weird that it's not like it fell off. Like what I'm trying to tell you is that Starbucks's like in-person traffic is lower than 2008. That's not like, that's weird. You haven't had a move like that. Like it's falling off. Like I'm telling you, my logic is that Starbucks will always be here forever and ever. And like low key, that earnings, it's kind of like showing like I don't know it's like, I'm not going to say Circuit City or something, but it definitely shocked people with like falling off. So we'll find out. But that was a trip, dude. I was genuinely shocked because I thought people would have been more favorable, but like I'm telling you, every analyst downgraded them, and people said a lot on it. I don't know. I know, right? It always seems like they're busy, but it's like that bulletproof nature is kind of getting put to the test. I have no Apple plays. We flipped them out earlier, so I no longer have them. I'm looking to double dip on them, but I've not had that opportunity. We'll see. We got a big day. Qualcomm's still going, though. That was your earnings beat. Amazon up. And then Bond's still down by 0.4. Good morning, Johnson Chad. What's worse than not loving God? Not knowing he loves you? Amen, baby. He woke up on the vibes, baby. Good morning, Brian. I hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're doing good. My voice almost left the building. Yeah, I don't know, man. It did that yesterday, too. And then it came back. But, yeah. What? Hey, is Abivide doing something? What the hell is that? I have that old Abivide contract tweaking out. Shop. Oh, nice. They were up 3. They were up on an upgrade. They gave that up right away. And even, I mean, the SPY is coming down now. We've given up maybe a quarter of the gains from the morning. So you still got to do. Is there any gaps that need to be filled? Nope. I think just this one. 49.53 still. Interesting. Is PayPal up? Square. Airbnb. Meta. I'm looking at another one. Sizu, that one's going crazy. Apple and Qualcomm at the high, and then BTU. And I don't know, where's uranium? So I don't know if that news yesterday on uranium was big. Just as a reminder. I know a lot of you guys are in that, but I'm surprised we didn't hear much about that day too. AMD. Is Baidu earnings? Oh no. Just as they start to do good. Pfizer, Rocket. Bro, it was crazy. I think it was Pfizer. Like, dude, Pfizer was actually up at the beginning of the year. I was looking at it yesterday. I was like, man, our Pfizers, we had like 5% gain on them before that last earnings. So, and then again, last earnings where they dropped and like kind of started. I mean, it gives them pretty much like 28.50. Etsy on the low. Dude, literally MO, those contracts, and then bloop, 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 bloop. That was pretty wild. I put in an order. Literally, I put in an order to sell my contracts, and then they didn't fill, and then it slipped. Let me see when Baidu earnings is, because that's going to suck. I'm almost green on that again. No. Baidu earnings is May 16th. Thank God. I was going to say, that would suck, because I'm like, damn it, this run's only for earnings. We got a little bit. Temesk may bid for CVC's stake in Healthcare Global. NVO. Macy's on the high. Yo, Macy's like low-key popping. 10-cent pop out of nowhere. Nordstrom's right around 19. eBay coming up and wheat on the high. Amazon APP. Should we look at earnings plays now early in the day? If you want to. I mean, it's the same thing. You got to look at it from two options. Like when you go later, sometimes the plays run, but then sometimes the premiums come down. So do you want to front load the risk or take it on the back end? That's the way I look at it. If you do your earnings in the morning, your risk is that it could move 3% still or whatever into the report, and then your of the day, those contracts could change dramatically. And then the other part, if you do it at the end of the day, you'll just get clapped if it's a good play, and then it just up 50%. With Myrna, they had earnings, but I don't think there's anything else that justified the run. I think they got approvals or patents the other day too. MNDR, we saw that the other day when the market was going down. That would hold up. Again, Baba, China names, they're all doing good. Amazon and Google now. And then Zillow on the low. Amazon breaking out. Pinduoduo as well. And then again, Google. Giglet. Oh, I didn't look at Penn. Damn, they're down 14. They probably did bad. They had earnings though. Why did the pop in the yen foreshadow good numbers? Thought the yen was acting as a safe haven. When did that assume numbers would have came in hot? It's a great question. The first part, I would say that, this is a theory. So it's a theory of cooperation. That's the first part. So that's where everyone's getting hung up on it. Second is what you said about the safe haven thing. I think it is important, but it's not relevant because the only reason that yen went up, we're assuming it was government intervention. But if you want the real full answer to that question, I did give a good effort on yesterday's watch list. But you did bring up two things that I think I could have added to it. About Disney earnings. I mean, I like Disney, but I don't know. I think it'll be good. I want it to be good, or the way I'm thinking is that it has to be good. Otherwise, Bob is going to look like an asshole. That's it. Because right now, ever since getting rid of Nelson, stock drops almost 10% from that high. And then now you're going to come in with not good earnings. I don't know. So I feel like if Bob don't want to look like an asshole, it should be a good earnings. Microsoft trying off the bottom. And Disney's literally at the bottom, flushing. Microsoft down. Microsoft just doesn't move too much. It's weird. $17.5. Is everything's green? VIX is red. Again, the bonds though, that's the only thing. And then this is at Powell level. This is stupid. Like I was saying yesterday on the list, man, all of these moves and everything. And I was like, dude, I don't even care what the market does because of that info. But I mean, it's hard to ignore. You're just at the level of when Powell came out yesterday. And we've kind of hugged here for a little, a decent amount. You get your overshoot, your undershoot. But you spend a good, 20 minutes, an hour here almost. Microsoft getting volume. I think Apple, I'm viewing it purely speculative. I think there could be good opportunities for plays. I already got out of them. So right now I'm going to be spending all day. If they do slip up, we're going to make a play. But other than that, I think it may be easier for them to go up after earnings. However, I don't know if the actual economic data is there to support it, if that makes any sense. I really hope it does, because again, they've done bad. In the last 3 quarters, it's just not the same Apple, but they are trading down, 12-15% or something. So it's they have a low bar to a degree, so they could come up if they could hey, look at what we did. But I don't, the data, China, everything going on, that's going to be a toss-up. Equal weight breaking support moving lower. Interesting. Well, I mean, dude, the Nasdaq's up 0.8. I mean, SPY's 0.4, but you do have a lot of tech holding up. How Met Aerospace is having a conference call. You think is going to move? How Met? How? Oh, they're already up 14. Honestly, sometimes the companies like this, yeah, if they're going to add more kerosene on it. But yeah, they're already up there. Yes, another Boeing whistleblower died. That is a real news story. Neo selling. Where's Lee Auto? I saw that one up all day this morning. Tesla's at the low. And then bonds trying to catch a bid. Where is Dollar? Down by 0.3. The Watchlist. I love you, Noah, man. God bless you. Thank you. You're showing love, man. God bless. I'm serious, yes. There was a whistleblower who he worked at SPR, Spirit. And like even this was, I think, before the door blowout. So like he snitched before the door blowout and was like, yeah, this is not adequate. And then they fired him. And then he was also part of a shareholder lawsuit. And then I think a month later, he got extremely ill. And then he died in the hospital. Let me see. What's his name? 45-year-old Joshua Dean, former mechanical engineer and quality auditor from Wichita, Kansas, alleged that Spirit ignored manufacturing defects on the 737 MAX, including mechanics improperly drilling holes in the aft pressure bulkhead of the MAX. So that was in November. And then I think just a few weeks later, after he got fired, he was in the hospital. Joshua Dean. The first time you're like, okay, that's sus. But yeah, I don't know about 2, dog. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about 2 in 2 months, man. I don't know. Unless Hillary, I meant the Beverly Hills are real. And you know, if you ever seen the California mountains, the hills are real. They're a real big hill. I got a nice view. Wild. Hamas, Haniyeh, and the Qatari Prime Minister agree to complete ongoing discussion. And then Pentagon says floating dock built by the Army off coast of Gaza will be operated early tomorrow, Friday. I played Qualcomm to the downside. HWM. Mabis was on it. There it is. A little bit more. I don't know if you guys want to listen to it, but that one's already doing good. How can the jobless numbers today be the exact same numbers as previous? I mean, dude, I was surprised. I totally, talked about a very controversial thing on the watch list yesterday, and y'all low-key ain't say shit. I was surprised, honestly. Y'all were like, the 10. I pissed off Bloomberg, but then everybody else, I was like, you know what? So that's good. But, and I bring that up because, what you just told me there, I'm just like with the job numbers, I don't know how to explain it any other way. I said it on the video yesterday. When it comes down to that data, I do not believe in it. That's why it's we're forming these ideas and we're like, oh, look at this data and is this happening because of this? But I don't think that data is telling you anything. So you're like, how can it happen? I think we are going to get a very big revision down the line, but it's too disconnected for us to really make a a good conclusion off of that data being our only evidence. It seems so fairy airy. It is, but that's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there something that you could take from it? Yes. It's perception. The reality is that's your number. You have to deal with it. Everyone's gonna look at it, but as it comes down to thinking a little broader and finding out like what it really means, I wouldn't use this as accurate data, or like there's too much more. I mean, I see it as like it's like a monitor or a trend, not necessarily evidence, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. Factory orders at 10. I don't think it'll make us go too crazy, but yeah, we do have that. See, man, anything that can move the bonds. That unit labor cost this morning, and that came in hotter, but just the 4-quarter average is low. Microsoft kind of holding. There's Meta. And then Airbnb on the low. There's Square, MT on the high. Low ticker is more active. We are near the low of the day. $5.031. So this is getting to like the lower end of Powell. But like we were just saying, Jerome yesterday, we do all these moves. It's not like that, prices have not changed. And then bonds, last 5-7 minutes here, stocks go lower, bonds snap. They're going the other way. That's good, but see where that takes us. And then gold is below 23. So gold is at the low right now. Where's oil actually? Oil 78, 72. I don't know, guys. You want it? So this is the lowest oil's been since March. Second week of March. Would like to hear your thoughts unpacking on immigration impact when you mentioned it on the watch list. Like, so you're talking like more from an economic stance, like the actual impacts, like producers, consumers, winners and losers, or more so like opinion, I guess. If not, I'll write that down. We could incorporate that. I like that. If it's the first. I cited immigration on the housing numbers. Well, that's what I said on yesterday's video. Like, you guys know immigration, it's like always existed. And like it always has had some level on every country, on every single country. That's like the crazy part, just difference for different peoples. Like, again, depending on how big you are and what's going on, but it's always apparent. That's the real question for some people now in the election. They're like, illegal immigration. That's what they care. But in general, it doesn't even matter. It's just about how it affects the labor supply. Labor supply up or down, prices, wages, and then changes other things. That was the most measured commentary on immigration on all of YouTube on that video. I mean, I did want to bring up the other stuff. It's crazy, but hey, I'll take it. It was a good question. I liked it. And then, I mean, quite frankly, Powell, he's talking about it. But I hope you saw, like, I don't know. You guys should go watch the watch list. You should see that. Go skip to the end and you could go listen to the answer, because even in the same degree as people think it's like messing the job market, equal and opposite reactions. So that's why I would say, instead of like trying to point the finger, I would just start looking at a factor. And that's what I'm if you're telling me it's swinging the pendulum one way, what does that mean on the other way? That's a lot of momentum then. And that's a crazy why. That's something I think nobody is talking about. Thanks for answering it. I heard it. Let's go, Drake. Thank you for asking it, bro. I appreciated it. So I'm talking about some CI dying. Microsoft is working its way up. Low key, your bigger tech is kind of holding you up right now. Hey, so Bitcoin, man, I'm gonna ban you. But this is what I want to do, man. Is like I'm gonna compliment you guys before I ban you, to show you I love you. So, some of your jokes are funny, man. They really are. You're just not off topic, and I'm glad that you got out of NVIDIA. But I will have to, the other comments are inappropriate. So thank you, and I do appreciate you. I hope to see you in a serious fashion one day. What? Can I not do that? I told you I want to hug y'all, man. I ain't playing with y'all. Like, I'll be serious. Like, like for real. I'll compliment you. I'll find something good about you and ask you to be reborn and come rejoin our community, please. But, we cannot tolerate certain things. I'm sorry for ever showing you anything else besides that. So, amen. Amen. Can the yen keep devaluing? Yes. I don't know if you guys noticed in the last couple of weeks, my belief in the yen is starting to get shaken. My belief in the Lord, no. But my belief in the yen, unfortunately, I can't ignore it. I love the play. I've been in it, and I think it's gonna still be big one day, very, very big. But that point of no return is you have to seriously consider it. What the Japanese or Ueda are doing right now, it's too much, and it's something where I was like, yo, I'm even surprised, and even the most studied up scholars on this are also an analyst. People are feeling a little weird about it. So unfortunately, I think a point of no return exists. Although I'm bullish on it, and although I do believe it will ultimately return to some level of safe haven status, I think it would be foolish if I didn't think the worst case scenario could occur, because it can. And in the last couple of weeks, I've really showed that. If you feel that, why not get out and reevaluate? Because that's exactly the end, if that makes sense. So my final step is that it flushes. It's going to have one more big flush and then pop, and literally it kind of did that, but it's not quite there yet. And then, quite frankly, I'm going to miss it. I know exactly how it's going to play out. Any of my other yen plays too, exact same things are going to happen. So even on that move, if I took this logic yesterday and reevaluated, it would have hurt me more than helped me, like substantially. So that's why I like the play. I'm not going to trip up on it in that sense, but the only thing to reevaluate is them. It's really, they're pushing it into the fire. So now the last couple of days, I think that's why I said maybe I think they heard that the point of no return is on the table, because they're doing all this intervention stuff, but it's too volatile and it moves too crazy that I do think the slippage points would hurt me if I try to go and reevaluate. Isn't the only thing that naturally helps a weaker dollar the yen? Well, there's a lot of things. It's trade, it's the dollar, energy, commodities. All those things are, especially I think they just need energy. How much further? That's what we were talking about the other day on the watch list. There's a couple of instances who it's just a matter of when the market responds, but even globally, I think everyone's just concerned with the U.S. now and the rates, but until something breaks, and that's kind of the weird part with it. Is Carvana still going? And Tesla's flushing. There's SMCI. They're down 2 now. Factory orders 1.6. Estimate was 1.6. So those came in line. Intel. Yeah, they're flushing. They're going red right now. Nvidia's still up. AMD's already red again, even SMCI. Why have I missed the boat on Carvana? I mean, you're not the only one. Carvana, dude. Some of you were here. I think we had Carvana at $8. And then I sold out of it. I think I took a loss. Dude, they were about to go BK. They were literally like filing, like restructuring stuff at one point. And then that's it. It was a mix of a short squeeze plus restructuring. And then they got a lifeline. And then they got saved. That's it, the Lord. It was wild. SPY going lower a little bit. It was, I mean, fundamentally, they were about to go bust. And then it just, nah. All right, little flush, 5026. Sadly, we're doing it right. So much for bullish Powell. This feels just like yesterday, dude. You know, we're down and everyone wakes up. Yeah, Powell was bullish, and then you start at the high point and you just sell off. So I think we have bigger data after hours in for tomorrow. So don't let this pull you in any which way too much. Am I worried about the protest riots? No. The only person worried about the protest is Joe Biden. That's it. They said this is literally like political poison. You don't think that's weird that he hasn't said anything? Imagine if Donald Trump had a riot going on in over 10, 15 places in the United States where law enforcement is getting called in. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Donald Trump said, I'm not going to say anything. And I'm not going to give it a real address. You would have 15 Wall Street Journal articles. You'd have a New York Times article. You'd have Bloomberg talking about how you'd have a lot. So it's honestly the only thing is that it's not being addressed. And quite frankly, it's a messed up topic. Like, one, we're talking about the war and death all the time, but like, you have to think, I support everybody, dude. And the only thought on my mind is like, why are there protests at college campuses? And I'm not trying to encourage anything or not. I stand by peace and love, and I think y'all should hug each other. But like, this reminds me of the 70s. And if anything, why aren't they protesting to the people who are doing all of this stuff? These protests should be in Washington. They should not be in college campuses. So I'm not going to say I disagree or agree with it, but I'm just thinking about the location. That's all. But it's kind of weird. That's all. That's not getting talked about in the same way and respect. And then, like, I'm like, it's in LA. Like, what? Nobody in LA. Like, so yeah. All right, little pop there, but you were just getting your flush on. Get your flush on. Get your flush on. Get your. Hold up. You may hear me now. With your woman, I'm gonna cut the range. Quiet. No, okay. You expect students to just fly over to DC? I mean, listen, man, when I was in college, I didn't have a construction hat and a tent ready to go either. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, so, again, this is why they're motivated, they're active. Again, if you really believe in something, and again, like the 70s, And if I could just speak to the history, the 70s, both everything from Israel to Vietnam and what was going on, like, the Americans, like the people who really were against war and certain things and what America was doing, they they did rallies there, but they were camping on the Federal Reserve. They camped on the White House lawn. That's what they were doing. So I don't know. It's like you care so much, but you only care if it's convenient. Like, that's where I'm like, if there's a real one, I mean, it should be somewhere. How low can Starbucks go? So we talked about this yesterday a lot, and I put this on the watch list, but quite frankly, I don't know. I do think, like, I'm giving a warning on Starbucks, and what I mean by that is, like, I've been telling you long term, and I like it, but I would be a little bit more hesitant, especially in terms of pricing, because that was a weird report. It was the reaction, what they actually performed as. And again, I mean, we're talking, riots and all of this. Like, people do blame some of the Starbucks performance on what has been going on in the boycotts. They're protesting on their campus to get their colleges to divest from any company complicit in what is going on. Yeah, I think the colleges do make their investments, but there's bills being signed every day. It's a lot more money and it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's just this, it seems like we're going after so many things. Starbucks getting boycotted because of Israel and the Hamas war. Their support for Israel led to a borderline boycott by a lot of some people say half the world. I don't know, but here's the funny part. Are you guys ready? Starbucks, they didn't like low key mention it. You know that? So Starbucks did not. They're not talking boycotts. They're not talking social. If anything, all they said was they just said demand, and if anything that they brought up was the what's it called? They brought up the labor stuff as like a headwind. So, yeah. No, well, listen, I mean, it's just weird, bro, the protest and all that. And like I said, I don't support anything. You guys got to realize that one day. I don't like any war, but, just is giving me like, these are huge protests. This is all around the nation. And I'm surprised it's not like, at this point, you would have heard about it every day, every minute, every second. And then I'm like, but why? It's the White House and politics is somehow they have a bubble around this where they're not, they're kind of insulated. And that's why I'm like, very interesting, especially because when was the last time you saw the youth motivated to do anything? Again, ironically, I think it was 4 years ago. We've held on since Starbucks in 17. We're going to be okay. I think it will, but I am saying, like, there's going to be more to it. And I think it might end up like a PayPal, which may be a lot better, but generally, like, it's doing the setup where you do this little fall now, but I'm afraid of this. Do you guys get what I'm saying? That's what I'm worried about with Starbucks. Is that maybe you flush a little bit more and then it does this SPY drop in. All right, 50.11. You are now lower than yesterday. So actually, no, you're right at yesterday's open. The low is 49.90, but again, 5.007, 004 will be a level. I guess you still got 50, 60 points to the low, but you are dropping now. So gap up here in the morning, straight sell off, cash open. even the chips. Yeah, Starbucks said they have occasional customer issues. Yeah. They didn't want to address it. That's why I was like, that's weird. All of it, man. That whole, and then how analysts reacted. Even the CEO, his first comment on the call was just bad. He was like, we're definitely not happy about this. But like I'm saying, just watch out. But once it's pretty much, I'm not going to be a buyer in the 70s, but that starts hitting those 60s and 50s, we're going to start looking. But then just people are going to want a real good recovery story on that. DraftKings for long term or short term. I have it in the long term. We bought it back in the day. I'm either like slightly up or slightly down on it. But I think you can't get it at a better price. But sadly, I say for the state of society, I think I think all of them are gonna I think we're gonna see them in 10 years. Sadly, but no, you will. I'm the online gambling market and these little sports betting things. I talked about this 2 weeks ago, dude. The proliferation is insane, and it's sticky. It's not really even if you think they'd lose and leave, but nah, it's sticky. What other boycotts? It's all colleges. But there's I want to say there's over 15 around the United States. Did you not see the one yesterday? Bill Ackman donated $10,000 because it was in North Carolina, Chapel Hill. There was protesters and they were trying to burn the flag, and then the frat bros, literally a frat, Pi Kappa Phi, they came up and then they defended the flag from getting burnt down. And then and then everybody and then they made him a GoFundMe for protecting it. Where's the map? There's a map of it. Let me see. Oh wow. So it just this data might be skewed in the sense you don't know how big they are. So there's over 100 U.S. colleges with protests. Again, there's your UCLA. But that's why I'm saying it's something this is borderline 70s-esque. And if it starts and you're not getting any comments by the president. So literally, even when they ask Corinne, she says he sees it. He sees it, but there's no comments. Yeah, Vietnam was the last time you had, but then I told you, Vietnam, it was much different. Vietnam, you didn't your protest. You know what I'm saying? This is where your protest was, and it got people's attention. But yeah, it's a trip. All right, Starbucks still going lower, man. And then SPY, you sold off pretty much most of the gains. Believe it or not, you're still green. Russell is now the best on the day. VIX is green, and bonds still clap too. Is there EBS buy? They just did good on earnings. But EBS, if we're in it, it'll do bad. I'm telling you, EBS only pops when I don't have it. Somebody said that this morning, and I was like, I feel heavy. I'm out of it. Last time I got out of it with a good gain, but nah, man, screw all that. So I don't know. I think it was just good earnings. I think they really killed it. Maybe that Narcan stuff finally helped them out. The over the counter. A 9 from 14. No, you didn't average. I think my average on it was like 7 at one point or 6, and then I got out at 9 on a pop. But this thing's a trip. Yeah, last year. Boeing on the high. Got to take 2 finals, GG. Hopefully I'll be back by power hour. Good luck, baby. Good luck. Be safe on campus and have a good time. Blessings, baby. Blessings. Why dig in the bargain bin when the whole store is about to be on sale? Because I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Which bargain bin? Like Starbucks? But then, like, how you know the sale, Habibi, you know? I don't know if sale, that's why the cash, you balance. But, you know, that's the tough thing. It's time. You know, it's like if you could have spent every single one of these years, sadly, the last 2 years was a trap. And I don't mean that like trading wise. I mean, even for like long term. Because imagine every moment it looked ugly and awful, what would happen? Just after it would just start going up. And it's just like all of these things. Right when you thought it would be going on sale, it's like we never really know when that's going to happen. So you have to find an answer that allows you to benefit off both. What is the answer that would be wise if there was a sale in the future or if there wasn't? If you can find that win-win with your long-term, your money, your what you buy, that is what you should be looking at. Otherwise, it's not. That claim can end up hurting you more than it could help you. And why? Because everybody in here has seen it. Every single person has seen that. Like literally. And I've made the mistake firsthand myself. Like imagine. Bro, October. Right here. After this, people were excited. 2022. You're like, it's about to go on sale. Bro, I bought Meta at 90. That was a weird idea to people at the time. But it's just like you thought things were going to get cheap, and then sure enough. And then same thing here, though. Even if you thought at the end of the year it was going to fail, you got down a little bit, and then it comes back up. Every single moment. So I'm not saying it's never going to drop because I think it will eventually. But like I'm telling you, you have to find a way to give you a win-win situation. That's it. You do that, you'll be good to go. Remember buying MPW? Yeah, that was after Meta and then after Redfin. So, and then, and Netflix too, I think. That's good. Did you remember any of those? If not, I feel. Are you going live tomorrow? Oh, shit. Oh, dude, you just saved my life. I totally forgot. I have court tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to court. I'm not going to be live tomorrow. Holy shit. On non-farms. Oh, dude, you just saved my life. Can I reschedule it? Oh. Are you kidding? No, I'm not. I have court. Let me see. I'll see if LT. You could reschedule. I hope. It's good, man. Send LT to the court instead. Hello. Have you zoom them in on it? Good to reschedule. It's not even, I'm going to win no matter what. It's a fix-it ticket. And I got it fixed. And I just didn't go to the cop. Like, Like, screw you, bro. I'm not doing all this. I forgot. I thought it was in an appropriate time frame, and then there's like, oh, well, now they're like, okay, we're going to give you points and charge. I'm like, what? Screw you. Yeah, y'all's crazy, bro. It's nuts. Aren't they supposed to send me a confirmation? Say two nice things about the police. I respect them highly. They do a lot of good things, and honestly, I think it's one of those things where we like to talk as if, we could live without them, but we can't. So I think police are good. I think even if there's some bad ones, there's generally some good ones with good hearts, and it's a different type of breed to take on that job. So I have a lot of respect, and I think they are strong people. That's good. But I do think the mafia that they work for, the government, they use them to enforce a racketeering scam to make money. That's a joke, but I have caught, dude, this is crazy, bro. Like, my ticket, bro. Like, I don't know how they be robbing people like that, bro. Like, imagine, bro, you get pulled over, that shit's gonna cost you $200 to $1,000. Like, what? And then they do that to, like, every man. If you struggling, I saw one the other day, bro. There was like a lady, and like her ticket cost more than her car. They impounded it, and then she was just like, "Dude, what?" So like to get her like $2,000 car out the impound lot, she had to spend like $3,000. So, yeah, that's the only thing. That's the thing where I'm like, "Damn, bro." It really is. 200. It's literally, if you get in Cali, at least, yeah, in California, bro, if you get pulled over, it's gonna cost you $200 to $1,000 minimum. If it gets really out of hand, then it's like they're gonna run it up on you. I think even the other one, when homie, literally, I paid everything. Homie made a mistake, towed my car, and I still had to pay $700 to get it out the lot. It's insane. It doesn't matter. So if you get pulled over and you get ticketed, it's high revenue producing. First speeding ticket in Cali was 1,504 points. Yeah, it'll do that. You had a 20 over ticket, 10 years, and paid 500. That's not bad. That was 10 years ago. Inflation, man. Your car got taken for impound for investigation. You were cleared $7K to get an impound. Yeah, it's nuts. And then they work with the impound. They got like contracts with them. I'm telling you, bro. They were trying to like. I was just like, man, if this was another scenario, this would be awful. What they did, bro. They almost crushed my car. The guy took my car for registration, and my car was registered. So I paid every single registration, but they didn't update it because apparently I had a toll booth ticket. So he towed my car for that. And then when the car was in the lot, homeboy put it down as street racing. So in Cali, they're allowed to crush a street racing vehicle. I was like, dude. And then they were getting hella mad at me. Because when we went to go pick it up, they were like, no, like, you can't take it. It's a street racing vehicle. And they're like, that's what it's reported as. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, dude. And I'm like, I have videotapes of this officer and like all of this stuff. I'm like, dude, this is nuts. Yeah, it was wild, dude. I do the toll booth tickets low key though. It finally screwed me over with that. White House U.S. position opposing Rafah has not changed. Why would you live in Cali? Because besides that, did I tell you that you want to know the funny part? 2 days later, I see that same cop at my gym. Homeboy pulled me over, and now he's doing chest flies next to me 2 days later. Like, you asshole. Your pew-pew got jacked from your truck, and the police recovered it 2 years later and gave it back to you? Nice. Did you spot him? No, I'm not going to lie. I was, and this is stuff I got to work at because, I do have love and appreciation. And, but I was petty. I knew he saw me, and I looked at him, and I just started upping my weights and just flexing on him out of anger. I was very, very petty. And I made sure he knew I was there and that I saw each other, and I wanted him to know I was ignoring him. And I was I was real petty about it. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't say anything, but there was tension, and I wanted him to know there was tension. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I didn't grunt, but I was, and I see it. I see whatever he was doing, and I just double it. Like, screw you, bro. That's it. I was asserting my dominance. I really was. And that's it. Because I felt insecure because I knew he could clap me, and he already did. So you see, the human nature, bro. Human nature. I'm sure you got to him. Either way, he won. All right. I don't know. I hope some of y'all got the same self-awareness in the challenges you pursue in life, because that's it. At the end of the day, he won. Pinduoduo still highs? Baba. Yeah, China names all running. And Boeing. Baidu not as much, but they're up 4. We're still marinating the long-term pickup. Yeah. I do like Pfizer, but now it's up literally, I think it's up 4% from our last pickup. So, is it? 3.9, literally. But might have to wait. We do got a couple more earnings, too, so maybe that could be our opportunity. Apple. White House says we do not see immediate changes in China's policies regarding assistance to the Russian military. No new meeting on Israel ground offensive. Oh, wow. It's about to be 10:30, Chad. First hour. My goodness. Hey now, Donald Trump. Yeah, look at that. It's a damn shame. All right. Well, I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know. What is this? Do you guys want to watch protesters get arrested or the protest? Otherwise, no, I'm going to just give you guys Bloomberg. Little shit talkers. Bloomberg, I like Michael McKee, though. He low-key was the homie. All right, no commercial. All right, maybe I might have to get you the protest. I need to go pee. Okay, no, they came back. Good. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trade of Fraternity. I will be right back, baby. Welcome to the first hour. Natural gas storage numbers coming out right now. You're getting a mover.
Construction manufacturing, because as rates have come off of the lows, initially we did have construction manufacturing being very, very low, but more recently we've had this big move higher for the construction manufacturing space. One question is, if rates do go higher, is there going to be some sort of tumble? Now, in the meantime, if we do take a look at one stock in particular, sustainable construction materials, Saint-Gobain, we see some nice outperformance over the last year relative to some of its benchmarks, up about 14%. So right now, riding that wave of strength for construction manufacturing. But to your point on rates, if we take a look at a chart of the 10-year yield, we are going to see, or excuse me, here is the performance for Saint-Gobain in a non-chart form. You can see this gain relative to its benchmarks. But if we take a look at the 10-year yield, finally, the move higher back here in the pandemic lows, this really fueled the big move up, the boom for housing, and then close to 5% down, now near to 5%. What will this mean for buying, construction, housing? It's going to be interesting to see, Katie, as conditions potentially tighten.
Absolutely. Our big thanks there to Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. And let's keep this conversation on the housing industry going now. We're joined by Mark Rayfield. He is Saint-Gobain North America President and CEO. And of course, Saint-Gobain is a French multinational company that makes building materials for commercial and residential construction in the U.S. and Canada. So let's start with the housing market, of course, the residential market, because it really feels like it's been frozen, whether or not you're talking about existing homes or new homes. When it comes to new builds, how are you thinking about that market?
Well, first off, thanks for having me on. And you know, we still remain relatively strongly optimistic about the housing market. While interest rates are high and have been high for some period of time, you see them go up and down. The actual activity in the housing market has been relatively steady. You have month-to-month ups and downs, some shifting between multifamily and single family, but the volume has been okay. I mean, I think so we see from a market perspective, we still have a significant underbuilt environment in both the U.S. and Canada. So there's a underlying fundamental demand that has been pushing through these interest rate variations and keeping new home building, mainly with the large house builders, going at a relatively good pace.
Yeah, it definitely feels that there's agreement that there is just a structural undersupply of housing, both in the U.S. and to Canada, to your point. But let's talk a little bit about your recent earnings, because if you look overall, actually, it was Americas that was the standout. You had Americas like-for-like sales higher by 5.9%. The estimate had just been for 0.75%. And you think about that big bump, where is that coming from? What drove that strength?
Well, the first answer is my fantastic team. You know, we've got 18,000 employees here who are doing a great job. So I could not be more proud of them, and they really deliver those results. The second answer is, again, fundamentally, there's a strong demand, or been a solid demand, in both new construction that's not at a super high level, but at a good level, and a lot of renovation and remodeling. So there's still, although it's not the COVID level, a lot of activity around renovation, remodeling, both discretionary and based on weather events and storms.
Optimistic on housing market. Yeah, Baba, I'm checking the long term. I want to see, because Baba's this is a big deal for him, but they reject every single time they get here. Yeah, this is the highest Baba's been for 2024 now. Again, they have not looked at every single one of these pops. Remember, I'm telling you that this will be 2 weeks in a row now. So then next week, if we could get a good, that'll be like your first real streak of China rallying, but I'm still not sold on it. Starbucks went green. And then Pfizer's coming up. Yeah, Starbucks just popped up there. Yeah, man. So Baba, where's the other one? Baidu's not that high. Baidu is a lot higher, actually. And then JD's breaking out for the year. Pinduoduo's still below. Yeah, Boeing's going up too. You may regret not buying some Starbucks here. That's okay. I won't regret it. It's not like anything. There's been a couple of names that when they're low, that's the beauty of the plan. You know, I'm only looking to get certain things, and if I don't get it, I mean, I'm still gonna get paid on my cash, and everything else is gonna be there. So it doesn't disturb my plan whether I get it or whether I don't. So in a weird way, it's good, but I do think more cautious than not. Bought Meta at 80. Well, I don't know. We might have a PHILO on this one because it doesn't really matter about the price. I know it's a great price. Honestly, it was amazing, but kind of how we talked about it today. You have to think about the environment. That, I think, is what makes it crazier. That is where the answer really is. And like you really have to think environment, because that's what makes it, I think, a better pickup than not. Boeing up after another mysterious death. Peloton could ever go bankrupt. I need to check what their debt looks like because I think they have a lot of debt, but you know what I was surprised of? I was surprised that what's it called? Oh, why did I just blank? I was surprised that they made a $2.5 billion in a quarter. Isn't that weird? I didn't think they were like Peloton brings in like at least $1 billion every 3 months. Something about that just doesn't sound right to me, but at the same time, I'm like, that's kind of impressive. So I don't know. They've been doing a lot of switches and all this other things, but they bring in revenue. I don't know if it's profitable, but that's still $2 billion. That's crazy. How much do you find if your Starbucks is yielding? If you have it at 62, just check your dividend. So let me check on TD. So 57 cents times that by what? 4? So $2.28. And then you bought it at what? 62? You're yielding 3.6%. So based on the price you bought it at, $62, you get $2.25 a year. That is a return of 3.6% a year guaranteed, unless the dividend changes. Oh, Vic, that was IPO from yesterday. Yeah, VIK, up 5. And then Starbucks did move up there. And then Macy's, remember that had a little pop earlier. It's been going since, actually. Breaking, Biden will give remarks shortly in the White House Roosevelt room. Is he going to talk about I think he might talk about the riots. Then Yin's still running. I mean, I'm just guessing. He may not. EWJ ETF, it's good. I mean, in a weird way, depending on like how you feel about the yen, and especially if you're kind of like, oh yeah, they're dead. I mean, the Japanese equities have benefited off of a dying yen. So there's been, I think buying Japanese equities, not the yen, has been one of the most popular like inflow trades in the last year. Even from end of last year. People like Buffett as well too, all the way to bigger banks. Good news, Starbucks, relatively low payout rate. Might have room for increase. Yeah, they're not threatening that area. It's just a weird, like, traffic decline. That's it. You know, the most popular coffee in the world, just like they just saw a growth slowdown worse than 2000 or 2008, even the pandemic. Like, that's wild. But other than that, they're fundamentally, I think it's a great company. You know, I don't think they're going anywhere, but they do. It was a big fall off in demand that it was just like, it's like if everybody all of a sudden stopped using apples, more or less. Oh, Biden's in Charlotte talking about, well, he said he's going to be in the Roosevelt room. And then Halle Berry joined senators to announce menopause research bill. What? Halle Berry is the face of menopause? Wow. I look at it like what happened to Target, short-term issue that will blow over. Great take. Definitely. But this one, I mean, but Target's, I guess, Starbucks, if you're blaming the boycotts. Target, we knew it was all about a boycott. But definitely. But then again, Target didn't even go down that low. I guess Starbucks actually, they do kind of have a similar chart. Bro, JD, China name still running. And then SPY right below VWAP. JD, Kraft Heinz, apparently the next boycott. We'll see, man. It's weird because I don't know. Like I'm saying, the way that Starbucks talked about it, maybe this will benefit them or not, but they acted like there wasn't a boycott. What somebody said in the chat, what was the quote? They said, like, individual customer concerns or like something that was very like lawyery, and I was like, okay, that's a good way to put it. But so I don't know. I think if they never call it a boycott, they could try to control the narrative. It could be competition too. All I'm saying is this was just a fall off in traffic for Starbucks that no one's really seen in maybe 20 years. eBay CEO on CNBC. We're coming down now. Okay, you just flushed like 17 points.
Card. We magically figure out everything about that card and fill in all of the item specifics.
Why does he look like
write
Martin
the description,
Shkreli?
Tell you the best way to price it and ship it, so you can be done in seconds. This is a game changer for eBay because the average household has $4,000 of items that could be sold online, and less than 20% of that is online. And so we're making it so easy that you could do that in seconds for a trading card or a book or a handbag that you're selling on the platform. We've got this out to a small percentage of the users, and they say, wow, this is magical and going to allow us to bring so much more of our listings to eBay. We're really excited for the next version.
So when do you bring it more broadly then as an opportunity for all those people who, yeah.
It's to 5% of users today, and over the coming months and quarters, we're going to scale that up to everybody across eBay, and I think it's going to be a real game changer for us.
Maybe time for me to finally find all those baseball cards. They're somewhere. Jamie, thank you for the update. Always appreciate it. Good to see you.
He's about to be like, what do you got?
Thank you, David.
I'll help you.
We're not done getting the pulse of the...
Kellanova. Next, yeah, eBay kind of recovered, though. It was a break even earlier. Bro, Pinduoduo still going up. You pay half price now for coffee. Cumberland and McDonald's, large coffees, less than 2. Dunkin' and Starbucks are both over 4. I mean, I definitely don't go to Starbucks as much as I used to. I'd get them on Friday recently, but other than that, I don't know. There's a Dutch Bros, and then I don't know if Cosmos is hit. Man, even Nordstrom's be selling coffee. No moat. That is, I think, the question. I wouldn't say no moat anymore, but last earnings was the first time we were like, oh, shit. Does the emperor have no clothes, or did that moat just get threatened? That's where I'm like, that was weird. But then again, I do like the Target explanation, because even Facebook, man, anytime you go, these crises create opportunity. So it is something to the degree of, like, I wouldn't get extremely bearish, but I'm just keeping it in mind. It's just, there's something a little different about the Starbucks that we know. But other than that, it's generally the same. I mean, it's getting to the bargain bin. You're trying to make the, Netflix isn't shit anymore because there's HBO, Apple, Hulu. Just not true. No, I'm not. I don't know. I think that's why people got like mad on the Watchlist when I said it. I am just observing what literally just happened. Everybody was shocked. There's a reason why those puts were $20. I said it even when we made the play. I said no one's expecting this. So I'm not saying Netflix is dead. I'm not saying Starbucks is dead. I'm not saying it's there, but there was definitely an observable drop that is not something you have seen in 20 years for that company. And that isn't something that, it has to have that attention. But I'm saying, in the sense of Target, you can't even bring up Netflix. I brought up Meta. There is that opportunity, but I can't ignore what just happened, let alone everybody. There's a lot of people in the financial world that are talking about Starbucks, and it was just a shock. It was truly shocking. And I think if you don't believe that, I get you may like the company, but it really was a shock, and I don't know any other way to put that. Yeah, give my opinion. I feel you, but I think I could correct. I'm not saying it's Netflix, because I bought Netflix. I'm up 100-something% on it, and I just remember those comments and people saying it's dead, it's dead, it's dead. I'm not saying Starbucks is dead, but they definitely just got some sort of big drop-off in volume, and that could be threatening. But it's not to say I'm not judging them to hell, but I'd still buy them. I'm just now going to be a little bit more patient. Nah, this was before the interview. They all down. Every bank was even just shocked, or all the analysts too. And then and this is where I think people are forgetting. The Starbucks expectations were already lowered. So they missed the low bar, and then they set the bar even lower. And then just quite frankly, it's been only 2 instances where America comps are like falling off like that. But I think Starbucks will be here in 10 years. The CNBC CEO one. Is it short? We could listen. A minute. Let's try it.
Mr. Narasimhan, it's good to have you on the show, and I appreciate that you're coming on, despite the fact that the quarter was extremely weak.
Jim, it was a very tough quarter. Thank you for having me. There were 3 reasons for this. First, we saw unexpected pressures on our occasional customers, more intense than we expected, that impacted their visitation. Second, the choppiness of the recovery in China continued with a more intense price war than what we expected. And third, challenges of our business in the Middle East that impacted us not just in the Middle East, but also in other geographies.
Okay.
Clearly,
I understand.
He just shuts up.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out, sir, is
he's bad for a
why
start.
did you not feel the need to
Howard Schultz is a
the
G.
shortfall, given the
Don't
fact
ever
in the
forget
previous
that.
quarter,
I love Howard Schultz.
Your CFO said that she felt that you could have a earnings per share growth in the range of 15 to 20%. This is a substantial decline from that.
I guess he mentioned the Middle East, but they won't say boycott.
I'd like to know
they won't
why
say
you did not
anything
feel
of
the
that.
need to come out and say our quarter is going to be substantially worse than expected at least 4 weeks ago.
I think, Jim, we've been working on action plans to address these headwinds. And so what we wanted to come back with was not just the announcement, but also the action plans that we have in place, which, by the way, are not business as usual.
Oh, I wanted to. I'm gonna see the transcript of it, but they called it something else. So he addressed the Middle East, but he won't call it what it is. But that is a good question by Jim. He said, "Why didn't you just guide a month earlier and just give us an update that you're gonna miss that bad?" China was the issue. No, it was everywhere. That's why it was so weird. Again, this is part of that observable, like, what happened. It's usually one area drops, the other one picks up. But, like, China dropped, U.S. dropped, and everywhere else. The good thing, I'll give you a good part about Starbucks, China margins are still double digits. So that's actually very good. And they're opening, like, they're still increasing the store openings. But that's, like, their foreign stores have great margins. That's the good part. That's the one thing that's not bad. So, other than that, it's the only thing is they all segments dropped pretty much, and that's not typical for them. Booking, that's today, but I don't know. Marriott, everybody so far, travel's been kind of slow. There's been a lot of good guidance in travel, and then uranium's on the high. But low-key, we'll find out. Booking and the other one today. Booking and Expedia. I forgot, though. I totally forgot after seeing him again. Remember, Howard Schultz came back for a little bit, and then they started doing all the union stuff again, and Howard's like, I'm out. He, like, tried to fight it, did a little bit, set up a plan, and then he passed it back to this guy, and then here we are. Baidu, are they going up? Yeah, there it is. Nice. They were lagging a little bit because JD and Pinduoduo, bro, even Baba, this is a big day for China. So hopefully this holds up tomorrow. And then, like we said, if we bring this into next week. Oh, there was China news. They did sign. It was in the morning news when Josh AI said it. There was a bill they signed. They signed a pledge of support, I believe, for the real estate. And then remember, 2 days ago, I was telling you about the house destocking. And then Monday, we were talking about the high-yield credit spreads in China. So they've been pledging support, actually making some real estate changes. And it's good, but usually it fails. So in the last 24 months, all of them have failed. Every single stimulus effort has failed, just like Japan and anywhere else that you could think of. But that's the problem. So this time around, people are kind of getting optimistic because they're feeling as if now that they're signing and doing stuff related to real estate. And I think they announced it. I don't know if it was actually signed today, though. I have to double check that. But that is kind of the driver here. If they could get a real support for the crashing real estate and the government's going to get away from this major crackdown of wealth, then yeah, it could be good. But like I told you, it's been a while since you've had 3 weeks in a row of good China. And this will be week number 2. If it holds up, Biden to address protests at college campuses in remarks today. There you go, Bidenius. There you go. I could clap to that. That's all. We just wanted to comment. So I'm going to say one more day later, we're about to be like, yo, man, come on. Come on, man. If this was Donald, y'all be ripping Donald for not saying anything. So that's good. I could respect that. Let's see what you got, Bidenius. Let's see what you got. Hope you're doing well, Chad. Good morning, Nikki on Smash. Yeah, Boeing up another 3. Is another whistleblower eliminated? Why you got to phrase it like that? That's awful. Another whistleblower eliminated. That's I feel like that's how Wall Street would say it, though, because that sounds like a Wall Street headline. Because you're like, well, now we eliminated the headline. That was the headline? Oh, God. That's messed up. No, I was going to say, that's a Wall Street-ass headline. Eliminated is crazy. That sounds like it was a headwind that they got rid of. That's insane. I hate to show my ignorance in macro. No, my brother, feel free. And don't worry, it's not ignorance if you ask. In the watch list, when you come talking about QT, is it basically reducing a bet on yourself? When you brought up that they just buy bonds with and let the interest rate mature, if you don't keep buying, is this a possible sign of disbelief in the future? No. No. So all it is like, it's fiscal support. So the Fed has a balance sheet. And this has pretty much been since like 2008 or like after like Dodd-Frank and everything, when we needed the quantitative easing. We started saying, hey, you know, the Fed always owns stuff. They own treasuries. They own assets. You'd be surprised. QE and government, we allowed them to start buying stocks and other things. But generally, the Fed has a balance sheet. And that's what's been supporting everything for the last, like, this is modern MMT, last like 10, 15 years now. The Fed balance sheet and them buying bonds and buying even stocks. They stopped buying stocks, but by buying bonds, this is them supporting our stock market and bond market, right? This is quantitative easing. They're buying, and their balance sheet goes up all the while. Are you following with me? Before I move on to the next one. So this is just like an underlying fundamental now aspect of the Fed. They're buying assets, and if they buy and hold the asset, it goes on their balance sheet. You could say it's a bet on themselves, but it's more so just supporting your economy or financial system. Are you with me? Once Iceberg says he's with me, we'll go on to step number 2. A balance sheet meaning the amount of assets they own? Yes, correct. So anything the Fed buys, they have a balance sheet. So if they're holding cash, treasuries, anything, they don't really hold cash, but treasuries, assets, mortgage-backed securities, I think that's the configure. It's MBS, treasuries, and then any sort of equities, but I don't think they call it equities. They have another professional name. Are you with me? So that is how it goes, and they outline the plans, and literally ever since we've been easing, the plan is the Fed is going to be buying bonds. And like I said in the video, the current policy, so imagine the Fed has this balance sheet. They've accumulated $4 trillion of assets, right? A little more, I think. But the idea is when those bonds mature, so literally the Fed bought a bond 10 years ago. In 2014, the Fed bought a 10-year bond. That bond matures today. So instead of just taking the money, if they collected the money, got their money back, and then they didn't reinvest it, the cash just gets burned. So then their balance sheet would get lowered by letting the bond mature and not reinvesting it. So this whole process of like what we're doing with QE now, they're trying to, or quantitative tightening, they want to lower the balance sheet because they don't want to be as supportive of the bond market and financial conditions. They need to tighten conditions. So they want to lower the balance sheet. So all they're doing is all those bonds 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whenever it's there, then they just don't, like whenever it gets matured, they just don't buy it back again. How does cash get burned? Well, now I got to show you the Fed balance sheet. But I wouldn't get too focused on that. You're missing the point if you care too much about the cash. All that matters is that simply when they do not buy back the bonds, that balance sheet goes lower. So for like what you were saying, is it a sign of betting on yourself? No, it doesn't matter. All it is a function of whatever they're trying to achieve for the economy or financial conditions in the bond market to support it. So all they're doing is trying to tighten conditions and lowering the balance sheet. So that's it. But it doesn't insinuate a sign of disbelief or anything in the future. If anything, it probably signals about, even that's why you guys brought up things with inflation. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the opposite of printing money. This is how they're trying to burn some of the extra money they printed. Let me see. Okay. So yeah, and then for the cash, I forgot, they don't hold quote unquote cash on the balance sheet. If you have cash at that point, the Fed just burns it. That's again, remember, they invent all the cash. They print it, but this is what it looks like. This is what the Fed owns. So they have securities, treasuries, federal agent debt securities, mortgage-backed securities, the premiums, repurchase agreements. They have loans, how much they're holding, Main Street lending facility, port holdings of municipal liquidities. These are other assets. And then pretty much anytime, if you get cash, you lower it, you minus it, essentially. They're not going to be holding cash like that. But any of the assets on here, so a bond, a stock, a loan, BTFP, that is going to be on here. So every time the Fed is giving a loan or buying this, they're supporting that fixed income. So by quantitative tightening, they're trying to lower it little by little. So again, all these bills, now it's going to be $25 billion a month. They're going to let that not go. So now we're going to have $25 billion a month lowered on our Fed balance sheet every month moving forward. It was 60 up until Powell changed it yesterday. Like the Fed's purpose of QE was to act as a Walker cane. It was there to act as the lender of last resort. That's literally the purpose. So not really a Walker cane, but a floor. So there was one point nobody in the world wanted to touch a bond. Why? Because there was a shit show going on around the world, a global financial crisis. So they said, we will be the floor. We will buy a bond here at this much all the time, just like Japan. So they said, we will be the floor. We will buy. You don't want to buy at this price? We will offer a floor for this asset. So again, the bond market. How can you, if they didn't, the bond market would have blew up. We wouldn't be talking right now. You know, like literally 10, 20 years ago, 08, if that really happened and they didn't do this, we wouldn't be talking right now. Who knows where the world would be right now if the bond market imploded? It would have been something different. So to prevent that, they came in and they said, we will buy the bonds right at this floor, even if it's zero, because again, they can go lower. But they said we are going to buy the bond, and then it got to the point where they say, hey, the confidence is so shaken, they don't even want to buy stocks. So they said we'll buy either stocks or we'll buy like fundamental assets or like fixed income that could help it out. They offered the floor. When nobody wanted it, they offered the floor. But especially with the bond market, because the bond market's massive. And then if people really don't want it and there's all that supply, it's scary. Scary, scary thing. But in general, once you know you have a central bank or the Fed behind it, that's what gives you the support. So essentially the balance sheet is the floor for them and offering, they've been backing us up. And that's why they're saying, hey, we need to tighten conditions. Everything's strong. You don't need our support as much anymore. So that's why they want to lower the balance sheet. So now that things are good and they're like, okay, markets are up, even though rates are high, everyone's feeling we need to tighten this up. So now they're going to lower that floor of support by $25 billion now, or I guess it was $60 billion. Now they're going to be slowing that down. Buying your own debt manipulation. Oh, you're going to hate the next thing if I tell you. Do you want me to tell you? Because they're not really buying their own debt. It's a really fucked up concept of how your dollars are introduced into the monetary system. So they're not buying their debt. It's a private company, dude. I know it's bullshit, but like on paper, it's a private company. So they're not buying anyone's debt but the government. So ironically enough, the government has given the Federal Reserve the monopoly on printing money. Nobody else has a right to print money. Fun fact, the Treasury cannot print money. The Fed can. It can be signed by the Treasury. So how do you get money in the system? How do you have a $100 bill in your wallet right now? How did you get that dollar? The Fed is the only one who could print it. How did you get it? How is it in your hand right now? They printed it, but how did they get it to your hand? So this is where the bonds come into play. Because they are the only ones who could print the money. So how do they get that money into the system? They don't sell bonds, they buy them. So the Treasury, the government says, hey, you're the only one who's allowed to print money. And they're like, okay. And then they're like, hey, we'll buy your debt. So technically it's not their debt, right? Because the Fed is private. So every time they buy a Treasury bond, that is literally how they introduce money into the system. Because when they sell the bond, the newly printed money from the Fed goes to the Treasury, and then the Treasury takes that money, and then they pay employees, they pay the government contracts, so on, and then boom, that's how you start working the drugs into the system. And then all the new dollars start to go. So every time the Fed is printing their own money, and the way they legitimize it and get it into the system is by buying a bond. So then once the Treasury gets the Fed's newly printed money, then they could go and spend government debts, give it to Ukraine, do whatever else they need to do. Ta-da! But technically, they're not buying their own debt, technically speaking. And then the only way to ever introduce money into circulation is if the Fed is buying a bond. It's nuts. It is the connection, but that's like the ironic part is like this is just it's a really weird business deal with everyone just like insisting they hold to their titles of government and non-government. The Fed is the plug. They really are. Josh explaining bonds is bullish for bonds, apparently. That's why I never liked the monetary system. Don't worry. Apparently it's going to change soon, so. I'm telling you, man, all the emailers like, it's about to flip. Brigus is bright. It was. But we'll find out. And then, unfortunately, though, just the alternatives are just different. Smaller, slower. They have different advantages and disadvantages. But it is crazy. It's just a crazy. I think was it Henry Ford who says it? If everybody knew how like the Fed and like monetary policy like really worked, everybody would revolt in like 2 days. Biden live. Listen, you protesters. Why protest when you could prostate? And that's why I want to announce a new health care bill. You got for the people to be safe. And I need you to be safe. And then the Medicare, I get drug pricing for prostate. Don't protest prostate.
People are squashed dissent.
All right.
The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But, neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows,
different.
shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education. Look, it's basically a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what's right.
I just see him
There's the
3
right to
years ago.
protest,
7
but
nights
not
of
the
violence
right to
following
cause
day of
chaos.
peaceful protest.
People have the right to get an education, the right to get a degree, the right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being
We'll
attacked.
see. He's taking the
Let's
Trump
be clear
approach.
about this as well. There should
That's
be
what I'm
no
saying.
place on any campus, no place in
Let's see
America
what happens.
for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans. It's simply wrong. There's no place for racism in America. It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions. In America, we respect the right and protect the right for them to express that. But it doesn't mean anything goes. It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law. You know, make no mistake, as president, I will always defend free speech. And I will always be just as strong in standing up for the rule of law.
Turkey halts
That's
all
my
trade with
responsibility to
Israel.
you, the American people, and my obligation to the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you think the National Guard should intervene?
No.
Mr. President,
Do you agree with what the students are calling for?
Mr. President,
Oh, that's it? All right. Well, I mean, it wasn't bad. It was a condemnation to a degree of just violence. And it's the same thing Trump did back in the day. Just a question of, again, I mean, if they I don't think that would have been said a couple of years ago. And then it's just a matter of how they react to it. We'll find out. No, but I mean, I agree with him. That's, you should protest, be peaceful. Amen. Amen. So again, when other people said that, it's been misconstrued. So let's see how people react to Bidunius. Can you do the Prince Ali song? That was for the yen. Prince Ali, 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 Baba. Strong as 10, regular yen, equal as a boom, 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 boom. We support from the Xi Jinping. Dun, 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 dun. It's a good song, man. It's a good song. Yeah, Turkey literally just said they halt all trade with Israel. Long term likes the stagflation. What did Powell say yesterday? He said, I don't see any stag or the flation. That was a crazy comment. But, like, it kind of makes sense, like, if you think about it. Because he said he's not seeing the stag, like the stalling. And then he's like, inflation coming down. He's like, I don't see the flation. I'm like, I don't get this. The GoFundMe that raised $350. Oh, we talked about it this morning. There was a protest at UNC Chapel Hill, and they were trying to burn down an American flag. And then a frat, Pi Kappa Phi, they went to the flag and they like fought off the protesters. And then people were inspired. And then they were like, you know what? We should throw them a party. And then people started donating for them for standing up for the American flag. Yeah, Bill, apparently a bunch of people did. But nah, people were hyped on that. What did they say? They said fueled with White Claws and Zin. Options, you bought them for Apple. Not sure they'll be beat due to price, but the fear got me wanting to sell. I sold all my pre-earnings plays. So I like the pre-earnings plays. It's a good idea, but it's up to you. You got to determine whether or not you want to take the risk or not. MO, I don't know. They might have just hoed us, bro. Where are they at? Oh, they're still up good, but I was trying to get it. Like, we had like 70% on them almost. A little more. Scandinavian Tobacco still sees full year adjusted EPS $12.50 to $14.50. Still got the Airbnb. We're gonna make. I wanted to make a move today, but I think it's wiser to wait for what's it called? The Expedia and Booking tonight. And then bonds are about to go break even. It's kind of big. Where is it? Yeah, the yen. Damn, yen's up 2 still. Yeah, bonds. That's not bad if they could break out. Oh no, there was like HWN earlier. And then SPY kind of staying pinned. What's the volume at? We got Euro close in 15 minutes. Chilling at 19 million in volume. Not bad, not bad. You think yen gain will hold? I think it depends on this data. So I'm skeptical though. Like I said, we were just talking about it. The last couple of weeks has introduced a new element of skepticism I didn't have on the yen, just because they let it blow out and they're not supporting it at all. But if we could run into a string of good data and it actually, and people talked about it, there's a board. This is where it gets between conspiracy and not. Conspiracy is assuming that the Bank of Japan and the Fed are sharing information explicitly. That is conspiracy. But realistically, to operate and work together with a foreign country before committing to a currency like impact, that's legit. That's been happening all the time. The French, even after Bretton Woods in the United States, what we've done with England, even with China to a degree, that's normal. Because if you make a one-way currency move without the backing of somebody else, or again, communication with your trade partners, it could be all for nothing. So hopefully you could find the difference between the two. But all that being said, now, if some coordination increases and this data is good and our dollar really drops, then I think the yen could hold up. Otherwise, I'm still a little shaky on it. MO is going up. The hot take. Well, that's in that hot take. That's what I'm saying. It's a very fine line. Because in one element, if you make too much assumptions, it's conspiracy. On the other side, coordination with central banks for a currency, I mean, that isn't too far out the realm. But it's not going to be, it's not as explicit. Can you help me with the long-term drip? You don't recall discussing this in the past? I think we have, but what do you need help with? The drip is like the most important thing. So I drip everything, and I wouldn't turn off drip until 10 years. See the previous question? No, I cannot. Oh, wait. No, you said there's a percentage you would hit to turn off drip so you're no longer averaging up? No. Why? That's the whole point. It's free money. And then that way, the beauty is that it allows you to keep growing even for a winner. So like Abivai, I'm so happy all my drip was turned on. Think about it. Because Abivai went up 90%, but then every year, every quarter, I was increasing my position with that 6% yield. So now with the stock back up, not only did I get paid the dividends, I also got a gain on the stock. And then if I had a good winner in my account, I was still able to keep riding the momentum without ever like taking outside exposure. So I let the drip run. Drip is dividend reinvestment plan. So it's beautiful. It's where you take your dividends. You could turn this on your broker for your long term, but it makes it so that when you get a dividend, you automatically reinvest it. So you go and you're literally get $100 dividend instead of taking the cash. Your broker goes and buys the stock for you. I can actually show you. Money markets are legit, especially right now. So, like, here's my account. So, like, literally yesterday, I got a dividend for MPW. So, I got $168. So, instead of that going to my account automatically, it reinvested, and I got 35 shares. So, then that way, every time I get paid a dividend in a dividend company, I buy more of that dividend company. So, then the next dividend, my dividend goes up. And up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Yeah, it messes with your average because you're buying it. So it'll average you up, it'll average you down, but it should be minimal. Like, you know what I'm saying? 3%, 5% or something. It's not like it's anything crazy, but it does give you slightly more exposure, and then it does change your average a little bit. If the dividend isn't enough to buy another share, it usually gives you a fractional. So let's see. Like JP Morgan. I have JP Morgan shares. My dividend is only $76, but instead of getting $76 in cash, I got 0.39 shares. So then that's maybe in like after a year, it'll turn into 1 share. But yeah. So this is why, and the whole idea is that this is automatically increasing my income every year. That's why I like it. And then this helps you compound so that the company gives you money, gives you an investment, and then you're compounding it and growing it and compounding it. But then like literally, even if I stopped adding to my portfolio, if I lost my password and I never had access to it again and no deposits ever came in, my income would grow naturally, assuming these companies, and most of them, honestly, I do think they would stay. But it's like it would just keep paying, and my income would actually increase because every time I get a dividend, it's getting put into that stock, and then the next dividend is going to be higher, and then the next dividend is going to be higher, and the next dividend is going to be higher. So, like, I think Abivai is my best example. see. So like I didn't really add to Abivai. Like we made a couple of purchases here out, you know, but again, our first purchase was in 21. Like I want you to see the dividend and you'll just notice how they increase. So where is it? Yeah, quantity, like look, that's a dividend. Damn, that's crazy. Is that $29? Yeah, my first dividend was $29. Then $29.87. And then we added more stock, right? So my dividend goes up. And then now my dividend's $78.63, right? Then we wait another quarter. I added more shares. So now my dividend's $111. So think about it. I'm buying more stock, so my dividend's going up, but also just the natural divvy. But there, you'll see it. Eventually, I stop buying Abivai. I stop buying it, and then you'll notice the dividends start climbing. So where were we? 111. Then the next dividend, I'm getting 1.18. I got 124.24. And the next dividend, notice I didn't buy anymore. I'm getting paid an extra $1. Yes, son. And then the next dividend, I get another $2. But if you notice, I didn't buy. I stopped buying the stock. And this is still like almost a year, but my dividend increased by $3. And I get it. It's small. But remember, this is still a couple years ago. We got time, baby. We got time. So then I made one more deposit. We got a good tick on Abivai at 109. And then my divvy goes to 151. Then my next divvy goes to 166. Then my next divvy goes to 168. Then my next divvy goes to 169. Then my next divvy goes to 171. Then my next divvy goes to 181. Then my next divvy goes to 183. Then I get this divvy at 121. But then I think I got one shortly there, like literally right after for 195. This one I think was a cash adjustment. Oh, no, these were my shares, I think. Because that one was just a random 0.79. And then now you see, now I'm at 195. So pretty much from my last deposit, after the last deposit into Abivai, my dividend was 151.98 a quarter. So without touching it, just only dripping it and letting the dividends reinvest, no adding, no buys of literally that last purchase in Abivai was 2021. So I've not bought an Abivai share since. Is it Euro close? Yeah, we're getting close. You're right at VWAP. But do you see it? In that time frame, though, now I'm getting extra $40 a quarter. So that's like what, $160 a year? But now it's to the point where I'm almost getting what I was getting paid at the beginning. So without touching it, but now it's paying me $200 a quarter, and then that's only going to go higher. And then again, the stock is still up 90% or whatever, or 80. But that's what I'm saying, dividend reinvestment on all of these, whether you realize it or not, as long as I'm sitting here, this shit's going to keep growing. And that's where a lot of people underestimate. It's like all these divvies, even if I don't, it's like this is naturally going to increase regardless. You guys notice that? Look, just by getting my MPW divvy and my JP Morgan and the other ones recently, now I'm making 5,395. I swear at the beginning of the month, it was like 5,300 flat. So that's adding now $100 a yearly income. But every single one of my dividends, every time, Abivai, MPW, even if it's good, bad, 3M, JP, just all reinvesting over and over. And it's slow at first, but before you know it, we'll be making on these dividends at one point when it first initially paid us. That'll just be our growth rate on it. So, yeah. You do have to enable drip. Yeah. This is something you have to enable. You have to go to your broker, Fidelity. I forgot how I did it. It's pretty easy, actually. Is it under planning? It's slow at first and you don't get it, but then like I'm saying, before you know it, even that like $10,000 you ever put into Abivai, even when you stopped touching it 2 years ago, it's literally making you almost double what it paid you when you first got it. And then now, and that's all just, it's going to keep going and do its thing till out. And then who knows, maybe you get a split or whatever down the line, but yalla. Yeah, you can enable it on any individual stocks too. A lot of things I do indiscriminately. And that's why, like, some people think that, like, you know, you should get the cash and then go pick and choose how to buy it. But I've learned over the years, easy, indiscriminate, do it automatic. I'll never miss anything, and that usually does get the ball really rolling. What stock's undervalued? Pfizer. I mean, that's been my latest pickups a couple of times. I have my deposit still. I got my deposit 2 days ago or a day ago. I have not used it. Yeah, Euro close, baby. So welcome. Euro close. I mean, you're holding the first or second leg down. Volume 20 million. Pretty average. Getting $2K a month in my treasuries and then reinvested. It's extra $24K. That's insane. That's beautiful. But that's like, and that's off treasury. That's not even off the dividend. Like, that's not even a stock. The thing about stock is that in Abivai's case, not only is our dividend like doubled up, but then every single dividend we put into a stock has also doubled up. So, but even then, the bonds right now are still crazy. Drip was king when they're buying commission on stocks, but now it's not a big of a deal because you can reinvest wherever you see. Yeah, but I don't think it has to do with fees as much. My main logic is that most people will forget or improperly time it. That's it. And I want to avoid that common mistake just because it's easy to make that mistake. And then before, you know, the market's tricky. It has the ability to run without you and do other things. So I just view it as making sure I'm always locked in, automatic, autopilot, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. I can't get in my own way if it does it for me. I'm just leaving them in their house and let them breed. Let your money work. Well, it's like hands-free growth, but it's also like it's part of the like market timing fallacy, right? It's like if you missed like just 3 of the biggest days of the year on your portfolio, you would like underperform by half. So just something in those days, like you never know how the stocks are going to move, and you might wait for the, like literally I bought Netflix, I bought Meta, I got some great pickups on that lows. I was going to buy Nvidia, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought it was going to go a little lower, and as in the process of trying to time it, it takes off, and that's it. It's been enabled. All right, man. Well, welcome to the team. Drip, baby, drip. But missing the worst day of the year is even more important. It's not. That's a scarcity mindset. You're running scared. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not. And that's kind of the whole point. The long term I show you and the drip I show you, and this is where you guys got to understand it to a degree. These are all crisis driven. This account that I show you has survived some of the most wickedest things in the world over the last 4 years, if you really think about it. And that's why and that's what I'm trying to tell you. I've gone through the worst days. We've literally sat through them, and we've watched it there. But it ultimately, what would have hurt us would have been not owning anything when it was all said and done. And some days it was just a month later, 2 months later, a quarter later, and you would have been like, oh, but the thing was owning it. And that's where assets. I'm not saying that there won't be a bad day, but I'm saying owning is more important than not owning, if that makes any sense. Especially depending, you give me a long enough time frame, it just starts to get unreal. How to perform option exorcism for dividends properly? You're going to need to talk to a priest. If you want to exercise an option, it has to be in the money to collect the dividend, or you need to just own the share. But if you exercise an option that's out of the money for the dividend, It literally makes no logical sense. But you just got to make sure you exercise and take control of the stock one day before ex-dividend. Abivai, I mean, it's a good company, but it just has a high premium. So me personally, I haven't bought it in a while because I don't like to buy names that have a high premium. So I love the company, but I would prefer it at a lower price. But then again, I mean, if you're willing to buy and build around it with enough time, I mean, don't let me stop you. The power of price action compels you. Summon a double top. Head and shoulders. Any opinion on Reddit's first earnings? Nah. I'll get the popcorn. I have no idea. Biden on? Oh, we just heard from him. Oh, you mean me? Yeah, I'm here. I got confused for a second. I thought I was getting eaten by a cannibal. Good. Yeah. I know. Fake news. I got a court case. Josh will be in court tomorrow. I don't know. Are you going to vote for him? Is he a criminal too? I don't know. El Baghdadi. Looks like Biden says not to protest. If I told you that, you would have got mad. They would have revolted. It's a damn shame. Yeah, screw you. You prick. Israel's foreign minister says Turkey's Erdogan is breaking agreements by blocking ports for Israel. And Chad, 6 minutes. Get your push-ups in. Almost forgot. It's Euro Close, baby. We're live Monday through Friday. 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Get the body moving, baby. But I need you to get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Come on. Sit in the new smoking. At the very least, man. Just stand up. Maybe do a hip circle. Like move your hips around. Some of y'all, I got tight hips. I'm gonna act like I'm hula hooping. I'm a hula hoop right now. But other than that, what you should do is just drop your shoulders and relax, bro, okay? No one's attacking you. You're sitting at that screen. You got the potential to mangle your spine. You just got to drop them shoulders and relax. Clear the mind. Focus on nothing but letting the shoulders drop. There you go. Oh, I need a water. That's good. All right, man. That's it. All right, man. Move the body. Uh-oh. My throat is getting scratchy. I don't know why your shoulders are up. That's why you got to drop them, man. You got to relax them. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. That's good posture. You look good, baby. You look good. Chest to the sun. There you go. Legs in front. Then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. And stare at an object. Blink a couple of times. Look away from the screen. And now, there you go. You feel a little better. You feel a little better. And now you're ready for 4.5 more hours, baby. Come on. Oh. You guys hear that? That was a big crack. Applied move for square. We will check when we get towards the previews. We'll have time for previews today. Yesterday we just had to deal with the Fed. Did we bring Biden out? I swear we just had him. Live watch list tonight? I mean, yeah, unless, I don't know. This throat scratchiness keeps I haven't lost my voice, but I don't know. That's what I was worried about with all the mouth tape. Because anytime last time I wore like one of those like nose strips, it like dried out my throat because I'm a mouth breather. But we'll see. I saw the SMCI put. It was like $20 today. Actually, it went to 0, then bounced to 20, but I think it's clapped again. So I don't know. I still think we might get lucky. Ends probe of trades before Activision Microsoft merger. You tried it? Yeah, it worked. I've been doing it the last 3 nights. And even then, like, I've been hype. I've been waking up, like, pretty hype. But, like, it's helped a lot. I'm telling you, the mouth tape, dude, I just don't wake up. I was literally telling y'all how I woke up just super dry. And now I'm like, wow, it's good. It's good. Who said that was the bottom? Yeah, you did. But we'll see. We'll see. I always forget about SMCI, though. Because, like, next time it does start getting one of those big moves, if early on, though, because those options are nuts. Uber will probably do better. I think DoorDash is mess. I've been telling you guys this quarter. You don't remember hearing me complain about DoorDash? I was telling you, bro. I was like, nah, they hoeing you. I've noticed it at the beginning of the year. They've been like, DoorDash has like raised their fees, and they've changed a lot of different things. So I don't know. I feel like Uber might do better, but then again, like, it kind of is all tied together too, though. Because, like, think about it. If Starbucks, like, if McDonald's sales was lower, like, literally, McDonald's had slightly lower sales, and then you have Starbucks falling off, like, dude, do the math. I'm not talking about the consumer or anything, but, like, do you see the connection of, like, what we're talking about? Like, think about it. Some of those orders could have been delivery. So just, like, straight up less people just eating at the store. So if they eat less at the store, they're probably going to order less off the app. Yeah. So that's kind of the general, and I'm telling you, DoorDash was like, they raised a lot of prices, so they didn't do good, but Uber has mobility, and then, again, if Uber can hold up, if it's a broader, like, consumer thing where they're just not ordering, then Uber will get clapped off of it, but Uber does have some other good stuff there. Baba, yeah, especially since it's more expensive, too. If the consumer isn't spending as much and inflation becomes even stickier, is that stagflation? Yes, if it stays sticky, though. So, like, this is where I think, I don't know, maybe we should read the Bible, because the Bible has discussed how people are like this when it comes to value. But, like, there was a time, even like 2008, in certain times, like, prices come down. When people get worried about demand, they slash prices. You saw it a little bit, but that's something where the assumption should be, if the consumer really does slow down, are these companies or all these producers, are they going to try to hold high prices? But like I'm saying, right now, no one has the motivation. But in times where people are feeling a certain way, they are motivated and they will sell for less. So it's just a question of if those prices actually stay sticky with a real consumer slowdown. So maybe inflation has only been sticky because we haven't really seen a real slowdown. So if we do see it, well, then maybe it has that effect, but you never know. Baba's about to hit 80, man. I'm surprised Baba doesn't I guess it's not a 52-week high. Just high of the year. Jeez. So Baba was at 93. No, their 52-week high is 101. My goodness. You fucked up gains this year. You break even. Now I'm so sad. Well, there will be an emotional reaction, but I don't know. I've been saying it. Crisis. It's an opportunity. It really is. So I don't know. This may give you a good idea if you don't let it overcome, but also long term. Don't ever forget. Oh, I didn't do the other stretch. Shit. I already lowered my... I need to do one stretch. I forgot. IPO landscape. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be unmuted. I'll just play this here. I just got to hit a stretch real quick.
Well, great to be back. Last time I was here in January, we mentioned that we counted over 100 companies that we felt were IPO ready. And I'm glad to report that that number is still holding strong. We've seen also some great activity in the public markets with Rubrik going out, its first software IPO of 24. We saw some strength with Astera Labs, which is an AI infrastructure hardware play. ARM held up post-lockup. These are all data points that would suggest that not only is the IPO market strong, but the M&A market is thawing as well. So with HashiCorp and IBM and talks of Informatica and Salesforce, we feel that the big thaw is here. We're very optimistic for 24 and into 25.
And the reason that we want to have you on the show, and I guess that you give yourselves a little pat on the back, is that you identify the names early that go on to be successful. Seems to me, though, like even pre-seed, but seed and Series A is becoming a very competitive space in the context of AI.
Absolutely. Look, AI is one of those things that people are focused on. Every VC in the Valley is looking at AI. We think of it not just as an innovation from a technology point of view. There is a technology, step function in change there, but also from a business model point of view. So let me give you an example. Most software today is sold via license model. Whether you use it or not, you pay for the license, and that's that. Or it's a seat-based model where it's per seat. What if that business model changes to a per consumption basis? So you pay for every task that the AI completes. If that holds, we're at the dawn of a new era in business software, because it's a transformational shift in how software will be sold, and AI is enabling that. So we're not just looking at it from a technology point of view, but a business model innovation point of view. At the earliest stages, it's really hard to see that, so we're betting on founders that think in those big terms, and we've been doing that for 53 years.
Max, what's therefore the viewpoint when you bet on those founders of their exit right now? Because what we're seeing with AI startups is they're having these increasingly interesting partnerships with big legacy businesses that, with the likes of Dan Loeb, are currently saying are actually going to be the winners of the artificial intelligence revolution. Do you think it's all about M&A when it comes to these AI bets?
Well, Caroline, it's a great question. If you look historically at the VC market, most of the exits have happened via M&A, right? There's a few giant winners, and the power laws take effect with IPOs, but M&A is really important, which is why it's important for us and encouraging for us to see this big thaw that's happening. To your other question, right now, everyone's focusing on the Magnificent Seven and these big companies and the scale that they have, because there's so few public AI companies, right? We think that there's hundreds to come in the next decade or so, and I think that the shift will focus away from those concentrated winners today to some of the startups that we're seeing in the market, the private markets that are coming behind that.
To, of course, keep on raising funds, to keep on allocating to the founders the very early. You've got to have this proof of track record, which you have. And I'm just interested as to, if you've got any companies that you're thinking about to get out the gates, how are you bracing yourself for your own IPO pipeline?
It's a great question. A few things have to happen for an IPO to occur, and they happen often very far in advance. So one is often up-leveling of leadership teams, right? Functional roles in finance, in marketing, in sales, in product, et cetera. So we see that. We see cap table fortification with the introduction of crossover investors that are both private and public investors that come on.
NVIDIA is a big one doing that at the moment.
That's right. And the other thing that we see, which is probably the strongest leading indicator, is the number of independent board searches. Through our executive recruiting partners, we've been hearing the uptick in that, and we feel it firsthand as well, and with many searches that are going on with our portfolio. A lot of companies are getting ready for this, and it's happening, and it's behind the scenes, but it will happen.
Oh, and boy, do we brace ourselves for it. CRV General Partner, Max Gazor, thank you so much for spending time with us, talking all things exits. Meanwhile, coming up, let's talk about Airbnb, revealing a new once-in-a-lifetime stay and experience category. Bring you all the details next. There's some good pictures. This is Bloomberg Technology.
No. Oh, I clicked on it. No. All right. Chadadonia. How are you? We're back. Still very early, man. We're only 20 minutes off a Euro close, and you are not moving much. It's like a little bit of momentum from yesterday, but sadly, I mean, the numbers on the market look like you're doing something, but like you could see it, we're still pinned as if Powell just spoke. Ford hybrid vehicles continue to accelerate, with U.S. sales reaching 17,997 in April, 60% improvement from same month a year ago. That's great. That MO is going to raise its divvy. They might, but they did it last year, so it's possible, but I don't know. Yeah, the MO payout ratio's up, but they did raise it last time. Hey, yo, what up, Preforms? Yo, I didn't even see that. What's going on, baby? Oh, man. Yeah, the Twitch turning up. What's up, man? Y'all ready for Friday? Y'all ready? Twitch, good to be back. It's good to be home. Any lookout for options? I still want the Aapl, but I don't know if it's gonna give me what I want. Otherwise, I mean, you could go. I want to average on the Airbnbs, but it's just a question of do you average before travel earnings or not. So I think it'd be better to wait, but we might miss out some. But that's about it. Some people are trying to go for the Baba Lottos just in case we get week number 3. But for now, I mean, just chilling. Again, I'm. If you watch the Monday video, based on my exposure, the bonds, yen, other stuff has helped out today. So, but right now, still vibing with earnings. And then tomorrow is huge data. That is the crazy part. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Apple will be a little more trickier because of the data. I think it'll be tricky if it's in line, or borderline status quo. If we could get an Apple big miss or big beat, I think it'll just be in its own little world. No meta plays. Honestly, meta, I still think there's a little bit of the downside, but it's kind of been awkwardly pinned here. No? Intel, 32 calls down 20. Should I get out or hold? I mean, you have time on them, but depends the size. So, my personal strategy with options, I do not use stop losses, and I don't get out of trades because I try to keep them at a price where I'm comfortable losing it all, because I generally, in my mind, you either hit an option or it's dead. There's no in between. The lukewarm does not vibe, but if that's the case, it depends the value, right? Because if you're down 20% on 10 grand, there's still $8,000 left. If you're down 20% on a 10 cent play, it doesn't matter as much. So it just depends, and then you're also limited to the time frame, and that's where you really got to ask yourself, am I going to be in the money by the 31st? and how far or close to that, that's your biggest determinant right there. Have I seen Airbnb icons? No. Is that what Bloomberg's talking about? What is this?
It up a crane 50 feet off the ground. So this is definitely a marketing expense for them, but they hope to be able to drive more traffic, new users. A user account is required to sign up, and also reach new audiences abroad.
I'm kind of down.
This was a big thing that played out on social media. So they tried to do the thing from the movie Up, but it was with a crane. And then I saw all these like founders and people associated with Airbnb.
Bro, this is real.
Brian Chesky on the back. For him, this seems like a bit of a personal project, Natalie.
Bro, what?
Right, it is definitely a personal project, something that he has done long before this launch.
Yeah, this is like the Malibu Barbie thing. That's insane.
Year, there was the
yeah, so you could stay there. It's free. It's just like a giveaway. It's a marketing. This is just Airbnb marketing.
Airbnb beyond some of the core.
They're trying to do like crazy houses now.
He wants people to
That's awesome. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I don't know if I'd stay there.
He starts wanting to get in on all of these
one-of-a-kind
experiences. Natalie Lung, thanks for bringing us a pretty fun story to end.
That's a trip, bro. Look at this.
Meanwhile, that does it for this edition
of
Bloomberg
hanging in the air.
What a big show.
Yeah, that is a trip. That's really cool. They bought a crane and then lifted a house with balloons on it. That is, wow. They better be making a lot of money. That's some shit you do when you ballin' or you worried. You know what I'm saying? That's like you either faking it till you make it or you just like you hit a bag, you like, I'm gonna go buy me a balloon house. That's the house from Up. Good marketing. I mean, shit, I just looked at it. That got my attention. Disney lawsuit. No, they love them. They all work together, bro. They got Airbnb the Malibu Barbie house. That thing was a hit. So I think Disney will take any marketing they could get. They're like, thank you. Market one of our old films that did good. Please. Yeah, man. So listen, I said, man, don't talk about other people. Joke was kind of funny, and you're cool generally. And I liked your comments for NVIDIA, but that got you a 24-hour one, man. You know what I'm saying? It's all love, y'all. It's nothing personal, but we cannot. If I tolerate it from one person, then the next person, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna compliment you when I time you out, you know, because I love you. But nope, we're not gonna tolerate anything, man. It has to be good. If it's not good for other people, it's not helpful. And just remember, the moment you say something about somebody else, you are putting yourself in the crosshairs. Y'all feel me? That's it. You say you people, they, you, your, that, like, you know what I'm saying? Talk about you. Tell me about your place. Tell me about what you think. Tell me about your belief. You know what I'm saying? But don't talk about other people, especially if it's negative. Could we say stuff about you? If it's decent, you can feel free to disagree, and I hope so if it's serious. I mean, somebody was beefing with me yesterday. It wasn't even beef. It was very respectful, and I like it. That's what I'm saying. I have respect for people, and if you have that same thing, and I know you're sincere, we're here for the same purpose, let's do it. Let's do it, baby. But other than that, I just, like I said yesterday, man, I think it's good, and it's good for everybody. So I love you, and I'll compliment you too. So yalla. Glad you're here, yeah, man. Don't worry. And either way, man, it'll always work out and get a long term. I really might not be here tomorrow. I might be live. I need to go get my wallet. I have to pay to look up my court date. I need to know what time it is, but no, I really might not be here. I might be here in the morning. Like, I could wake up at 5 a.m. and I'll be here, but I may have to end it at like 8 or 9. So it really just depends. the most accurate source for earnings date. Dude, it's hard. I like Earnings Whisper, but even then, they'll miss a lot. I have very good, like, software stuff to find it, but, like, unfortunately, these companies issue when they're going to report. So there's no real schedule. They just kind of, like, announce it either majorly in advance or, like, right before. And then sometimes they'll do it earlier or later than the other one. Yeah, Earnings Whisper, I've used them for a long time, and they're really good, but, like, sometimes it does miss a couple of them. Like yesterday, didn't have DoorDash and a few others. But if you went to the other ones, they'll, like, re-update them, and if you get those, they will. I think LT's down. I think he'll show up. He could sub in. I just need to find out what time it's going to be at. But I could be here for the morning, probably. Give you guys the updates, and then that's it. أنا مصري حبيبي. أنت تتكلم عربي؟ أنا أفهم عربي. كلم شوية شوية حبيبي. شوية شوية. شاهد كلم كتير أنا أقتلك. شكرا. See, these are the words I learned for being threatened my whole life. PayPal. Court info should be free. I wrote down the day. I don't know why I didn't write down the time. It's because I thought I was going to get the lawyer guy to do it before, and then I lagged on this one. The hernia surgery. You might need one. It was good. Honestly, it's the only surgery I've had in my life. It was painful the first week after, like 2 weeks, and then even like I couldn't really like work out properly for like 2 or 3 more months. But it was legit. I was surprised. Yeah, but I don't think Lending Tips knows how to use the Twitch. So Twitch, you guys might, if it does have Lending Tips tomorrow, he's like 70 years old or something. I don't think he knows. He thinks Twitch is like part of the DSM-IV. He thinks that's just a symptom of something. So we'll have to find out. I'll just take you to the courthouse. I'm not taking you guys to court with me. I don't know why you guys assume I'm going to live stream my court session. I don't think. I don't know where this idea came from. It's like very audacious. You know, it's like the Biden lying about the cannibal thing. I'm like, why? Like, why are you even why are you putting that out there like that? Like, what? I don't know. Where are you coming up with this notion, dude? Oh, got it. We'll be live for NFP, most likely. TRI, Thomson Reuters. And there's Apple. Baba, man, when it came close to 80, we haven't moved at all. It's crazy that we were holding the same level of like top end of Powell, or like the top end of right when it started the conference. But my goodness, you're just chilling. 10 million an hour in volume. Baba, they were talking about signaling and signing more support for real estate measures today. And then there's more real estate hype the day before on destocking, and then other hype at the beginning of the week with China's bond market cooling down. So low-key, it's been a lot of positive stimulus, economic recovery headlines for China. 2 weeks in a row. They haven't had 3 weeks in a row of rally in years. So if it closes good, we're going to put that to the test next week. But at the end of the day, it's still it's just all running off this stimulus news. Amazonian. Big tech is doing good. Some of these names, even NASDAQ's up 0.9. How does the NASDAQ look? That's interesting. Because again, SPY's just staying pinned. SPY could be because the oil names. No, NASDAQ is exactly the same too. Damn, that shit got murdered in the AM. Yeah, bro, this is right when the speech started. This is crazy. So it's been like, what? We're just under 3 hours now. And then you spent another hour from yesterday. But it loves this price. Say hello back to Grotto, baby. Let's go. Try to pop in for PHILO. Will we have PHILO today? We didn't get a PHILO yesterday, man. That sucked. Mortgage rate data, I think it does come out today. It shouldn't move us much. You know, there's somewhat of a lead into that. I'm still in the Airbnbs. I was talking about either averaging. I wanted to do it today, but I don't think that's smart. And if you want to take more risk, you can, but after bookings earnings and Expedia tonight. Priced in NFP? I don't know. I could check. It might be watered down after what we just went through yesterday. Because yesterday was funny too. You priced in 0.9, went above it, and then closed below it. You did everything yesterday. So let's see. May 3rd, that's the day. So especially with the market pin, this may give us a little bit more guidance. So what? We're looking at 537. That says 531. We'll go 531. Oh, shit. 531 divided by 502.65. 1%. It's kind of a lot. So, but then, granted, we also priced in 1% yesterday, moved 1%, and then didn't move 1%. So, take that with a grain of salt. It could be 1% or lower. But 1% is a decent amount. Why has Apple's expectations been cut so much compared to recent quarters? Because those recent quarters were not good. All those recent quarters were slowing down. Remember, last earnings, I believe it was 3 quarters in a row decline in revenue or something for Apple. It was like their first time ever. So it has just been being bad, and then people worried about China. There's been a lot of that in the quarter. Again, the Huawei stuff and the chips. And then I think there's another government thing, but that is what has been making it not as good. They're still holding up great, but they are one of the underperformers because it hasn't been a good couple of quarters, or just not the same excessive outperformance and growth that Apple once really had. And then people are really bearish on China iPhone. They're not expecting a good number. Honestly, I think that number might even beat, just because everyone is very pessimistic on China iPhone sales. So if those could go up a lot, then, I think that could be good. But for now, people are very concerned with that. It's a huge slash. Yeah. And this isn't, I think even seasonally, this is their weaker quarter, no? I would have to double check. But if you are noticing something oddly very low number, you could blame that on seasonal. So every company, there's one quarter where they do the worst. This might be it. Yeah, shopping the quarter after Christmas. Are Chinese citizens loyal to Chinese phone makers? Yeah. I mean, the Chinese are very much like us. Besides some decisions they can't make for themselves, but I could say that about a lot of Americans too. But they're just like you and I in the sense that it's probably skewed in terms of the numbers, but there's people in China who are very just like Americans, where they're like super nationalist, and then they're not. Like, imagine if there was like Fox and CNN in China. That's kind of how it is with like iPhone and Apple. So, like, if you are more supportive of the government, and, like, there's people who take a lot of pride in China and have that nationalism, they won't ever touch an iPhone. But there is some people who are, they like the Western world in China, and they're more favorable and accepting of that. They're down with the technology. And then again, the Chinese loved the Apple when it first came, and when we were, in the early days, it was a good start. It's a good relationship. It's not, they don't have a bad view of Apple, but they've recently turned it into politics. So this whole Huawei is like a matter of nationalism now. Yeah, the thing. Vanny, I will give you an update on that on the watch list because I put it up on the Monday one, but you didn't want to watch it. So, but we're getting close. But yeah, I just had an update on that. But if you're going to be on the watch list tonight, we could talk about it. I heard you could voice unlock the Xiaomi car. The Chinese EVs are crazy with the random little tech things they have, but I don't know if I'm ever driving a Chinese EV. I just can't. I don't know. I don't think I've ever driven a Chinese car. You know how it is. They Kev Dog. What's up, Kev Dog? Ruff! What? Or nah. Good morning. Still pretty early. Most of the parts on your car are made in China. Yeah, but it's just different. It's actually made in Mexico. That's where it was assembled. Okay? I know how it works. And then Alabama. You know how many Mercedes SUVs are made in Alabama? A lot of people don't know that. Alabama and Georgia, they make a bunch of Benzes. And then all the Dodges are built in Mexico. So, I forgot there's one more. Who else uses Mexico? Stellantis does, but I don't know, that's not Dodge, is it? Banjo Band. Yeah, I think the truck division, or like SUVs, is Georgia and Alabama for Mercedes. It's huge. I forgot. It was related to, there's big things back in the day when they first went out there. It actually has to do with politics, why they built out there. They got a lot of incentives, and then it was like, it's weird because it had to do with some of the U.S. automakers, too, at the time. But yeah, Alabama or Georgia, there's a huge Mercedes factories out there. Win? I thought Win already hit. Did Win not report? I know MGM did. I feel like they might have. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Yeah. SUVs and EV bat. Yeah, the whole town, I believe. Yeah, it's crazy. But I don't know, man. The EV. It was Caesars and MGM. I swear I saw something. Maybe it was MGM Macau. But are you sure Win didn't already report? They schedule earnings for May 7th, 5 p.m. Okay, no, yeah. That's weird, but they came out with numbers. Yeah, that's what it was. So Win came out with numbers today, though. And then, like, you had Macau numbers. So there's, like, a Macau update. And then there was the March revenue gaming in Vegas. So Las Vegas, the strip is down 1.2% year over year for this April in gambling. Actually, it's down everywhere. Laughlin, Nevada is the only... Laughlin, Mesquite, and Balance, Nevada was the only place with gambling that went up. Reno dropped by 6. Oh, so I should go to Mexico. That's funny because that reminded me. I saw something about flying to Russia, and then that reminded me of something else. I have ADD, but I have to tell you guys this. I want to make a video on this. This would be an entertaining tinfoil weird video. Bro, have any of you guys seen the show Madam Secretary? It's on Netflix, and honestly, if you're into weird political stuff, you might enjoy it. I brought this up the other day. Remember I told you my girlfriend was watching it? Oh, dude. Dude, wait till I tell you. Wait till I tell you, bro. It's crazy. I don't know. I might have to charge you likes for this one. Oh, no. So, I don't know if you have watched that show. My girlfriend keeps watching it. And, like, I keep seeing these things on it. And, like, I'm getting into it. And I'm like, dude, when was this show made? Bro, that show is pure tinfoil. I'm telling you, I hate it. Bro, literally, that show talks about Russia invading Ukraine. And then in a 2017 episode, they have a full-blown episode on leaving Afghanistan to the Taliban and then actually negotiating with the Taliban. And I'm like, and then there was one more event. Bro, there's been like 3 things I've randomly seen in that show. No, and it was so specific. I'm like, go watch. I think it was season 4, episode 6 or 9 of Madam Secretary. It has to do with Afghanistan. Go watch it, bro. My mind was blown. Even my girlfriend was tripping out because I was tripping out. I was like, there's no way. I got on my phone. I was like, when was this made? And it was in 2017 because it was ridiculous. They were making the jokes about negotiating with the Taliban and how it would work. And it was about like the women's rights too. Like the show was talking about. It was sad, but it was wild because I was like, there's no way that was almost 10 years ago. And then the way it actually happened. And then in the show, they had a better plan of pulling out. But still, it tripped me out. There's another one too. But pretty much in just randomly seeing that show, I've seen 3 random events like depicted throughout it. And they were all like filmed like 5 to 10 years ago. It's crazy. But yeah, I thought I should tell you that fun fact. That's pure tinfoil. No, it's a good show though. If you like the politics stuff, and then that just started blowing my mind because I was like, man, these are good writers. What's the next event? I don't know. It's just weird because all the events they were extreme at the time, and they sounded like it's just like movie shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Hollywood. Only in a Hollywood TV show would you have anybody in the government trying to make a real deal with the Taliban. You know what I'm saying? And then it actually happened, but it's like, wow, that's crazy. It's a good one, though. I like the show. I like the show a lot. Futu, that is 52-week high. And Baba. Bro, the China names are ripping again. Baba might hit 80, dude. It's up 5.8 right now. So low-key, I mean, I feel like the U.S. market's not moving as much, but China did go up too, I think, in the morning, and now these are all very good. It's called Madam Secretary. The X-Files one, it predicted 9/11. No, I didn't. X-Files used to scare me back in the day. Yeah, bro. Baba's about to hit $80. It's all very good, Habibi. As Baba, I think JD's the leader on the year, but now Baba, he needs to fight. And then SPY a little bit below VWAP. VIX is down. Russell still the best on the day. SPY Dow 0.3, NASDAQ 0.9. Looks like it's on Netflix. It is on Netflix, yeah. It was not on Monday's watch list. I think, is it Tuesday? It was the one right after the weekend. The stock market is worried is the title. But I found it. It says Vanny. GG's. Yield curve moved a little yesterday, but even then the bonds are still a big deal. It's like yesterday, if they do really recover and we get some good news, that'll be nice, but at the same time, we're still hugging that 5%. Yield curve 210s minus 0.3. It's pretty much stayed this inverted since October. Like after we had the bounce in October, or like after the big drop. It's kind of wild. It's literally been... Are we 2 months away from 2 years? Oh, shit. I think the yield curve, this might... No. I was just thinking. I think this might be the... We're getting close to the most this has been ever inverted in history. I did not buy anything with my deposit. No. Still holding it. Jake from State Farm, baby. How you living, man? Send the blessings, man. The blissful souls. Amen. Josh Brown pumping Pfizer. That's our guy, bro. He's been pumping Pfizer since day one. Yeah, Pfizer getting the pop. Let's see Josh Brown pump Pfizer.
500. We're now in a situation with Pfizer where there is nobody left who owns the stock that is like, in my view, that is like, ooh, should I really stick with it? Like, I think this has been so utterly and totally washed out. It's trading at an 11-year low, or just above an 11-year low. It's been one of the worst performers in the market, and everyone on earth is aware of the reason why. They made a huge bet on COVID between Paxlovid and the vaccines, and that bet proved to have been not something that was going to sustain growth past 2022. Okay, so that's out of the way. They are now reporting. If you listen to the last report, they're saying ex-COVID. So they're like almost like categorizing that as a legacy product line. Still hundreds of millions of dollars coming in. What's the future? The future is the Seagen acquisition, and I don't think there's enough enthusiasm for how many patents they acquired and how many FDA approvals they have or will continue to get. And that, for me, is if you're a shareholder of Pfizer now, what you want to be focused on. Stock's up 10% over the last week. It's down 4% year to date. It's down 30% over the last 12 months. It is the 8th worst performer in the last 12 months out of the 64 holdings in the XLV. Meanwhile, you got a stock that's now above its 50-day, courtesy of a better than expected earnings report. And I say it's one of the most mispriced securities in the market right now because it is. It's a 10 forward PE on analyst expectations for earnings growth in 2024 of 45%, and then another 20% in 2025. I don't think the stock should sell where it sells. I don't think it will for much longer. So I added to my position with the stock higher after the earnings, and I'm growing increasingly confident that the 20s will soon be a memory.
How you like them apples, Belsky?
God, I'm breathing. I'm saying, like, Josh, breathe a little bit.
Well, I mean your note star producer says, quote, I think it's dead money.
I think it's dead money.
Has been. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, so, you know, you always want to buy.
No, has been versus.
I think it's dead
no
money for all. I
longer.
mean, you got to think about this, okay? So healthcare is now the second largest sector in the market. You got a bunch of great ideas that are growing with great cash flow, with great dividends, with great balance sheets, with great earnings, with great pipelines like Lilly and Gilead and Medtronic and Johnson & Johnson and Thermo Fisher. You got a lot of great ideas you can be in there. Don't need to own Pfizer in a value portfolio or a tactical portfolio. Full disclosure, I own it still in one portfolio, dividend growth. I mean, it's a total return story now. So no, I'm not going to sell it. I've owned it for 10 years in that portfolio. But if I want to make money in a tactical portfolio, I'd rather be elsewhere.
How many companies can you think of that are expected to grow earnings double digits, have a 6% dividend yield, are blue chip stocks that have been around since the Civil War and sell at 10 times forward earnings?
Not many. However,
I think zero.
They've been talking the talk. Now they got to walk the walk. I think.
Agree.
So
That's the risk.
I'd rather be late. I'd rather be late and show me. It's a show me stock.
So what? One more earnings quarter where they're ahead of expectations. 3 more. Like what would be the thing that gets you onto my
I think they need this
side?
entire year, Josh, to kind of clean up COVID. Stop talking about ex-COVID because you're talking more defeated. Let's be a winner. Let's talk about how you're going to win. Let's not talk about how we're defeated.
I don't hate that.
So you also sold Netflix. You got stopped out, right? You bought it in late April, so you hadn't been in it long at all.
No, a couple points.
So what? Do you
still like it? The market told me the trade was wrong. That's all. I'm not like racing to buy it back. Nothing has fundamentally changed. I thought the stock would hold support, and it didn't.
You own that one.
I love Netflix. This one too? Come on, I love Netflix. I mean, it's the heads of the 5 families.
I think you'll do. I think you'll do well there.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a break. We do have another committee move to tell you about.
I like it.
Josh selling a big e-commerce.
He likes the
name.
value.
Well,
Guy says,
we have those
show me
details
story.
straight-
Dead money. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. I like it. I like it. He really likes. He likes his Pfizer. But I do like it. I'm down. He was spitting, bro. Civil War. Tell him 10 times. Tell him, baby. Just tell him. And then get ready for. I haven't looked. I need to get this. I need to figure out this court shit. I know right when I look at the chat, though, it's gonna be like, "Why'd you buy Pfizer? Don't you think they're evil?" Right. You added more shares on LT because of that? Well, let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, man. Is the Zach Morris a CNBC? No, man. I don't like the Zach Morris shit. I think that's sketchy. These are just TV talking heads, but nah, like pump and dump rings and like getting even like charged or implicated. Nah, that's far off, man. That's far. It's very favorable. Baba hit 80. Oh, I need to get this thing, man. Do they even trade? I think they do, yeah. Why won't this work? Bro, I literally have to pay to search my shit. Got that dog in him. Oh, you already got him? No, you have to tell me something, D. You got to say something positive, but they already got you. Whatever. I'll just clap you. He says, I choose sketchy person charged over Josh, and I will go call Josh something to defend that. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Now let me get this done. Why? Come on. I might have to call him, dude. My goodness. go. All right, let me play it. I need to find this. Please hold. Gotta get this done. It's only 9:30 though. Maybe it is a good time for push-ups.
Downward here. Do you think that there's still more upward pressure to come?
I don't think there's a lot more upward pressure to come. I do think that typically on Fed Day, the market gets optimistic. I think Powell, Chairman Powell does put information out there that makes people, react positively. Our base view is this whole notion of kind of a higher resting heart rate for inflation. We've talked about that for some time. That's still where we are. We actually don't have any Fed cuts in our forecast this year, but we do have the 10-year starting to come down a little bit by year end.
How do you feel about when the Fed actually does cut? If you believe that they can't get anything done this year, why is that, given the market is still expecting at least one in December?
Yeah, I think let's talk about the short end and the long end. So on the short end, this cycle has been very different, that it's taken longer for the Fed increases to actually impact the economy. What happened? Consumers, 2006, they had about 30% of their mortgages in variable rate. Today, that number is 3%. More people have kept their jobs during the Fed tightening cycle. So there's a different backdrop. We've talked about fiscal impulse. We've talked about geopolitics, energy transition. All those things have led to kind of this higher resting heart rate for inflation. So I think the market, sometimes wants to get ahead and say, oh, this is a classic Fed easing cycle. That's not the way we see it. The long end, I do think you have to take some comfort in yesterday's announcement that they're going to start to taper, which is, we have the Fed's balance sheet going down to about $6.8 trillion and then pausing there on the taper. But that's still a huge number. It's probably 35 to 40% of GDP. I mean, when I started in the business, it was 2% of GDP. So there's a huge change. That's actually still very accommodative. So my bottom line is, when you look at the short end on a real rate basis, which is what matters after inflation, this isn't that restrictive. And then when you look at it on the long end, the Fed is still protecting you a bunch with the liquidity that's providing in the system. The offset to that is that people are keeping their jobs, and they did a really good job of kind of extending the duration of their mortgages and other pieces of credit. So I think we continue, our mantra for this year is kind of glass half full. No doubt there's lots of cross currents, but we tend to think that the market's going to continue to do okay.
How does that set you up for jobs? On one hand, do you have optimism around tomorrow's report, and where does it stand relative to where you see the rest of the year going? Because realistically, there's a lot of uncertainty around how hard we land here, or how soft we land.
I'll tell you what we're good at and what we're not. I mean, KKR, most of our capital is kind of 5 to 7 year duration. We've been focusing on the structural changes in the job market, and let me tell you what I think there. One is 55 and year and older professionals are actually retiring at a record clip. That's putting pressure to keep the unemployment rate lower. The offset of that is, when you look on Friday, what would I focus on? Let's focus on the 3 structural areas that are growing. 1 is the government, 2 is healthcare and education, and 3 is travel and leisure. Structurally, they're below trend, and they've actually accounted for, depending on the month, somewhere between 75% and 100% of all the job growth. And people don't pay much attention to that, but you really haven't had a lot of growth outside those sectors. So if there was really a problem in those 3 areas, I probably would have more nervousness, but that's not my base case. And by the way, the Thursday jobless claims was 208,000, which is really, really low. So I know that we're worried about not as many jobs being added, but when you look at the unemployment claims, Thursday's every Thursday we see that data, we're still at very healthy levels.
You started this conversation talking about a higher resting heart rate for inflation. You had a report recently speaking with CIOs across the country here about, in the insurance sector in particular, looking at a regime change.
Yeah.
These are some of the largest fixed income investors in the world looking at what you're saying, potentially potentially higher for longer, maybe higher forever inflation. Put that into perspective.
So I think the insurance market is hugely important to KKR. We actually own our own insurance company, Global Atlantic. But more importantly, we partner with a lot of our clients. And so what we did with the surveys, we surveyed about $8 trillion of assets around the world. And what you see is a couple things. One is most of the CIOs agree with us that there is this regime change and driven by this higher resting heart rate for inflation. What's most interesting about the report that's out is that when rates went to zero, last time we did the survey, there was 15 trillion in negative interest rates. Today, that's zero. They were about 31% non-traditional assets. So they were looking for ways to find yield, to find diversification, to find return. Even though the Fed's raised rates 21 times, that percentage has barely come off. And so what it tells us is they've had a really good experience using alternatives and other forms of kind of non-traditional stocks and bonds, but they're preparing to create kind of all-weather portfolios. The number of times that a CIO told us, we want to find something that can actually ride out the storm. We've seen extraordinarily low rates. Now you have very high rates, and I think they're ready for that volatility, but it's led to a dramatic kind of repositioning of the portfolios.
I can make a lot of insurance jokes about all weather right now, but I will refrain from that. What do you think about the divergence here between what you're seeing from your clients on the expectations for inflation and interest rates versus what the Fed is saying?
Yeah, look, I think the Fed, where we've probably differed over time is, starting with the transitory. I mean, we own kind of, depending on the day, 150 to 200 companies. We get pretty good real-time data. And the area where we've continued to see sticky inflation has been around services. So Chairman Powell talked about that he doesn't see the stag or the inflation. I think on the stag, we would agree. And what we would say is productivity is actually quite strong. Companies invested a lot around their kind of their infrastructure to make it more efficient when COVID hit, and we're now seeing the productivity gains there. Where we might disagree, though, more is around this inflation comment, and we do see that. We see that in wages. You think about medical costs, insurance costs. I mean, one of the great things about partnering with insurance companies is when you have inflation going up or down quickly, they see it. They see what it costs to repair a glass pane. They see what it costs to fix a bumper. And so what I would take away from them is the surveys, they're probably in the same spot we are, which is our businesses are saying, yes, there's inflation coming down, but probably hitting the 2% target is going to be quite hard. I thought one of the, well, go ahead.
Yeah, if that's going to be so hard, does the Fed have room to raise rates if they needed to? And do you think that it's something we could see?
That's not our base view. I think the Fed's done a great job of kind of where they are, getting rates up quickly, moving aggressively, and starting to do the taper. I think one of the new kind of nuggets that we took away that was a positive yesterday is I think Chairman Powell did introduce the notion that under 3% inflation, you get a little more emphasis on the dual mandate of employment and not just inflation, right? Remember, in Europe, it's 100% inflation, no kind of growth and employment mandate. So I think they've done a good job. I just think it will take out a little bit longer to play out.
So let's talk about something else, because you recently came back from China, and the other big question mark that is sitting over the market is geopolitical risk and the relationship between the U.S., China, and the rest of the world in what has been a very volatile period with tons of geopolitical tension. How do you think about this when you come home
dude,
from
I'm doing the whole customer service thing
so
again.
I've been spending an inordinate amount of time in China and Japan. I mean, China's kind of has some
getting flashbacks, bro.
Forms of disinflation in Japan.
All right, my bad. My bad. I'm talking to myself again? No, dude. Bro, I had to do one for English, and then I had to go, and then I had to sit through the menu. Then I did 5, and then it gave me another menu. And then it was like, do you want another English, one for English? And then I said it in English, and then it sent me to another one. And this no, because I'm trying. I apparently, so my original citation number, since I had to get one rescheduled, it's not showing up. And now I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm doing the little search to try to find it, bro. And it won't work. And now I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So they hate me. Let's see. Let me try one more time. Customer service is difficult, man. It's difficult. We got a ticket. Did that work? Why does it do this to me? I hate this. I hate it. Google circle to search? No, what's that? Is that like the AI stuff? And then we've had that little drop there below VWAP and then came back up. Pfizer's still going. I mean, BABA and the China stuff, I don't know. It seems kind of quiet, but not really. Like, I mean that in the sense that, like, dude, China, we have been talking about it, but that's a nasty move. That's pretty big. I think even Baidu was going up. I mean, we'll see if Pfizer gets to 28. Starbucks, yeah, even Baidu's going up here a little bit. Joff Brown pumping FXI 2. Oh, it worked. Okay, thank you. All right, let me do it. Okay. Pray this works. All right, 10 a.m. All right, I got it. That's not bad. I'll be here most of the day. That's it. I'm just going to leave early. So I'm going to probably leave at like 9. That's not bad. Whew. All right. 10 a.m. All right. All right. We're good. We're good. Have to verify the income. I'm going to jail. I might. I don't know. So if I don't come back, either way, I'll send you guys the commissary shit if you want to send in any like donos or anything. LT. He said he would, but honestly, I don't know if it's not bad. Might be. Maybe we'll just end it early and then I'll come back afterwards. We could chill. But that's good. Why am I going to court? It's a long story. It involves war, suffering, pain. It's a lot, man. I'm going to write a book. I'm going to write a book on it. No, man, it's not that crazy. It's just a traffic ticket. And I forgot to go, so I had to reschedule it. And now we're here. Oh. Good luck, bro. I know we did it. Baidu, Binance, and Biden? Ah, wait, how's your... Oh, man, you just unlocked something. Oh. Am I fighting it? Yeah. Well, there's nothing to, like, fight. It's stupid. It's not true. It's a fix-it ticket. That's why if I don't go, I get charged. And then my insurance and then everything else. And, like, I got a perfect driving record. So, like, my whole life. Like, nah, like, don't play with me. So, that's why I'm like, of course I'm going to show up, sir. Mr. Ticket. Mr. Ticket is really good. Yeah. Them, and then there's another one. But, like, any of those services, they actually work. Like, you would be surprised. They're kind of expensive, but, like, low-key, it works, bro. If you ever get, like, yeah, like a ticket clinic. No. It's like Mr. Fix-It or, like, any of those guys, like, lawyers that do the traffic things. Oh, it works, dude. I'm telling you. Yeah, it is well worth it. All right, lending tips will be here. I told him, I was like, I didn't want to make him. Well, he said he was already going to be doing some other stuff. It works with his schedule. So I'll get you guys lending tips. I got the North, got the East, got the West with me. I got mad speeding tickets and no convictions. Yeah, that's if Mr. Fix It. They cut the middleman out, and you could do that at court now. Like, if you know how to do it, yeah. It's just like, this stuff is annoying, dude. Like, honestly, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if it, not only does it, like, cost money if people have to deal with it, but, like, dude, you got to, like, call in. You got to do a lot of things. I'll be on in the first part. I'm not going to, like, leave you guys with LT for non-farms. LT thinks non-farm payrolls is like a farming game. He thinks it's Farmville. I'm not going to do that to you, but I'll get you guys the data in the morning, and then shortly thereafter he'll come in when I'll leave at like 9, and I'll probably be back at 11. Stan, the radar man, beat my 90-mile-an-hour ticket for $700. I think he retired. Yeah, it's good, dude. I'm telling you, though. It's like if you get those tickets removed, it helps you out a lot. You guys remember when Farmville was like a really popular game? I don't think y'all remember that. That was a weird time. I think I was in college. By due continuation, you'll have till earnings. So realistically, it's just moving right now with China and all the other names. But if you could get above 115 or we get above 116 till earnings, it might get back to this level. So it'll be really big if it goes higher ahead of earnings. But they have 2 weeks till earnings, so you got a little bit more of runway. How can you tell which direction Wall Street's positioned on Apple? Well, there's no real way to know. I could get data, but as far as what it tells you, that's going to be up to you. You can look at calls and puts. You can go see what the option market is expecting and pricing in, but there's no real way to be able to say, because some people could have made their plays earlier. Like, are people really bearish or bullish? The only other thing, the guidance, that could give you an idea of how people feel. You know what I'm saying? Wow, yeah, so we'll have LT. He has a surprise for you guys, too. It's a very uneventful day. Not pretty uneventful. Very, very uneventful day. Like, we are at the level of when the press conference started. And it has now been 3 hours into the day. This is a joke. That means as far as like when Powell started speaking till now, the market is generally, if you're going to use the price of the SPY, has felt exactly the same. So that's what I was saying yesterday, though. Like, again, it is burning theta, but it's not. That's kind of the weird part. But this is what I was saying earlier. You're pricing in 1% for tomorrow. So the fact that you're not moving and holding this data event, it's screaming that there's like a move needs to happen. I don't know. That's my opinion, but I've seen it a couple of times. But it shouldn't really be like this. We've had a lot of info. There's a lot to chew on. But the way you're just holding that exact price with now the big data, and like we have a big move that still needs to happen. So unfortunately, it seems uneventful right now, but literally by tomorrow morning, and then we'll see what the earnings from Apple and the data give us. But it's bittersweet, but it's still telling you haven't done anything from yesterday, so we're waiting for something. But you are pricing in 1% by the end of tomorrow. Japan and France to start cooperation deal on defense. Every call and put. But that's the weird part. You guys got to realize. Let me be realistic with you right now. How are they burning premium if the market is still pricing in a lot? Ain't that funny? Think about it. How do you burn premium yet still price in 1% for tomorrow? Because if you burn the premium and the premium goes down, shouldn't you be pricing in less? You got to think about it. Actually think about it. Not repricing, not IV. I mean, it's kind of related, but it's really easy. The answer's easy. You know the answer. You are a victim of the answer. I'm more likely to be a victim with my style. See, I'm aware. I hope you are aware. Not retail. Well, time is of the essence, but there's something else. Again, you guys are saying theta decay, but that's too broad. That doesn't make any sense, right? If the options are decaying, how are you pricing in 1%? Makes zero sense at all. So they're lowering all the premiums, but then the premiums are high enough to tell you 1%? Nah. Something's getting burned. What is it? You see the smoke, you smell it, but what is it? The 0 days, it has to do with time, but that's not it. Come on, easy answer. You know what it is. It's not IV. It's not that. Come on. The fact maybe you guys don't want to admit it. It's not burning time. You said everything except this. Close. Someone just got close. You said everything except this. It's related to options. It's like the only other factor of an option. Come on, you guys. And watch, I'm going to say it, and someone's like, I said that! Dude, far out of the money. The at the money options are the victim. Out of the money options are the victim. That's what it is. So you guys brought up the time. You brought up the thing. You say duh, but you have to really think. That's why I said it's easy. But you got to really think about what is occurring. If you are going and you are getting like the premiums like going down, but then you're still pricing in a lot, that means the market's barely moving, but the at the money options are holding. Everything out of the money, those hour by hour, tick by tick, those are the ones they're killing. That's the things that are burning. So depending on the time frame and how far out, but the ones near the money, if you're near the money, at the money, you're not getting burned the same way. You're just holding up. You said that. You didn't say it. I have Chad facts. You said gap ups and gap downs, and then you said time. And then you said I said that. See, I could look up all of y'all. I know what everybody said. I know what everybody said. Yeah, you didn't say it. He added JK afterwards because he, about to be like, oh, yeah, you said that. You said that. It does make sense. That's why I just keep that in mind. And also, like, you got to think about it. There's two types of people right now. If this move, you're crying about it, you're probably out of the money. The people in the money on the options, they don't care because it's not moving as it moves for you. So you do have to balance that one out. Home run hitters. He's like, I get half a point. It led into it. Snap really. I think Snap might go to 17 now, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. Even Pfizer, bro. Dude, the long term just rocketed up. We went from, long term to, oh my gosh, a month of going down. We knew it would happen. And then now it's just back up, dude. Again, like all these like value plays even. And then we get a couple, but the latest deposit did help, but even without it, we'd still be up right near the highs. So even without last month's deposit, it would be at 175. But now we're right back up to the highs there. Yeah, Pfizer and a couple others. That one, we're about to go green on Pfizer again. So, and then this time with more size. But, dude, it was a wicked move so far. Alibaba. Arturo. My man. Oh, no. Let's go. Friday, Junior. I like a peach, man. You know, shout out Bradley Frizzle, man. It was weird. He got me with the AI. Bradley Frizzle is the reason why I can't be a reporter. Because if I was a reporter on air and he dropped the peach, my ADD would take over. I'm in my long-term portfolio. I am 1.69% cash. So not that high. Not that high at all. I have 98% in equities. So, but we have used our cash. We just got our deposit on Monday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. And I have not used it yet. Yeah, no cash. Just a little bit, but that's why too, though, this is why I've been trying to stack up. Like, you guys get it? Like, because think about it. That deposit now at this point, you know, it's like 1% of the account. So it's like by stacking up and putting into something already bigger, it's like, you know, it's building on it a lot more. But for now, we have a deposit to add to something. Maybe I wait. I have Bill in other accounts. Like, I have personal, like, any money in my life I do not use. I have a lot of money in bonds. I've had it like that now for a long time. So I'm taking as full advantage of fixed income right now as I can. I think it's good if you have money you're not using, like actually just not using, or if you're saving down payment money, whatever it may be. But in that Fidelity account, no. I will put it on the TOS, the Thinkorswim Schwab account. You know, if I don't end up using this deposit, I'll throw it in there. But Fidelity, I don't need the bill anymore. Do you think it's not smart to be like 15% cash? I think if you go over 20% cash, you're just turning, in a weird way, you're like reverse greedy, but you're still greedy, if that makes any sense. So I don't think it's bad. I don't think 15 is bad. Even 20 is not bad, but like, it's when you get to the point where like more than like a decent slice of your portfolio is just sitting there waiting and that money's not being worked. So right now you could work it with bonds, which is good. But at the same time, though, it's like eventually that might not be there. And then it's just like you see it. Even now, I like what Josh Brown was saying about Pfizer. Like, there is a couple of names out there with some value, like real value. Yes, there is some risk, but you have 20% cash. Generally, the idea would be, especially if you wanted to use a little and then keep saving more, that 20%, that could do a lot of good damage for you in the good way when the time is right, or if things do come down. But after some point, more than 20% cash, I mean, the law of diminishing returns. Like a rainy day fund or a separate I don't have a rainy day fund. I have long terms. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And then any money I'm not using for investments or working capital for my business, if it's like actually unutilized, I put it into bonds. Short term, as of lately, over like I think been about 2 years now, almost. You have large credit lines where if something bad happens, you can mitigate it. I do have credit lines, but I mean, it just depends in that scenario. Because, you know, if there is a bad scenario, they will pull your credit lines. It doesn't matter whether it's you or for the company. But assets is what I'm saying. So my assets, again, I have huge long terms, real estate. Like, that's my rainy day. Those I'm never using. I don't have any plans to sell them. So it just generally keep those, let them work and do their thing and grow until need be. And then, like I said, until there's cash, that's it. 40% bonds / cash is best? No. You're probably talking 60-40. 60% equities, 40% bonds. That's the boomer portfolio, which got blown up in the last 3 years. That's the sad part. You know that? Y'all shitted on the boomers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just talk shit about them. And then their 60-40 portfolios blew up after rate cuts or rate hikes. I'm not trying to inspire the YOLO demons. No, from experience, important to understand the difference between secured and unsecured debt. Yeah, that is true. If you're not really fully aware with that, that's a great financial thing it's a good fundamental one. Your bonds got clapped. Or your grandma's. See, and that's what sucks, because if she's like grandma and older, she may not be able to wait as long for it to come back, which is unfortunate. But the equities, depending on the equities, very, very good. We're going to be flat until tomorrow's event. We might, there could be an end of the day move, but realistically, what is the answer? Apple earnings after the bell. So that's the other part. They're unrealized. You hold them. Yeah, but like if grandma needed the money, you know what I'm saying? Like, and she's down now and this is the time to pull it, unfortunately, that's where they get clapped. But if grandma don't need it or anything happens prior, it just sits there. Bonds didn't blow up if they didn't sell them. Still paying coupon rates. But they lost a tremendous amount of their value. The collateral is been slashed in half, if not more in some cases. So just as we were talking secured and unsecured, everybody who had, those assets, they're still getting their coupons, but the collateral value has been slashed. So it'd be like buying a house. You could still have the house and live in it and collect rent, but that house that you bought for $1 million is worth $400,000 now. That's why the only the only thing that helped was the Fed's game of make believe. You guys know that, like the BTFP. So that was why the BTFP worked, because they created that liquidity facility and the Fed agreed to ignore the value of the collateral at market rate. So they said if you have $10 billion in bond collateral at face value, even if it's only worth $1 billion now, we will value your collateral and let you borrow against it as if it is 10. Because eventually it'll come back. So you are right. The bonds are not dead. They cannot, you're going to get a guaranteed return, assuming the United States does not go belly up. But it is, the collateralized value has been destroyed. So until that value regains it, then, if you're not borrowing from the Fed or on your books, if those are your assets, or any normal person, if you had that even like with margin, you would get margin called if you needed to put up more capital if you borrowed against those assets. So your dividend investments, assuming the integrity of the company ever changes, would you ever sell those stocks? No, not unless I have to. So my full plan is to, if possible, I would hope I could give everything to the next generation, if possible. So if I don't end up asking one of you guys for a couch, and God is good, all goes well. Either way, God is good. But, if that's the plan, and maybe God laughs at my plan. We all have our own plans. But ideally, I would want to pass it on to the next generation. So I wouldn't want to sell. Ten-year return following 60-40, 6.5. Meanwhile, SPY, 12.5. Just 6% a year times 10. All right, man, we're chilling. Meta's on the high. We'll see. But let me go to the party. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Kaylee, so there was overwhelming support, but a lot of progressive Democrats, more than expected, voted against this measure on concerns that it was encroaching potentially on First Amendment rights. But you're correct here. The idea would be essentially to set the bar for where one could pull funding, federal funding, from a university here based on some of the language and the signage that we have seen, some of it very ugly and definitely anti-Semitic, depending on the protest that we're looking at here. And we've been spending some time talking about this hour. I want to bring in Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, joins us live from Capitol Hill, having voted for this measure. It's good to see you, Congressman. How would you answer critics of this bill who say that it does encroach on First Amendment rights?
There's always a balance between individuals' First Amendment rights in areas of speech that cross the line. What we want to do is make sure that we're empowering the Department of Education to put a backbone into university presidents to end the ugly rise of anti-Semitism that we see on campuses. We've seen protests that have breached from First Amendment rights clearly into violations of law. We've seen that in my home state of Wisconsin. We've seen it in campuses across the country. Every student has a right to feel safe on their campus, in particular Jewish students, and at a period of time where we've seen the ugly rise of anti-Semitism, I think it's important to send the message that we're standing with the men and women, in particular of the Jewish faith, who are under threat across the country.
Well, Congressman, certainly we heard a message from President Biden earlier today when he spoke from the White House. He will speak again next Tuesday on Capitol Hill about anti-Semitism. What more would you like to see the president do domestically, knowing that in large part these protests were ignited by something that is happening abroad, geopolitics rather than domestic politics? What exactly is the resolution in your mind here?
Part of this is standing strong with the men and women of law enforcement who are trying to maintain public safety on college campuses across the country. Where you have protests that correctly use the First Amendment, that's allowed. But where those protests turn into illegal activities, breaching the law, threats, violence, etc., that's playing out on a regular basis on campuses across the country right now, I think it's important to make a strong statement that we stand with the men and women of law enforcement to be able to come in and reestablish public safety on our college campuses immediately. If college campuses like Columbia or in my home state in Madison, Wisconsin had done that sooner, we would have been better served.
Is this it, though, Congressman? We're told the Senate has no plans to even act on this legislation. Is this essentially a messaging bill from the House?
Well, I have a lot of concerns with the inaction of the United States Senate. Number one is they haven't acted on the House's passed border security measure. And so Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate continue to stonewall lots of good legislation. I'd love to see the Senate take a lot more up or down votes because I think we could get a lot more done on behalf of the American people.
Well, there are still some things that the Senate is working on, sir, if not actually H.R. 2, which I think we all knew upon passage when it passed with no single Democratic vote in the House was never probably going to make it through the Senate. But they are working on the FAA reauthorization up against a deadline of May 10th. There's questions around what amendments could look like and exactly the timeline here. But we also know some things may not be included in that FAA bill, which could be a vehicle for other things to get through Congress, including stablecoin and safe banking legislation, which I know you pay attention to as a member of the Financial Services Committee. If it doesn't get attached to this piece of legislation, Congressman, is it going to get done in this Congress?
I would rather see things pass as single-issue vehicles. That's not always the case of how things get done in Washington. At the end of the day, I think we would be well-served to pass both of those pieces of legislation, in particular the crypto side. I can't tell you how many individuals that I know in the innovation space as it relates to crypto that are interested in a U.S.-based legal framework. If we were successful in passing the House committee-passed legislation, we would have an opportunity to bring a lot of that development work here onshore into the United States. This is a huge opportunity for the future of finance.
How about a legal framework for cannabis companies, Congressman? That seems to be the same conversation we keep hearing. Is it stablecoin and safe banking attached potentially to this FAA bill? Would you be comfortable with both of those hitching a ride?
The Safe Banking Act, I think, is less actually in the policy of marijuana, which I'm not a big fan of, but I think it's saying we don't want the social policy inside bank regulation. We see that time and again from both the left and the right, where we see individuals trying to place social policy on bank regulators. Bank regulators should be focused in on the risk that's existing, in particular to depositors. And so that vehicle, though, might need to find a ride. I'd rather have single-issue votes. Congress in Washington would be far better served if we had more up or down vote on single-issue bills. Unfortunately, that's not how this place works. So if we can figure out a way to get that across the line, at the end of the day, I'd be supportive of it.
Well, speaking of the workings of the place, sir, it has been difficult to get anything across the line. Many rule votes, just procedural votes have gone down in this Congress. It's been very difficult for your Speaker, Mike Johnson. And next week, if your colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is to be believed, she will be forcing a motion to vacate, which Democrats have said that they will vote to table. How weakened will Johnson be if Democrats step in to help him on this?
Speaker Johnson's done an admirable job in incredibly difficult circumstances. I think it would be a mistake to have that bill brought forward. If it does, hopefully we are able to table that quickly. It really functions as a distraction to the biggest issues of the day. We should be far more focused on working to bring inflation down and secure the U.S.-Mexico border rather than focusing in on the internal politics. But as you say, it's a narrowly divided Congress. Things are difficult here, but hopefully we can dispense with this quickly.
I know you.
Hopefully. Oh, Cigna on the low. Oh, Chatadonia. My goodness. Oh, how do you feel, man? I'm glad. I'm excited. We get a PHILO. We didn't get one yesterday. It was a good day though. It was exciting, man. It was exciting, bro. But man, today I'm gonna go off of the last PHILO, man. Or I think it was around Monday. All right, was it Tuesday? We're gonna have to see. But oh man, this is an interesting PHILO. I told you guys yesterday I have another crazy PHILO, and I said I'm gonna have to do this one on we're gonna have to do this one on a weekend one day because it's wild. But like, man, I really appreciate y'all who have been involved with this and like really involved. That's what I'm saying, man. There's something about it, and I even saw something. I saw this like a Jesus song, and it was just talking about like the commitment and the journey and stuff, and it was just saying, Bible's a big book, like that's not something you do in one day, and so you can't be I need it in one day type of guy, and that's why I'm kind of excited. The way I've seen some of y'all, I like to see more than a one day type of guy, you know what I'm saying? But for real, man, it's been a blessing to share it, and quite frankly, I really hope the big blessing is, I hope you could see and feel, and I hope beyond whatever could inspire you and educate you, I hope you realize, like, look around, bro. We got each other. You got good examples. I hope we could both set an example for success and failure. Because, like, dude, I even said it the other day, bro. And I don't know, man. And that's the beauty, man. God bless it. Y'all can feel how you want, say whatever you want. But it's just like, if you notice a change, man, finger to the sky, baby. Like, for real. And I'm like, dude, these PHILOs. Like, I'm listening to the PHILO. And like, and it's above and beyond though, because it's what I told you on the last PHILO, and it's like it really woke me up. And if you're wondering why I'm this and why I'm that, bro, well, it's called a PHILO like that. That's why there's some real stuff, baby. So let's go. But on that note, man, today, good work, and I hope you guys are ready. Very proud of you. But today, I don't know if it's gonna be for everybody, but I want it to be. And I say it's not going to be for everybody because, like, this is it's just like the other one, man. It's weird. This one's kind of weird. Again, it's not normal. This is not stuff that you hear all the time. And it is something practical, though. So I want to talk about you. I want to talk about your state right now, your soul. And don't worry, I'm not going to condemn you. I'm not going to make you give your life to the Lord right now. But, like, dude, you guys need to take care of your spirit and, like, where you're at right now. And I don't care what you believe. I'm not saying, like, a demon gonna get you or anything. But, like, yo, peace And again, that makes some people question because they're like, well, why you act like this? You got to fight for peace, baby. But I seriously, like, dude, give yourself some time. Not only for the journey, not only for the mission, but like, yo, every single day, the stuff that you are encountering, my brother, for real. Like, you think it's a game? The TikToks, the videos, the YouTube, all these little comments, when you go out in the world, the people on the freeway, the people you got to talk, bro, you're dealing with so much, the things you hear, listen, all of that, man. And like I told you at the last PHILO, this is what this PHILO is about again. I hope I could bring this up again. But like, dude, are you giving yourself time? Are you sitting there 30 minutes? Again, I pray. Do you meditate? Are you giving yourself time to think about what it is? But I'm going to take it a little deeper today. And I really hope y'all feel me on this, man. Because you know what the practical concept I'm going to tell you about right now? And if y'all don't feel this, then y'all don't know. Then I don't know. If y'all don't feel this yet, then this is different, I guess. But I know some of y'all, when I say this, you're going to know. This is going to, and like I told y'all better pray for discernment. Because guess what? This is not for everybody. And not everything you hear is for you. I am not talking about you. But this word called burnout. Oh, they don't. Oh. I hope somebody feel me. That's the practical thing you could get from this. You ever felt burnt out, homeboy? That's what I'm saying. Some of you have, some of you haven't. I've been burnt out. You have no idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Some of you haven't, and that's, God bless you. You know, and one day you might be put in this. I think we all will at one point in our life. And it sucks, kind of, you know? Because you do something, you give it something, you feel a certain way. And, like, honestly, I know it's something you're like, they're like, is Doth getting burned out in the stream? Like, dude, I'm here every day. And honestly, this is why I'm telling you, I'm so grateful right now because I wasn't getting burnt out. I was not. Oh, but it was coming. It was coming. I know, you know, and that's why I kept telling y'all. I gave a little too much into the world. I slipped up. I did. Go ahead, say what you want, believe what you want. I don't care. But like I felt it. And I said, I was like, it was a fake humble, trying to be tolerant to things that I knew. And it's like, dude, the burnout will be real. But how do you keep going, Chad? And this is why I'm glad. I'm excited. I hope you feel it. But dude, you need to give yourself more time. I was like, you know what? For real, I be getting distracted. I said, I need more time alone, praying, reading. I don't even just thinking. What is it that stresses me out? What is it? Like, go sit with my thoughts, meditating. And like, here is the point, man. Y'all got to realize there's two things. There is fire and then there is oil. These are very biblical concepts. Even all religions, I mean, the oil gets mentioned. But do you see what I'm talking about? There's a difference between having a flame and being on fire and then having the fuel to keep going. Oh, Chad, come on. Do y'all feel me? And this is what I'm saying, bro. You know what we like? We like fire. That's it. We like fire. We do. We like getting excited. You know what I'm saying? You like the PHILOs. You hear the video. Wow. Oh, I'm getting excited. Oh, wow. That was a conference. You hang out with people like-minded. Oh, we love the fire. You know what I'm saying? We love talk. We love getting into it. But then we don't have a secret place of oil. You get what I'm saying? That's why you feel burned out, because we feel the fire. You get on fire, you get excited. Oh, and then the world, little by little. If you do not give yourself the oil, you will lose the flame. Are you feeling me? Oh, I hope they do, man. Like, think about it. Your schedule, everything. You think that one little thought, oh, God, let me have a good day. Oh, but that one thought, you know what I'm saying? That little moment that you're giving to yourself is going to, you have to go to work, you have to do this, you got to do all of that stuff. That is not enough to sustain you. You're trying to go big fire out in public. But then what do you have in private? You see what I'm saying? You want people to see the fire. You like the fire. You like feeling it. But what about in private? What is fueling it? You got a desire. I'm going to be this. I'm going to accomplish this. You posted about it. They see, but like what in private? You got to give yourself that fuel. It's simple. The fire is out in the open. The oil is underneath the ground. I'm asking you, what is beneath the fire right now? Y'all want to keep going? Y'all want to keep burning and not burn out? You have to fuel yourself. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm telling y'all. I've realized this even more, and with the much I thought I knew, I got to relearn this even more. Because I remember the times I've gone through burnout even more, and and it's true. Because you see how it is. You giving out too much to the world, but what are you doing in private to give yourself the fuel? So, Chad, I hope you feel me on this. I told you this a couple days ago. I said, bro, just take 30 minutes. I get it. This is weird for some of y'all. And I really feel it. You know why? Because it was weird for me. I'm crazy. You see me spend 7 hours, I could tell you stories and blah, 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 blah. I'm all over the place. Dude, it's hard for me to sit down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Some of you understand it. So I get it. It's weird in our culture. Go tell anybody, man. So y'all will give me props for talking about this. That's because it's so weird to talk about it. You get what I'm saying? We can't be going around. It's pretty funny. It's weird. But I'm telling you, man to man, give yourself some time. And but I want you take 20 minutes, 30 minutes with a book, with a thought. Think about what's going on. Relax and breathe. And hope and honestly, I hope it's not just one time. And you really want the real answer, the real I'm talking every day. And that's what I'm saying. And you'll notice. You give into that, you feed that part of you, there's going to be, you feed it in private, it will show in public. It's very simple. And then, but at the same time, man, you got to watch out for that burnout, because if you're not, it's unsustainable. And I don't want I want you to have a long-term sustainable. You got to be in the game. We're talking for a long time. But you need to have that sustenance. So I really do hope, man, y'all take care of yourself on this. And it's important. I'm telling you, if you think I'm different in any way, I've given myself more and more time every day lately. And I've realized I wasn't prior. And every single day, month, little by little, I was noticing a couple of things getting into my time. Before I knew it, I'm like, man, it clicked. I said, wow, I need more time of that. And it changed. The new wings, baby. New fuel. But I'm telling y'all, man, the world is crazy. You're in the middle of it, right there with me. I'm not telling you be scared. I'm not telling you run away. Nothing. But I am telling you to give yourself some of that for the armor. You need the oil. You have something above ground and there's something underground. But do not let the daily life take you away from you. And you need to feed yourself. And consistently. To the level of which you, imagine all the stuff you deal with. There has to be some sort of level you're feeding it. To what you are expending your energy. And if not, man, I said it. Bro, it'll little by little, you'll be a wreck. We can't keep living our lives every day for everything else and not giving your time with yourself, God, and really being there. But I'm telling you, it's a real benefit, And maybe I'm not promising you no invisible Wizard of Oz stuff, but at the very least, that they call it peace. And I'm saying, I think some of y'all, you will handle some anxiety a little better. You will manage some of this stuff by just giving yourself that time, so the next time you're in something, it's not you're in it again. You've got to meditate on it. You've got to sit on it. You've got to come to terms with it. Take the emotions out of it. So, Chad, I am very excited. But I'm only excited by what I could be doing in private. And I hope y'all do the same, man. I'm praying for all of y'all. For real. So keep it up, man. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watches and main channel. First link, Screaming Lights, Boot Camp, and Real Estate. Amen, baby. Amen. Yeah, man. I'm sorry, too, because, usually I don't like to talk about the same thing. Because I said this on Monday, and, for real, though, but it's beautiful, man. It really, I'm telling you, this is my testimonial, my review on the Amazon page. But I think 20, 30 extra minutes a day for yourself. And that's it. I didn't even play 2K. I didn't do any, for me. And, sitting there. I've been reading in books. And if I don't have a book, I'm meditating on it. And I'm telling you, it's a game changer. And it would be a crime if I didn't tell you with the same level that I have benefit off of it, just short term, not to mention, there's much longer term stuff. And that's why I'm like, man, so easy to forget and so easy to get caught up in it, baby. So, amen. And let's go. Amen. Try, baby. I won't support anything when you aren't supposed to be there. Amen. Amen. And it's all in his plans. But we need that oil. Man, in the morning or midday. Both. Usually right after the stream. But that's what I'm saying, dude. I have a really intense schedule. But then I have noticed I was letting it just little by little. I was spending a little less time. Or little by little, if I was intently. Turn everything off. You got to realize, sincerity will always bring a response. I hope you understand. Always. And sometimes how you allocate your time, it factors into your sincerity, And that's the key. But it's a rule. It's a law. I promise you. A real sincerity will get you a response. So I don't know what you're looking for, but approach it with a true sincerity of heart. You'll see. There's no way you will not get a response.
To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race.
Para popping, Sony offer.
Without a safe, the meanings have been replaced.
Sony offer, it's on the bottom right.
The place we could talk about it. Keep some oil in the lamps, don't get caught with that. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Yeah, I think that's Bloomberg. They got the first. It says New York Times, but I don't see it on any of the other wires, so that's early. It's going up good though. I'm not gonna play. I told you guys. Remember that last time? Oh wait, I broke the curse, but after I broke the curse, I haven't gotten back in. No. Remember last? I'm never playing this shit again. It reminds me of who's the soccer team? Chelsea? Was it Manchester? Manchester United? Yeah, them. It reminds me of that shit. I hate it. I hate it, especially with like the way the company's set up and how they're trying to do it. It's nuts. Reuters has the same agreements with upon delay. Reuters does have exclusives though. That's the thing. But Reuters is just not worth it. Like they have a special license for it, but like it's insane. It's insane, and then they get like one scoop every month of like above everybody, but then it's like half the time it's fake. But it's just Reuters, they have one little set that they get early. Remember when they almost caused the World War? They fired homie. And then SPY's coming back up, man. We're up near the high of the day from the morning. And then now a little higher. This is like Powell press conference runner. Wall Street Journal. Yeah, I'm excited to see Semaphore because they're fairly new in the news world. And like they're on the bigger scale. But I'm excited to see it. I wonder how it'll change in the next like 5 years. And then, bro, Baidu, Baba, JD, I really think the China run right now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but, like, this is fat right now. I think it crept up on everybody, and everyone's being low-key quiet about it because usually everybody freaks out. And I don't want to play. I'm already in my plays, you know. Like, I'm only down 1% on Baidu now. That's insane. But it's still, like, this is big. And like we said, oh, there it is. Look at that. They got this later. Sony make all cash offer for Paramount. So now that's hitting more news wires there. Yeah, China run would be, but like that's why I'm looking at him like, dude, it's kind of this morning I was like, okay, Baba's good, but like, dude, it's going up 1.5% every hour. If that thing keeps going and then we get a good week next week, that's gonna look very, very well. Para. Yeah, JD. I'm mad I sold that one. We got good gains on it last earnings, but if we held, oh, my goodness. I think Sony, well, PlayStation, which is Sony, yeah. I think Sony has multiple divisions, but generally, I think it's the broader company. Sony makes some movies too, like they're in the like film studios. Wake up tomorrow and they're all down 7. Honestly, that's sadly too on point. You just kind of brought me back to reality. But that's why we'll see tomorrow. But then 2 weeks in a row, we get 3 weeks. Then maybe Wall Street will start clamoring. Yeah, Sony got hacked by North Korea in like 2014, bro. After the interview film by James Franco. All moving. Yeah, some more than other. Pinduoduo is the leader on the year. Baba is like the general pack leader, but so that's good. And then Baidu's still a little below, and then so is Pinduoduo. It was Pinduoduo at first. Baba. I don't like JD as much. I only like, for long term, I only like Baba. I've been holding Baidu for like 6 months, but that's a flip, sadly. But it is, I don't like like the other names for the long term. Only BABA. Just because BABA, like, again, I've known about it for most of my life. And even then, the credibility that it has within China and that structure, I really do believe in it. I don't think it's ever going to leave. I think it is China. But other than that, I'm not linked on anything else. Ah, shit. Yo, that Baidu call, bro. I'm selling it. All right, 10% gain. It expires tomorrow. Unfortunately. I think that one could have been a better hit, but I'm not going to push it for tomorrow. Unless you think it'll go up 6 more. It could, but shit. Why is the BABA at the money call tomorrow so cheap? Because BABA doesn't move a lot usually. This is an outsized response, and like OpenFace said, like legit, this thing could be down 5% tomorrow off of nothing. It's very well, literally, let me show you one. You see this one? Down 5. This one, down 5. This one, down 5. This one, down 10. This one stayed down 2 or 3, and now we're up. So, unfortunately, they will attack you. Bought that FXI 4.4, bought by 84,000 and sold slot early. Wait, what? You bought 84,000 calls, or somebody bought them and you got them? Either way, baby, let's go. China. So we can't get too excited, but it's low key. It's moving underneath the surface. So we'll find out. Airbnb average down. You either do it before booking or after. I'm gonna wait till after. But I'm in the market for averaging down. I'm not done with that play. What else I got? That's good, though. Those indexes go real good when they pop, too. So good work. And then if these hold up, that's all we need. You need one good week in China next week, and people might start changing their view. Uncle song's called Paul Freestyle. Thanks, man. Shout out to Long Term. BBG accidentally stole it and cited NYT, and now the headline deleted. Really? That's what I'm saying. That's weird. I was surprised. Well. Wall Street Journal's pissed. How will we know when the yen story is over? I mean, it only has 2 outcomes. Either Japan collapses or, you know, Japan's currency recovers and everything goes back to what it was without any threat of the government imploding off of poor finances. How bizarre. An intervention. Well, we're going to find out because, like I was saying here, it's just if this data and what it does to the dollar, we'll know what the yen intervention really is. Because you realize, like, it's if tomorrow's data is bad and then the CPI is bad, the yen is going to hit a new low. So then that means the Japanese just spent literally like $50-60 billion for nothing. That's why it's not really, like, ideally they try to have some level of coordination with other major trading partners or currencies, because if not, I mean, you could throw all of this money and it could be for nothing. Do you tip for room service at Ziva? What's that? Did I just say something very inappropriate? What is that? Should you be buying Japanese shit on Amazon? No. You should be looking, though, for Japanese companies based in Japan that price in Japanese yen. Because if there is a massive currency fluctuation, you might be able to take advantage of it. Zivia Soda. Oh, Hyatt Cancun. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I don't know. You tip whatever, whatever you feel is a adequate level of service. If they got good vibes or not. Like, I tip based off of vibes. Like, that's it. Call real estate take over the Ziva. Cabo. That place is nice. I want to go to Mexico. Oh. We're going to pump or dump. We will find out in 2 weeks. Actually, the next chip earnings are May 8th. I think it's ARM. The data tomorrow is 1 hour before the bell. Come next year, maybe on the weekend, unless we get unless I do it on I could probably stream from there. Just have Core Real Estate in the background while I stream in. We have live audience. I'll have a laugh track. Hey, clap. You leave for Mexico Sunday? Enjoy it, man. That sounds fun. Damn, those Baidus just went up another 10 cents. Damn, son. Baba. Just kidding. I'm excited for this. I'm scared though too. Bro, China's squeezing right now. We have not seen this in a minute. The sad part is that it could be unwound, but this time people aren't even getting hyped. It's like gold, kind of. That's what it reminds me of, like when gold went $300 and no one really said anything. You going to Puerto Rico next week? Might move there. No, I have a lot of people I know in Puerto Rico, but be careful. And then honestly, don't go there for taxes. That's not the hack anymore. If you do anything Puerto Rico, the AI is going to flag you for audit. I promise you, depending on what you're doing. But other than that, I've never been. I know a lot of people there. They love it. But then again, the tax thing does not hit anymore. So a lot of people were moving there for taxes, like Logan Paul's and these business people. A lot of the even sketchier businesses, they started getting some AKA OnlyFans and other stuff. Like there was a lot of benefits. And then even big richer people, I forgot there's another billionaire, he moved out there for tax benefits. And it was really good because it was you got the benefits of American nation low key. And then the taxes were very, very favorable. But then a lot of people took advantage of it. And then they just started it's audit me. It's like a sign that says audit me. If you go and you're saying, oh, I moved to Puerto Rico and and then the people in Puerto Rico are pissed off. Because all the white people keep fucking everything up. Yes, we are. Okay. Have to throw that one out there. Peter Schiff lives out there. He's probably just fucking throwing gold pebbles at the locals. Get gold! But yeah, would you really move there? I don't know. I'd visit. I like America, man. I love it. Other places are cool, I've told you, but every time I come back, I'm like, oh, it's so good to be back. It's good. want to live on a beach, San Diego and Miami seems out of the question. Then just fucking live in North Carolina. Texas. You know what I'm saying? We could find one. Louisiana? No. Canada? Salton Sea? You want to live on a lake? Does Alabama have beaches? Good brokerage for the long term. Schwab, Thinkers, TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, E-Trade. Any of the big dogs. A bank in Antigua, your father-in-law stashed his money and shut down? Did he get clapped? It's crazy. They didn't even talk about any of the banking stuff on the questions there. Bro, those Baidus are ripping still. Maybe we should have held that contract. It was only $20, but it expired tomorrow. I was like, let me just not lose on it. But shit, the thing's rocketing now. It literally went up another 100%. The yen is hitting a new high. Bonds are break even. That's weird. Bond futures are break even. TLT is running. Yeah, damn. So this is back to 3%. That's insane. In the last 24 hours, the yen is up 3%. So it's holding back there. It is a holiday. So people were saying at first, they were like, oh, yeah, it's going to get clapped because of, you know, everyone's just going to sell into it. But with a holiday and lower trading, I mean, it's actually holding up. Usually failed intervention. And then, again, dollar is down today, too. Very interesting. Apple, I don't know, man. We might not be able to get it. They intervened suspectedly, but that's what I'm saying. It's getting to the point now. I'm still worried about it. Unfortunately, like I said, my confidence on it has changed a little bit, but we just have to consider that point of no return is lurking. So hopefully that was enough to scare them into action, like real action. But above all else, any failure from here is a big problem. So that's why if this does not work out, that is not going to be pretty. It could work out, and if it does, that'll be great. But if not, then it's gonna turn into a problem. I know China is running ahead of Apple earnings, but then again, China, it's kind of insulated this whole entire week. I've been telling you guys even since Sunday, Monday. I was showing you the high yield spreads, and then they came out with this new real estate support plan of destocking. And then today, this morning, they talked again about getting ready to sign into action some of these new real estate bills. So they're pledging real good support this time, and any other time they were not helping out the real estate. So we'll see. The largest yen squeeze incoming, I don't know. It could, but like I'm saying, there's enough doubt now where I think it's anybody's guess. But it, like I said, if this whole fiasco leads to another low on the yen, I mean, it's again the point of no return. You had a lot of people worried just a couple weeks ago, and don't forget this cost a lot of money. That's above, like, it's not like you would think it's just an easy task, right? But this costed a lot of money. And then 48 hours, 72 hours of this, they've spent $50-60 billion. Do you guys understand how much that is? That's like 5 Rivians at this price. You know, they could have bought out all of Rivian right now at this price, or they could have bought all of Rivian out for $50 a share. You know, but it's like they are, that's a lot of money. Janet's pocket change. That's like 7 days of Joe Biden's budget. No, I think this might be more. Hot dog. Amazon bond, dude, it's weird. Bond futures are not moving, but the bonds are. Oh, that's crazy. So our Baidu is looking very good now. I was just murdered on that way. But then again, anytime I go green on Baidu, it goes red in a day. So that's word to China. Didn't you say at one point that China and U.S. can't both be doing well at the same time? Yeah. It's like generally there needs to be some level of like economic imbalance to make it make sense. But if they're both doing hot, you usually don't see that. So if China starts ramping up, we're probably going to maybe start getting our slowdown on a little bit. I'm almost up on the Baidu shares. So I'm down by 1%. Literally a couple days ago, I was down like 10%. More maybe. But we're getting there. Any Aapl plays? Nah, not the ones from this. I don't think we're going to get it. I answered that too for you, Devin. Yeah, we'll go over the preview in like 10. Actually, I need to go get the previews right now. Honestly, we might just do Aapl. But I don't think it's going to work. There's a lot of negative expectations on Aapl, but yeah. Josh, you did heavy squats. What do you think about disassembling my trading account and putting it all into long term, but still spending time here on stream? Probably will be the best decision of your life. As unfortunate as it may sound, but simply putting it into the long term. And then even if you committed no trading or like 5% of your money to trading, not even, and you did that, whether you came to the stream or not, but you had the long term, and you're telling me you're going to get rid of a trading account to turn to the long term. I mean, yeah, man. There you go. About the watch list. Nice. Oh, you did? You got more time? Then you killed it. Good. I'm glad. My daily, I already had shares, so I wanted a cheap play just in case it kept going. So I got a little gain on that. It kept running. But if you got time from that purchase, then it's good. No, it happens. So it's not a bad idea. Honestly, I wanted to see. I don't know. Are you here right now? I didn't get a chance to respond. I thought we'd talk about it. But somebody emailed me yesterday, and I got like, honestly, you know what I did? After this, maybe I should have responded to the email. Instead, I went straight to the prayer request, and I started praying. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I was like, man, they sent me a great email. They're like, Josh, I love you. And I just stumbled upon you. And this and that. And they're like, I have a kid on the way. And they're like, I have $40,000. And then they're like, and it was all good up until then. And then they're like, and then I've seen other trading gurus and this and that. And then they're like, option. How do I do option? And I was just thinking, I was like, damn, you got a kid on the way. That 40K, bro, if you put it into the long term, it's not sexy. You're not going to like it, but like that would be the best way to start. So I don't know if you're here right now, but I would take that 40K and I would put $36,000 into a long term and have a longer term portfolio. And then I'd maybe use like $2,000 to $4,000 of that 40K to start off with options. But you have to be careful. And that's what I'm saying, because I'm telling you, you're like, the options is dangerous. It's a very good tool and it will be there for you. And I really think with small money. And that's the thing. And that's why too, man, like, bro, that's why I'm giving y'all shit for it a little bit. But like, dude, there's scammers and shit out there, man. And y'all seeing, you're like, oh, you won't take risk. I'm like, bro, y'all just don't fall for that shit. And there's people out there running it up. Everyone's trying to get you caught up in it. I've done very well with small options my whole entire life. I ain't have to pump shit. I ain't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. I mean, 500 to 50,000 multiple times. You know what I'm like? There's the 30,000 plays. So you don't need to go all that crazy. It's like your long term, no, that's going to be the answer. And like the worst thing you'd want, I'm telling you, that pressure, imagine having a kid. you got this 40 grand and then you gamble it and then it does not work out without a long term, you're going to hate it. And I've seen it happen before. So I'm telling you, I would start paper trading for options. I will teach you everything I know. I promise you. And it will be slow. It won't be sexy. You'll be tempted to gamble and put a lot of money in. As long as you keep it small and put that, like I'm saying, 90% into that long term as your child is born and that, watch. It will be the best decision you ever made in your life. And then if the options hits for you, my goodness, now we got another source. But above all else, you will not fail with the long term. Like I said, I failed on a lot of different things, and I've done it publicly. But the long term has survived everything. The best market, worst market. And above all else, it don't matter because we survived the worst markets with it. Option accounts got blown up. They've done good. They've done bad. It doesn't matter. The long term has remained. And that's what I'm saying. Your money will be with you and it will grow. And it will not flee from you. And you will have kids and it will be there. And if not, it will double, triple, quadruple versus anything else. So if you go about it in that right way, I think it's going to be good. And again, I've taught a lot of people here. I will help you. It'll be free. You will not need anything else. But the long term and how you prioritize it and sticking to that plan, that will be the game changer between this was the best thing of my life or the worst thing of my life. 36 all at once? No, I would space it out. Always space it out. Because that's it. I mean, it's not going to be sexy and you're going to spend time feeling like you're doing nothing. But then when I show you it a couple years later, you're like, wow. And that's what you got to do. But little by little is going to get you something. It's going to get you something built on a good foundation. And it's not going to be able to get taken away from you. And that is the key. Yeah, Baba has not moved like this in a while. But then again, every time it does, it gets clapped. India probe finds Amazon and Flipkart broke antitrust laws. I feel like they're only doing that because America got mad that they were planning an assassination attempt on our soil. The long-term stocks is on the YouTube channel. We go to youtube.com/thestockmarket. And then the community tab, there's a photo of all of the stocks that we are holding for the long term on all the different size accounts. Best way to find those off markets, drive around, see beat up, and see if they want to sell. Yeah, and door knocking. Honestly, I think you might be good at it too, but like just talking to people. Same thing. You're going to encounter a couple of failures your first time, a lot of failure. But just talking to homeowners, it goes a really, really long way. And you would be surprised. But then again, those beat up homes, yeah, that's a good one. Hershey's focus areas, a final decision expected by end of the month regarding review U.S. media roster. To initiate formal agency review for companies' ecosystem inclusive of candy, mint, gum, and salty and protein business units. How you flip the temptation of flipping the account? Well, sometimes you got to boil it down to the idea. And really, most ideas are not going to be worth it. And that's kind of what it is. It's like the logic of there will be a shot one day that you should take it. But like 9 out of 10 of them are hoes. And that's the real dilemma. And honestly, you should long term until then. But it's very easy to fall into it. And that's why I always say just trade with a much substantially lower amount if you are engaging in something that has the risk of total loss. Is the LT, that's good, man. I'm glad to hear, Randy. I hope the LT, man. We went through some LT rehab, so let's get it. I'm glad. That's good news to hear. It's really, budgeting is just to avoid the major problems. That's it. You know, you have the right budget. Like I'm saying, homie, about to have a kid, $40,000. He puts $4,000 in the option and does everything wrong. His life is going to be okay. You see what that 36,000 in other stocks and whatever. He may be like, oh, I just lost 10%. Oh, it may not be good, but that's going to be there. And it's not going to be, again, imagine if he only used 2,000. He could fail, get a long-term, learn, and then try again. And then still have a majority of his money. And that's where I'm saying that just budgeting will protect you from the ultimate failure. If that is, and that should be an ideal goal. Futu. That's another China name, man. What was the last time Baba moved over 7? I think that this day was big, and then this 2-day run went from 72 to 78. But that's $6, bro. It's already done, what, $4 or $5 today? This was a pretty big gap on earnings, 68 to 74. That was almost $10 in 2 days. But yeah, it might be the biggest move for Baba on the year. And you say when China bottoms out, it's U.S. turn to go down. Yeah, I've talked about that a while, and like literally China just kept going down, and then we just kept pumping. So depending on how this plays out here, I mean, we may start to see that, but again, very macro, could be very slow. Bubba. We got Baba in the long term. It's a cool pickup. DraftKings. I like them. Don't they have earnings today? I need to get these previews. Why? What am I doing? All right, hold on.
Double dose of tech, including one of the most read stories today about the Chinese telecom giant that's blacklisted by the United States that is secretly backing U.S. research. It's kind of a wait what moment, and it was certainly a must read for all of us this morning on our read-in. So we're going to get into that. And also, Informatica's CEO, Amit Walia, is with us. We're going to talk AI. We're going to talk cloud. We're going to talk about Claire GBT.
Hey, everybody's got
I think I'll have all of them.
You got to have a GPT right now.
And maybe the speculation
maybe Cloudflare.
We'll see what he has to say about that.
Also, tennis icon and legend, incredible athlete and deal maker Serena Williams. She's on the latest edition of the deal with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Kelly. We check in with Jason a little bit later, too.
And
yeah,
one more thing, another update
I think I have
over
them all.
at Peloton. It's a jam-packed 60 minutes. First up, let's get you going with a check on the day's trade and your top business stories.
Power Hour?
Charlie Bell.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you both. Right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ in the green, but a developing story that we are following for you. Paramount Global jumping to a session high. It is now up by roughly 10%. After a Wall Street Journal report that Sony Pictures and Apollo Global Management made a $26 billion all-cash offer for the company. Again, we've got shares of Paramount up by 10.3%, Apollo right now up 3.8%, and Sony up 1.9%. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green, close to session highs right now. 35-point gain for the S&P at 50.53, up 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 249,
Delta up
up
2
7
candle.
tenths. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 189 points, a gain of 1.2%. The Russell 2000 outperforming, up now by just about 1.4%. 10-year 4.57% with a 2-year yielding 4.88%. Spot gold down 0.6%. 23.07 for an ounce of gold. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%. 78.93 a barrel. Some of the other stories that we're following. After earnings, Qualcomm surging 9.4%. After earnings, eBay declining now by just about 3%. Also after earnings, Etsy plunging. Etsy down now by 14.4%. The big one, as Carol mentioned, after the close of trading will be Apple. Apple up now by 1.8%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green. S&P up 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, to follow on what Charlie had to say, in the run-up to, we've, of course, got tomorrow's monthly jobs report, very closely watched. Data today showing U.S. labor costs jumped the most in a year as productivity gains slowed, adding to risks. Inflation will remain elevated. Now, economists surveyed by Bloomberg forecast a 240,000 gain in non-farm payrolls, which would be
that's
the
so much higher than the beginning of the week.
And that's what we
beginning of the week, we were pricing in
190
190
Eastern Wall Street time.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is look what happened last month with the estimate, okay? Things blew past it. We'll see tomorrow, but before then, the Fed decided yesterday to leave the target rate for the benchmark rate at 5.25% to 5.5% following a slew of data that pointed to lingering price pressures. Jerome Powell said it's unlikely that the Fed's next move would be to raise rates.
All right, so where does it all leave us 24 hours later? To help us with that, figure it out, Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie back with us. He's there in New Jersey. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey also with us at BI headquarters in Princeton. So not sure, guys, what the net takeaway from the Fed meeting was, especially since financial markets seem to take a round trip and finish pretty much where they were before the Fed decision. Michael, let's start with you. What was useful and productive for you with the Fed decision and commentary by Fed Chair Jay Powell?
Well, I think the big thing was the fact that he did push back on the need to raise rates. And I think that the market was very worried going into
oil's
this meeting.
popping right now.
2-year above 5%. The positioning was very much in terms of curve flattening, and today we're seeing that being unwound. We saw it being unwound yesterday afternoon, so we're seeing a bit more of a bid here in the front end. But ultimately, as Powell said, when he was asked about whether policy was restrictive enough, he said that question will be answered by the data. So we're all eyes tomorrow on payrolls. And as one investor told me this morning when I spoke with him, he said it's potentially a very asymmetric event. If you get a strong number, rates will rise again. And if you get a weak number, then people are going to really jump on that. So it could be showtime tomorrow at 8:30.
Okay, well, we'll see. Hey, Ira, I want to bring you in here. Same question to you. What clarifications, what additional information did you not get off of the Fed meeting and the press conference yesterday? What did you learn?
Well,
I like
obviously, the change in the statement, the one sentence about not making as much progress on inflation, I think was pretty important. That's the fact that the Fed observes that and is acknowledging it is, I think, important. And second, it wasn't that Jay Powell, I don't think, didn't push back against rate hikes, but more importantly, he also refused to say that if inflation accelerates, which was one of the direct questions he was asked, he didn't want to say we will raise rates. He said, we'll take appropriate action and really hinted, I think, more strongly, the way that we read it and the way that our natural language processing model read it, was that he was actually a little bit more dovish than people thought he was going into the meeting. And that's one of the reasons why you saw interest rates rally and Treasury yields go a bit lower. On tomorrow, tomorrow is key. And what we'll be focused on, and I think what the market, after it digests the headlines, will focus on is the wage data. So even if we get like a 150 print or a 300 print, it almost won't matter. What everyone's going to focus on is the wage data, because services is still the sector, and those sectors are still what's driving the economy. And
Power got a buyout offer from Sony.
Non-housing services, which is something that Jay Powell actually even mentioned explicitly yesterday. That is where inflation is, and that is driven generally by wages. So if wage gains continue, even if payrolls miss a little bit, I think that Treasury yields could wind up going up a bit, and you wind up seeing a little bit of a sell-off in Treasuries.
Before we move on, natural language processing model. Ira, tell us a little bit more about that and what you guys actually track and how it's helpful and useful and predictive.
Yeah, so we have a couple of different models. One of them is, our base one is on the minutes of the Fed meeting. So we basically have our model goes out and looks at every single sentence in the minutes and then parses that and says, okay, is this hawkish or dovish? And then also how hawkish and how dovish is it? We then do the same thing on the opening remarks from Powell's statement. And the fact that Powell's statement yesterday was a little bit more dovish, I think was pretty telling. And it certainly, when he was talking as when you saw the market really start to rally and yields move lower, because he didn't sound hawkish as people expected. And certainly, again, that model suggests that he was more dovish than he was in March, and that was a surprise to the market. We haven't rallied that much. Like, let's face it, it's 10 basis points in the 10-year yield, basically. We didn't break a very important technical level of 4.7%, so we're probably trying to figure out where the range is, unless you get some insane numbers over the next 24 hours.
Michael McKenzie, you're not a natural language processing model. I would argue you're, in fact, better than the next best thing as a human being, covering the rates. But I'm wondering if you agree with the sentiment that we just heard from Ira, that it was indeed more dovish than people originally thought.
Yes, and you've seen that. That's why the market's rallied. The market was primed for a hawkish Powell, someone who, a Fed chair that was going to say, look, we've had 3 straight months now of upside surprises in inflation, and it's a problem. And even though the statement and Powell himself, talked about that and acknowledged that, I think what was key was that Powell also continued to say, we have a dual mandate. We're looking at the labor market, and if the labor market starts to weaken, that opens the door to cuts. So I think he tried to be balanced, which is, I guess, what I thought he was going to be. But the market will always sort of will always sort of price in the worst case scenario, and then we're getting the relief rally. I think it's still a relief rally, as Ira says. This could all change tomorrow. But I think in general, the market is trying to find the ranges. But I think the one thing we can sort of see quite clearly is that 5% on the 2-year does look a pretty tough level to break now. It's really an open question about where the rest of the curve is going to be trading and what ranges we find. We do have a refunding next week, so we're going to get a slug of 10-year and 30-year sales. And it'll be interesting just to see where those auctions clear, what the scale of demand is. Auctions we had recently in the front end went fairly well. But I think next week we'll get a better idea, particularly after jobs.
Hey, I do also wonder what you guys think might be the rate range on the downside if we start to see some weakness in the labor market. Ira, come on back in this conversation. If we think maybe we've topped out, as Michael said, 5% on that 2-year as we look at the trade. I mean, what's the downside? How low could rates go if we start to see some significant pulling apart, if you will, of the U.S. labor market? And I'm curious what kind of number or trend line it's going to take on the job side for that to really happen.
Sure. So first, let me say that I think Michael's absolutely correct. 2-year yields at 5%. If they go much higher, then you're taking out any chance of an interest rate cut in the next 2 years, right? And that's pretty unlikely. So I do agree with that sentiment. As far as where we could go in the near term, so before the auctions next week, is if we don't get a good number, then we're targeting probably 4.25 on a big move. Like, you'd have to get like a crazy low number and bad wages for this to happen. But 4.25, 4.30. 4.25 to 4.30 are some very important, again, technical levels that we're looking at as the next kind of support for 10-year Treasury yields.
Michael, what about you in terms of on the downside? How are you starting to think about that? I mean, I don't know if it's too early, but I'm just curious.
I think one of the interesting conversations I had this morning with an investor was they're waiting for higher yields in 10 years before they start to rotate and add more duration, as they termed it. But they also said that if you get weaker numbers and you start seeing more misses, and obviously we saw ISM yesterday, it missed, they suspect a lot of people have been holding back, like themselves, are going to suddenly jump in. So I suspect you can't really rule out another big overshoot rally in the market if we do get...
Good. All righty, Chattadonia. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for that? Down. Everybody earnings. Bow. All right, Chattadonia. It's that time. We got a couple here. There's a couple I chose to just, I don't want to go over all of them. Some of them, if they're like pricing in way too much, and I think even like Amgen, and it could have been, I think, like Bill. This has been a weird one that's been going through. I think that one might have even hit last quarter too, but I skipped a couple here for the morning because there's, what's it called? There's a lot in the morning, but usually the morning earnings don't really hit the same way. So I will be going over Hershey's and Fubo, maybe XPO, but other than that, We got all the ones here after hours. There might be a couple that I don't have on here, but what we are going to do is go over the earnings previews. We're going to go over how these companies reported at their last quarter, what is expected for this quarter, their guidance, all of that good stuff, and then we are going to go to the option chain, and we are going to price in the options. So, yeah, Para, I just don't want to, I'm done playing Para. I ended the curse last time, but yeah, we put out a stream alert and Troy dropped that news within the first like 30 seconds here. So yeah, we had it very, very early in here. I just, again, Para gives me Manu vibes. But with the earnings previews here, I'm going to price in the options, and I hope you could use that for whatever strategy. I will do my strategy of 2 standard deviations. If you're not familiar, there is a tutorial in the description if you want to understand everything that's here. And after that, we will go and find plays. If I make any, I'll let you know. But other than that, don't gamble. We just had a talk here with options in long term, and don't ever forget, money that you need is cursed. So don't gamble. And honestly, there's been a couple of hitters. We just hit 1,000%er on Starbucks. We got a Tesla post earnings. But other than that, it's not like this season has really offered too many crazy plays. So keep that in mind. But now, let's do it, baby. Let's start with the first one, Aapl. Aapl. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I tried this on a couple of them. Do you guys see what I did? So instead of writing it in Arabic, I tried to draw the logo. So that's my Aapl logo. I think, what would you rate it? I would give it a 7 out of 10. I think you could generally see the idea. You know, you could kind of like, if I show, like, you get this is Aapl, right? Mm-hmm. Here, let me show you another one then, there, before I continue. All right, what company is this? Do you know what company this is? Let's see. It's backwards though. Oh, I messed up. I thought it was the right way. I think I might be, a little. Oh, DraftKings. All right, look, you guys get it. All right, perfect. We are on the same page. Yeah, no, DraftKings. You got it. I think I'm an artist now. Anyways, so as far as Aapl, they're expecting second quarter revenue of $90.37 billion, 66.9 in products, 46.31 in iPhone, 6.85 in iMac, iPad 5.9, and 7.8 in wearables, 23.12 billion in services, gross margin 46.5 versus guidance of 46 to 47, operating expenses 14.37 billion versus guidance of 14.3 to 14.5. The Aapl got in the way. Operating margin 30.8, EPS $1.51. Next quarter expecting revenue of $83 billion. Gross margin 46.2, operating expenses of 14.39, operating margin of 29.1, and EPS of $1.31 a share. Price history since last quarter, February 2nd, Aapl is down 6.6%, SPY is up by 2.2, and XLK is down by 1.7. So near-term options imply 4.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 5, gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So, honestly, the numbers are a little bit lower, even for guidance. They are down and underperforming both XLK as well as the SPY. And they don't really move. In the last year, Aapl has not moved more than 5% on earnings. So, honestly, Aapl kind of moves like Microsoft. Unless they guide down lower or they guide up or they come up with a split or something else, they haven't really had a big earnings, at least in the last year. So, this one's going to be interesting. But like I was telling you, it might be hard to play. It's just pricing in a pretty normal move. So at this point, if it is pricing in like 5%, 2 standard deviations, I mean, you need Aapl to move 10%. That'd be like a $200 billion move or something. A little cheeklay from the top here. So let's see, though. Let's get the pricing. Everybody was option pricing. No? Okay. All right, 320 plus 355. So what? 570. No, 670. 688, 659. We'll go 670. It's a good price. Divided by 172.77. 3.8%? No. All right, yo, this came in lower. I'm going to try the higher number. That's crazy. So it's kind of lower right now, low key. 3.9. It's a little lower than 5. So it's pricing in a little less. That gives you a little bit more margin if you think. So then that point, you need like an 8% move for 2 standard deviations. That's a little more realistic. That 2%, it's like $60 billion. Interesting. All right, so Apple pricing in like 685, 675. All right, the next one. Yeah, an expiration date. Well, we're going next week if you're doing any 2 standard deviations. So watch out because, again, tomorrow is Friday. All righty, the next one is Coinbase. Coinbase. Wow. Coinbase Global. All righty. So revenue is expected to be $1.36 billion. Subscription services, 481.1 versus 410 to 480 guidance. Other subscription, 49. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 47.4. EPS, $1.15 a share. Trading volume of 305.68 billion. Monthly transacting users, 8.99 million. Verified users, 120.41 million. Assets on platform, 251.66 billion. Price history since last quarter, February 15th. Coinbase is up 23%. SPY is almost break even. XLF is up by 1.4. Near-term options imply 11.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 9, gain of 1, loss of 4, gain of 18. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 12 quarters, and EPS has beaten 8 of the last 12 quarters. Who is this? You got to guess. I wrote it in Arabic. It's coin. I wrote it in cursive. You see it like C, O, I, and then N. It's coin. I didn't pick up my mouse. Corn. So honestly, I feel like there's a lot riding on Coinbase. 11% is both. 12% is higher than how it's moved recently. But if it really does break, I don't know, 20% is kind of big. $225. So what is that? 2580, 2590, 2420. So we'll go 2580. So market maker thinks Coinbase will move $25.80 in either direction. That leaves us with 11.4. I don't know. You think 25% up? It's up there, man. You're gonna have to. It's expensive, but it's the vibes of like a lemonade or a root. It's crazy. That's all. It's Coinbase. This thing is insane. So it's like, if it is, Hood, honestly, I think Hood is the better play. That happened last quarter, and you got a way better gain, I think, on Hood. It might already be up, but yeah, and Coinbase is up 7 today. So that's all. That honestly messes it up. It's pricing in 11, and you've already moved 7. So even if you want 2 standard deviations, it's already did it. If it goes 11 plus 7 today, like, there you go. Because this preview was saying, 11 earlier. That was even before today. So, that's Coinbase. Next one is Square. So, I got pre-earnings on these. Unfortunately, they are clapped. Only had 1 day of green. Actually, let me take a look at them. Well, let me go over the preview first. Hood's up 4. Hood's just cheap, though. That's it. And then Hood will get to respond and then get a pre-run up until their earnings. But they could also get clapped, too. That's not a guarantee. This is all assuming they're good. Oh, excuse me. So, GAAP revenue for Square, $5.81 billion. Adjusted net revenue, excluding transactions and Bitcoin processing, $2.36 billion. Gross profit, $2.02 billion versus guidance of $2.0 to $2.02. Adjusted EBITDA, $590.8 versus guidance of $570 to $590. EPS, 72 cents a share. Global payment volume or gross payment volume, $55.81 billion. Cash App 3.45 revenue, gross income 1.17 billion since last quarter, February 22nd. Square is down by 0.3, SPY is down by 1.3, and XLF is up by 0.6. Near-term options imply 13.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 16, gain of 11, loss of 14, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So Square, honestly, it's pricing in a lot. And Square can move 30%, but if you see the earnings numbers, it's because by the time it opens up, it's not 30% anymore. And they have moved a lot recently. So honestly, it's a trippy one for earnings. $69. $8. Shit, that's a $7.50. We're gonna go with 7. That's a wide range even. We'll go 7.55. So market maker thinks Square gonna move 7.55. That looks to be above 10%. 10.9. You already bought it? Stop. I literally said that, I think, before I started the preview. I feel you, dude. I feel you. We'll go over it in a second. But yeah, they're pricing in 10.9. So market maker thinks they'll move 7.55 either during. It's not bad, but then I think it can move 30%, no lie, but I don't think it'll open up. It'll open up half of whatever it moves on earnings. It's kind of a hot take. And then the play that I did the pre-earnings play. So if you guys are on the watch list, you should be aware. But that play's down 70%. And I went bigger, so I'm down $300. I mean, I could close it, or I could take out $100 now. But I don't think that'll hit. Yeah, it's at like a 100 call. Oh, maybe if I get lucky, but I doubt it. So that pre-earnings failed already. That's the first pre-earnings besides the Airbnb that has not gone good this time. I don't know, maybe. I don't think I'll be able to get out of it before close. What time is it? Got an hour and a half. Yeah. But I don't know. So I'm either going to close that out, take the $100. I'll see by the end of the day. If it gives me like a bid where I could get more than that back, I'll exit. I might hold it. We'll see. Longeveron patent. Longeveron James. Remember, they moved crazy on the lot. Did they come down, though? Yeah, remember the other day they had that crazy pop. Did they just do a reverse split or something? I don't know. They had that crazy pop, and then they already came right back down. Ticker on Square is SQ. All right. So next one. Not terrible risk reward if it goes to 0. Oh, on Longeveron? Maybe. I need to get that update. They have like 3 drugs in the pipeline now. Oh, yeah, Berkshire annual meeting is this Saturday. I forgot. They'll be the first one without your boy Munger. All right, next one is DraftKings, baby. So they're expecting $1.12 billion in revenue, EBITDA $2.5 million, EBITDA margin 0.2%, EPS loss of 29 cents a share, monthly unique active players 3.59 million, average revenue per user 104.23 cents a user. Price history since last close, February 15th. DraftKings is down 6.5. SPY is up by 0.1, and XLY is down by 2.5. Near-term options imply 11.1% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 16, gain of 6, and gain of 15. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 16 quarters, and EPS has beaten 7 of the last 16, with 1 in line. So not bad. How'd you get the percentage? You've made sense. How do you get the percentage? I watched the tutorial and it made sense on what it would take to get 100%. I don't know. I think you watched the wrong tutorial. That's the good tutorial, though. That was a great one you watched. But that's not the one about pricing options. It's called options pricing. But I'm doing it right now, so pay attention. Pay attention to this one, and you'll literally watch it in real time. I'll slow down on it and I'll walk you through it. But pay attention. I'm only gonna do it once, really, really slow. So here's the deal with DraftKings. Underperforming. It moves big every other quarter. Last quarter, it didn't move big. And I just want one fun fact I want to compare. Are you ready for this? DraftKings monthly unique players, 3.59 million. Coinbase monthly transacting users, 8.99 million. Bro, this is crazy. Coinbase has more, but like, do you see what I keep telling y'all about the gambling? Bro, that's gnarly. You mean to tell me you got half as many people gambling on sports than all of crypto? Crypto is international. Coinbase gets other people, but like that's big money, crypto, finance all over. And you got half as many unique people just like, yeah, gamble, sports. That's crazy. That's what I was saying. It's the gambling lately. I mean, it's one thing about how they perform, but like, dude, this shit is sticky. Rivian to receive $827 million in Illinois state funding. Well, so here's Coinbase. All right. And then was it Rashab? Pay attention here. So this is what's in the tutorial. You can watch this after hours too if this doesn't make any sense. It'll click. So we're going to take the at the money. Why am I on Coinbase? I'm on DraftKings. You just got me thinking about it. So we're going to go to the week of earnings, which is May 3rd. That is here for today. Stock's at 42.60. It's closer to the 42.50. We're going to use that. We're going to take the at the money strike price. I use the ask, so I overshoot a little bit. But 223 plus 240. The at the money call and put. So 230 or 240 plus 223 is 463. Right? So then that's the number I get, 463. We're going to divide that by the price of the stock. But what I also do is make sure I'm in the neighborhood. I look at what TD price is in on this and then what the option chain says. So I just said 463. My number is the highest out of these two. So I'm going to go with the middle number. We're going to go with 431. So it's a give or take about 30 cents, a little bit of a difference, right? So the number we're going to use is $4.31. So that means the market maker believes that DraftKings will move $4.31 either up or down by the end of tomorrow. That's why they're charging that much. If they believed it would move less, they would charge less because it expires tomorrow. If they thought it would move more and they were unsure, they'd charge you more. So take that $4.31 and now divide it by the current price of the stock, $42.62. You are left with 10.1%. So in this case, DraftKings is pricing in 10.1% for earnings. Are you with me? So that's it. We've done it. That's our answer. So in this case too, 10% is lower than its two biggest ones, but like half as much. Israel expects Hamas to reject latest offer. And Google on the high. SPY still trying to work its way up. Yeah, and then if you want two standard deviations, you just double that number. And then that's it. And that's why I'm like, do it yourself. And they're like, you're mean. I'm like, dude, Just fucking times 2. I'm trying to give you a little bit empowerment here. You know what I'm saying? Take it. Like, just all you got to do is just double it. That's all you got to do. No, that's not already double. It's not. So the first number you get at the money is 1 standard deviation. You want the net, and then you just double it. And that's it. That's exactly what happened with the Starbucks. So y'all still hit it if y'all paid attention. If you didn't and you were looking around, it was the easiest math in the world. I think my nephew could do it. He's like 6 years old, and I think I could probably teach it to him if I really wanted to. It's so easy. So that's why I'm like, as long as I give you this information, you are able to you will be able to find everything. And even if I make a play, I'm playing off of this info. So it's not like it's there. So that was DraftKings. Next one is Net. But I don't know. DraftKings. Oh, I don't know. You watch both videos, now you understand it. Very informative. Amen. Amen. It usually does. It takes a while, and that's what I'm saying, man. Get involved, stay with it. It'll click. But it's definitely, some people have had challenges with it. But it's, if you don't overthink it, you go through it enough, it will really make sense. It's in the description. Honestly, there's 2 tutorials, but the main one for the earnings, it just says how to price options, and then there's another one on how to make 1,000%. How do you do it without knowing what the market makers are pricing in? What do you mean? You have to know what they're pricing in. You need the option chain. If there's no option chain, there's no pricing. So most plays have options. And then if it doesn't, it'll have a next week option, and then you just have a margin of error. But it has price. It has an element of pricing into it as long as there's an option. Anything tied to the date near earnings, that's a price for an event. You have an option chain, but it doesn't show. As long as you have an ask, the price of the option, even the last trade, that's all you need. Every option chain should possess that. So the next one is Net. They're expecting revenue of $373.2 million versus guidance of $372.5 to $373.5. So analysts are on near the higher end. Non-GAAP gross margin 78.3, non-GAAP operating income 34.6 versus guidance of 34 to 35. Non-GAAP operating margin 9.3 versus guidance of 9.1 to 9.4. Cash from operations $71.8 million, free cash flow $19.7 million, EPS 13 cents a share versus guidance of 13. Ending deferred revenue $390.3 million, billings $399.2 million. Next quarter, revenue is expected to be $393.4 million, non-GAAP gross margin of 78.2%, non-GAAP operating income of 34.9%, non-GAAP operating margin of 8.9%, cash from operations $82.2 million, free cash flow $34.2 million, EPS 13 cents, ending deferred revenue $428, and billings of $431. Full year guidance, revenue $165 billion to $165. Operating income $154 to $158 million. Operating margin 9.3 to 9.6. EPS 58 to 59 cents. Price history since last quarter, February 8th. Net is down by 0.7. SPY is up by 2.4. XLK is down by 2.1. Near-term options imply 13.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 19, gain of 14, gain of 7, and loss of 21. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 18 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 18 with 2 in line. So this one just moved. This one is more lemonade vibes. This one could just move. It's pricing in a lot. It could hit 2 standard deviations, but low-key it hasn't done that in a year. So it's kind of up there. Net is a big mover, tech-type beat. So this one, I think, is just more your risk tolerance. It'll probably be expensive. Let's see. 88.50. We could use either or. So 710 plus 655. What is that, like 1365? 1342, 1320. We'll use the 1343, 42. Divide that by the price of the stock, 88.57. Woo! 15. So this is pricing in more than the preview. Premiums have gone up on Net. Net is juiced. So unfortunately, you guys got to realize that. This is what got people on Amazon. And people didn't get this information. It's telling you something. So right now, net is pricing in 15%. So let me put it another way. If net moves up 10% tomorrow, there's a good chance your options will either not make money or you'll maybe make like 30% if you're lucky. So even if this stock, if you buy a call, even if it goes up 10%, that option will either not go up or barely go up. Your risk to reward will be different. So the options are so expensive right now, they are pricing in a 15% move. So even if it moves a lot, the current prices are already accounting for that. So keep that in mind. So that's net. Next one is Fortinet. We got 20 minutes till power hour. So Fortinet revenue $1.34 billion versus guidance of 1.3 to 1.36. Non-GAAP gross margin 77%. Wait, what is this? No, yeah. I was like, this looks exactly the same. Non-GAAP operating 26 versus 25 to 26.5. EPS 38 cents versus guidance of 37 to 39. Cash from operations $613.9 million. Free cash flow $409 million. Ending deferred revenue $5.83 billion. Billings $1.43 billion versus guidance of 1.39. Next quarter expecting revenue of 1.39. Non-GAAP gross margin 77.2. Non-GAAP operating 25.7. EPS 39 cents a share. Cash from operations $445 million. 0.1 free cash flow 389.7, ending deferred revenue 5.96 billion, billings 1.53 billion. Full year guidance next quarter revenue 5.72 to 5.8. GM 76% to 78. Operating income 1.46 to 1.6 billion. Operating margin 25.5 to 27.5. EPS 165 to 170 a share. Since last quarter, February 6th, Fortinet is down by 4.7, SPY is up by 3.3, and XLK is down by 0.5. Near-term options implied 10.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 12, loss of 25, gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. So let's see. $65. That's like almost 4. $760. That's at $729. $720. What are you $729? So Fortinet pricing in $729. Divide that by 64.75. 11.2%. So it's kind of up there. It's kind of up there. But then again, the last couple earnings have moved pretty big. A-Lab on the high. Is that news? Oh, wasn't this the IPO? That's a weird one. Honestly, I think High Ticker looked a little bigger. No, it just shot up almost $1. Because of the Super Bowl. But didn't somebody just disappoint? Was it Penn or somebody? Something on the Super Bowl didn't do good. I remember I heard something in betting underperformed. So, I don't know. But DraftKings is off the high. I think it's... Oh, was it Caesars? Yeah. Vegas. Duh. Yeah, Vegas underperformed the whole Super Bowl. Yeah, it was Caesars and... I mean, MGM did good, but then again, even Vegas gambling volumes all dropped. But then again, you're not Vegas, so this is everywhere. That could be the reason. Maybe everybody just DraftKings instead of went to Vegas. But Vegas Super Bowl metrics have not been on fire. So it's not like that has so far been something that people have been getting excited about. So, and then Fortinet, what did we say it was pricing in? Yeah, $729. It's kind of a lot. The hell? Superman, March Madness, low key. I think that is the biggest gambling event, no? Super Bowl drives in a lot of dollars, but I do think the duration of March Madness, it might be number 2. Can you shout him out? I can. What's up, Jordan? Honestly, Jordan, thank you for letting your fiance be on stream. And congratulations to both of you. That is exciting. And y'all better have that long term with each other. You know what I'm saying? Or nah, let's go. Amen. Amen. Have his back. You know what I'm saying? You have her back, bro. Like, that's it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. Let's go. Woo. Alrighty, that was Fortinet. What's the next one we got up here? Ah, my favorite. The travel plays. Ba-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. So, honestly, I have my plays from last earnings. So, I think I'm down like 1,200 or 1,500 on my shares. I try to buy the dip on earnings, and then it went lower. So, I either have to sell or hold, but I'm in shares. I only have 5 shares, and it costs that much, yeah. But this thing's wild. This one's booking and travel. I think there's a lot going on right now. So, let's see what we got, baby. Shout out the mods for answering all our questions and keeping the peace. I know, Open Face hooking y'all up right there, baby. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, shout out all the other mods and any other chat helping out, bro, for real. That's what I'm saying, bro. I love it. Peace, positivity. If it ain't helpful, ain't working together, it's on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We clap it, get it out the way, because everything else is just beautiful. Amen. So booking, they're expecting $42.16 billion in gross bookings. Revenue of $4.25 billion implies 12.6 to guidance of 11 to 13. EBITDA 720.5 versus guidance of 680 to 720. So analysts still think they'll be on the high side. EPS $13.98 a share. Room nights 289.43 million. That's 5.6 versus guidance of 4 to 6 increase. Next quarter expecting bookings of $42.79 billion. Revenue of $5.78 billion. EBITDA of $1.87 billion, and EPS of $40.77 a share. Room nights of 286.39, 6.9%. Since last quarter, booking is down 12.4, SPY is down by 1.3, and XLY is down 3.6. Near-term options imply 5.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 1, gain of 8, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. So, they're not pricing in that much, but this one, you just have to think if they're going to beat or not. This one, you need to have an opinion in travel. So far, travel has been bad, but they are on the top end. There's high expectations for booking, but literally, if they don't move a lot, they don't move. This thing will go 1%, 1%. If it has a big one, it's going to move 10. So you can hit 2 standard deviations on this one. You just have to have a big move. If it's not a big beat or miss, you're going to get clapped. Okay, I'm down 1,600 on them. These are my 5 shares from last earnings. So I'm down to kind of cut it out because this is a big amount of money. Low-key, I could just eat that loss and move on, or we could play it. So, I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm leaning more towards play it because it's either going to move 0 or move 10. But that wouldn't be nice. So, how many dollars we pricing? Jeez, that spreads wide too. 82, what is that? 164, 165.20? Wow. I'm $5. Okay, we'll just use this one. That's a big gap. So $160 is what the market maker thinks booking will move in either direction. So 4.6. Market maker thinks they will move 4.6 in either direction. But again, even like a $300 move, you're not, I mean, it's still going to be pricey on a stock like this, even on a daily. So good luck. And then SPY is gassing right now. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the high ticker. Bitcoin's popping right now. So that is Coinbase, or not Coinbase, Booking. And now the final one for after the bell is going to be Expedia. So another travel play. So these both are going to go in tandem. Last time it was Expedia first and then Booking. Now they're both on the same day, and then you get Airbnb next week. So you're going to get 2 travel plays today. That's what's going to make it even more crazier. So Expedia is expecting bookings of $30.45 billion, revenue of $2.8 billion, EBITDA of $180.3, EPS loss of 14 cents a share, room nights 100.53, room night growth 6.4%. Price history since last quarter, February 8th, Expedia is down 15.6, SPY is up by 0.8, and XLY is down by 1.7. Near-term options imply 9.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 18, gain of 19, loss of 16, and gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. So this one is crazy because this one, it will do 2 standard deviations. But it's done that for the last 3 quarters in a row. But if they don't and it finally calms down after this little story, then it's not going to move. So kind of like Booking, but a little different. But yeah, they have more of a history of moving aggressively and hitting that 2 standard deviations. But unfortunately, what if nothing happens? So the question is, do you think this will be a quarter where they could just kind of report in line and nobody has any opinions on it? If so, you might have something. Netflix ripping, bro. A lot of names are on the high. APD, bro. High tickers gassing on full steam right now. All right, so Expedia. Remember, we hit Expedia last time, but then that one was 1,000%, and then it faded within a day. 35, we're going 36. 1195, 1150. We'll go with 1150. $8.4. Yeah, man. I think this one could be decent. You just have to, if you feel a certain way about travel and like you don't think there's a chance or possibility of like a status quo, then Expedia, that's not bad. We hit it last time. It's pricing in a lot, but it's moved way, way more than this. That's why I'm saying that's the only thing I notice about it. So if you want to go with travel and all that, and again, if travel, some of you are saying people are cutting back, but don't forget, there has been a couple of travel events so far in the quarter, whether it goes down from Super Bowl down to the eclipse. I don't think Taylor stopped doing shit. I think there's one more travel event this year so far, but there was a couple of things. Sadly, I don't know if you guys realize, you guys know Airbnb is the outperformer. I don't know if you guys have put 2 and 2 together yet, but so far, last 2 quarters in a row, Wall Street has been favorable towards Airbnb. It's kind of weird. Well, there's no Airbnb preview because I want to see how they played out. But again, Expedia and Booking are down 12.5 on the quarter. So Airbnb is trading up still. All right, baby. Time to get into the morning. The final 2 for the morning is going to be Hershey's and Fubo. The review data, it's on the watch list. the answer to that question, but the watch list. Amen. It just all clicked. Shout out Openface for making it all make sense. I'm so pumped right now. Let's go, baby. So I'm talking about. Isn't it beautiful? The light bulb moment is always the best. I can see clearly now the pricing. All right, man. SPY's still ripping. Let's get into Hershey's. So revenue $3.11 billion expected. Organic growth 4.2, non-GAAP gross margin 43.9, non-GAAP operating 24.6, non-GAAP operating income $766 million, EPS $2.76, full year guidance December 24, EPS growth break even, revenue growth of 2 to 3. Since last quarter, February 2nd, Hershey's is down by 0.2, SPY is up by 0.8, Staples up by 2.3. Near-term options imply 5% move. So last 4 quarters, 4% gain, loss of 3, gain of 4. Revenue 15 of the last 20, EPS 19 of the last 20. This is stable. This is just it's pricing in exactly what it moves. So this reminds me of Pepsi. There's another one like that this quarter that did that. So this one's not even like crazy. Let's see what we got. 192.5. 195.8. Is that 930? Jeez. So $9. These latest ones, my numbers are like a couple cents off. We'll go with this one. $9 divided by 194. 4.6. So not bad, Hashies. Not bad. That one's just value play, man. If you think they're gonna hit you with the surprise, you know. Yeah, they ran 10% recently just off cocoa prices dropping. All right, baby. The last one for the morning. Fubo. I still got Longeveron up here. That thing's still gassing. We'll get you an MPW. We'll see what that's honestly they're doing great. And bonds. It's weird. Bond futures are not going up as much as TLT. And then the yen is still up. But they're starting to climb. Okay, Fubo TV. So they're expecting revenue of $381.3 million, adjusted EBITDA loss of 41, adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 10.8, EPS 22 cents a share, paid subscribers 1.82 versus guidance of 179 to 182. Next quarter revenue $355.3 million, adjusted EBITDA loss of $25.6 million, adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 7.2, EPS loss of 16 cents a share, paid subscribers 1.69 million. Full year guidance, North America paid subs 166 to 1685, revenue of 15 to 152 billion. ROW paid subs 390 to 410, loss of 2% growth. Revenue 31 to 35 million, representing 2% growth. Price history since last quarter, February 29th. Fubo is down 31.4. SPY is down 1.2. XLK is down 5.2. Near-term options imply 18% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, gain of 9, loss of 2, gain of 31. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 14 quarters, and EPS has beaten 5 of the last 14 quarters. Short interest, 22%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 4 of the last 10 quarters. Yeah, too small for options. If you want this, I would just play the shares. It's pricing in way more than it's moved in the last 3 quarters, and I think it's just because it's small and a hype play. If it does surprise, it'll be there, but probably wouldn't play that one. Root had earnings yesterday. So not bad. That is all I have. I will go over a couple, but I have a couple on my list and then a couple I didn't put on there. And yeah, so we'll see. But it's Power Hour now. so we can make our plays in Power Hour. We've gone over the previews. And let's see what happens. Nice Rivian pop. Oh, I missed the press briefing. They had Jonah Hill. Damn. I haven't seen Corinne in a while. Let's see. Spy's still going on. Let me find some good plays. I wonder how we do if we spent more but played only one standard deviation. It would cost a lot more, but those are the ones that hit. 2 standard deviation would go insane if you're only 1 standard deviation out. It would. It's the same. It's kind of like the premium sell. It's just higher cost. So that's it. It's kind of like high stake slot machines. The payout will be bigger, and you might have a higher odds of winning. But then again, the 1L there'll just be a lot more. That's it. So if you have a higher budget, it could be ideal. And some of these plays, you should be going for them. If you know the company, like which one was it today? Like I think Expedia, that's a 1 standard deviation play. I say 2 because if they really break out, it has that ability to move. But that's one, or even like Booking to a degree. Some of those are the ones where it's like, if it's not expected to move much, you can hit the 1 standard deviation if you have a general idea. Aapl will be good. No one's good on Aapl. Apple's shaky. That's it. It just depends on the earnings. The only thing I'm worried about with Aapl, which is like worried but not worried, is I think the bar is set extremely low for China. I think everybody is so scared of China that it could just easily beat off of no big reason, just because everyone got bearish on it. All right, so let me go through.
Turnaround in a few minutes with the CEO, Ernest Garcia. We're going to have a few other conversations with CEOs today, including the CEO over at Novo Nordisk. We're going to ask him about his fight to keep up with the frenetic demand for his weight loss drug, Wegovy, and a combo as well with the CEO of Mondelez, the maker of Chips Ahoy, Oreos, and Toblerone chocolate. He's saying he's not yet worried about weight loss drugs, but does have some concern about a loss of pricing power and that doubling in the price of cocoa this year alone. But, of course, the star of the earnings parade today will be, what else? Apple, the world's second most valuable company. Actually not looking so valuable as of late. Down 11% so far this year. But analysts, they're sticking by the stock for now, saying that even with iPhone shipments likely down significantly, Apple is still a cash-generating juggernaut. And all things tech, Alex, are still going to dominate over everything else in the market. You buying it?
No. But, you know, I'm the kind of gal that has, like, soup cans and gold under her bed. But the point is, these guys are throwing off a ton of cash. And there was a great piece by Simon White, he's our macro strategist, here at Bloomberg, that just talked about how magnificent the magnificent guys really are. So we took a look at the largest 50 S&P 500 firms, it's that blue line, versus the smallest, which is the white line, and talked about just how much money these guys are throwing off. And you're looking at almost $4 trillion here of cash and cash equivalents, etc., for those big companies. And Apple is most definitely one of them. Last quarter, their cash and cash equivalents was $172 billion. Just compare that to about $108 billion in debt. Now, what about this quarter? Expectations are for free cash flow to come in about $37 billion. And now we're all kind of waiting for what do they do with all this cash, Romaine. It's not a very friendly environment for big tech to buy stuff. But what if they just bought back their own stock, upwards of, I don't know, $90 billion or so?
All right, well, that gets to your first comment of the day, and maybe we'll pose that question to our first guest of the day. Dan Morgan, Senior Portfolio Manager over at Synovus Trust, joining us right now to help kick us off to the close. Synovus has about $20 billion in assets under management, give or take. And Dan, I'll just take Alex's question there. When we talk about these tech stocks, and particularly Apple, which we know has a huge cash hoard, will continue to have a huge cash hoard, what should it be doing with that cash?
Well, it's interesting, Romaine, because you mentioned the amount of cash on the balance sheet. They also generate about $107 billion in free cash flow. You gave the number on the upcoming expectations for the second quarter, and it's kind of interesting.
AY on the high, yo.
I've been
What's
following
this?
Apple for probably about 30
big
years.
pop,
and
AY.
this is
It could
very
be a
reminiscent
buyout.
to what happened
I don't
back
have
in
news.
2014.
AY, huge pop.
The stock was really
huge pop.
floundering. They're
Atlantic
having trouble in
Sustainable
China.
Infrastructure.
And they came out and they
had
announced
earnings
a
in the
7-for-1
morning.
stock split. They increased their dividend and they bought shares back.
ECP in advanced talks to acquire Atlantica. There it is.
So, like
there it
Alex
is, up
saying,
8. It could get
if you're not
halted. We don't
growing
have any
your
other
iPhone
price
revenues,
info.
which are expected to fall.
I don't have any info on it.
10% on this quarter. You've got issues in China. Your top line growth is expected to fall 5%. Why not go out and do some sort of increase in dividend, buy share backs, whatever, to generate
the options already went nuts on there, and again, there is no price.
How else do you do it? It's
yeah, you can't even snake it anymore.
I hate to say this, Dan, but is this time different in that the pressure in China is quite a different type of pressure than maybe what we saw back in 2015, 2016?
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese issue is different, you're right, Alex, because we didn't have so much regulatory issues, right? You've got Huawei increasing market share, then you've got bans on iPhones that for people who work for the government. We never had that back in 2014. It was more just an issue in terms of competition.
I don't think you can make a play on it.
So I think you're right. I think the China issue is more of a systemic issue. This quarter, we're looking for about 20% of the revenues coming from China, about a 10% drop from we saw
Tickers
a year ago.
AY.
And it seems like every quarter, year-over-year growth is negative coming out of China. And, they've got to work a way to try to get around all these regulations and so forth to try to turn things around. But good point, Alex. They didn't have the same governmental bans back in 2014 they have today. It was a more competitive issue.
I'm curious, Dan, when we start to talk about Apple not necessarily being the growth company that it was, and just to be fair, there are a lot of investors that basically have said for a while this company stopped being a growth stock and much more of a value play. But this is still a company that I think both investors and consumers alike want to see come out with new products, want to see that innovation. We've got a big event scheduled for next week. There's been a lot of speculation as to whether Apple will finally articulate a broader AI strategy. Do you have any hopes, any high hopes, that we're going to learn something next week?
Romaine, I'm always optimistic about Apple. We put it on the buy list back in 2005, and our split-adjusted basis is $1.26. And every time people have doubted the stock, they have somehow found a way to grow. And you brought up the May conference. They're going to be coming out with supposedly a new tablet. They also have the developers conference in June, which everybody's excited about, that they'll eventually, unveil some sort of Gen AI roadmap. And then, of course, we move to September. You've got the new iPhone 16, the iOS 18. So there's a lot of opportunities along the road. Romaine and Alex, for Apple to come out with an announcement that everybody gets really excited about, and we get back invigorated with the stock again. And I'm an eternal optimistic about Apple. I expect them to come up with something here in the next 6 months. So we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Okay, come up with something. What are they going to have to pay to do that in terms of CapEx? I mean, Meta put a number on it, right, and it gets punished. Amazon doesn't, and they don't get punished. But you got to spend the money to do the AI.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. And up to this point, Apple really hasn't come out with any huge AI strategy, right? They came out with a chip. They have something called Ajax. It's going to be like an assistant. They signed the deal with Alphabet in terms of Gemini, which will now use their software on their phones and so forth. But there hasn't been that earth-shattering idea of what they're doing forward, and everything they've done to this point. If you've listened to their conference calls with Tim Cook, they've been very focused on integrating AI into their existing product portfolios and not really reaching out and coming out with some new thing that no one's ever heard of. So maybe they have something up the sleeves that they'll be able to unveil here at these opportunities and these
what happened to the Vision
that
Pro?
we talked about. But at this point, it's been kind of a benign AI strategy coming out of Apple.
All right, Dan, always great to talk to you. Dan Morgan, Senior Portfolio Manager over at Synovus. A lot going on after the bell with those results out of Apple expected later tonight, but a lot going on right now here in the cash session for Paramount. Those shares surging right now on the back of reports, including from Bloomberg, that Sony and Apollo have made a proposal to buy the company. $26 billion on the table, said to be on the table. Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde joining us to talk a little bit more about this. If this is indeed true, Caroline, this would be a much richer deal than what Skydance had proposed.
And this is why you're seeing the non-voting shares, those Class B shares, super popping on the back of this, because they've been beaten up. The idea that originally it was going to be Sherry Redstone, the controlling majority shareholder, and actually only about 10% of the free float overall, getting a premium vis-a-vis the non-voting shares was what really irked a lot of investors in this name. Now, they've been pushing for a more open bidding perspective, because remember, David Ellison has got until Friday, we understand, to have these exclusive talks. We're being joined by Redpoint as well to come in and basically buy out Sherry Redstone and then offer some sort of premium sweetened sort of deal to the voting Class B shareholders, non-voting Class B shareholders. But now, could there be a bigger offer on the table with a really strategic player as Sony? That is what some shareholders are really loving the sound of. We got to speak, of course, with John Rogers, who's over at Ariel Investors, held this name since 2006. This is what he had to say prior to this news. Just take a listen.
If this transaction really is focused on Skydance, we think that may possibly have a chance to work, but we really would much rather see the Apollo deal with Sony that's been so rumored to be out there to get certainty.
And the reports are that there would be from Sony and Apollo. Sony would take the majority stake here, it would seem. Apollo in on that new venture, but ultimately they'd be taking the debt and paying a premium to all shareholders.
That was a great interview that you guys did, by the way. And it was so nice to have a shareholder that believes in the company come out and be like, this is what I want. I've been in these situations before. This is not how it's done, right? So do we expect more now offers from different players to come in once this exclusive time is sort of checked the box tomorrow?
There were rumored to be other names involved, but ultimately the only one that we've really been guided towards is an Apollo and a Sony. Now, the only caveat to that sort of a deal is, well, regulatory concerns. Can you really have Sony that's so interested in the back catalogue, the movie making, the content? Really, can they team together and be another really big, bulky player in the space? John Rogers did say, look, he felt from a regulatory perspective, this is not a worry. But I do wonder, the key for the non-voting shareholders is that this is more open. That this is clearer, and they get the full appreciation of ultimately the assets he sees. Yeah, more money actually, and not a bet on generative AI.
Sorry, thought that was relevant. I made a play, so I have a couple of ideas. I don't know what plays do you think I made? I only made 2. All right, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I already put them out on the stream alert, so if you already know and you snitch, you're just that's the word snitch. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what the Chad came up with. I want to test them a little bit. I said some of y'all just I want to ruin it, even though I got the answer. What do you think I play? Airbnb. I wish. DraftKings, Coin, all right. That's good. Coin, Expedia, a lot of Expedias. Honestly, I wanted Expedia. I don't think Expedia is that bad. It's $50 both ways for 2 standard deviations. I just don't know what to do with travel. I'm telling you, I like Airbnb, but these travel trends are hard. Believe it or not, I did not do Expedia. So I considered it, though. I communicated it, how that's the one where it's like, it's right there on the cusp. But with travel, because then for booking, I didn't do booking. I'm in the shares. So you know what I think we do for booking shares? I'm kind of leaning towards cut them, but I'm also like, you know what? I like travel. I'm still unsure. They're in the middle. Maybe we flip a coin. But the 2 plays that I did for today, for earnings, I think I spent about $100 for 2 plays. I only went with 2 plays. The first one I grabbed was Hershey's. So I did Hershey's one way. I do think the Hershey's puts are decent as well. Unfortunately, I'm not buying them. But here's the deal. Hershey's, if they fail, if they do worse than any, like if they hit you with like a Starbucks guide, I do think 2 standard deviations will hit. But you got to pay if you want, because if you want to go for the call, it still costs you money. So if you want to do both ways, this is going to be like $100-something play. So I only did one way to the call side, 2 standard deviations. So good luck on that one. Not a recommendation. And then, where is it? The next one. This one, nobody put this one, surprisingly. I think it's because I used this one as the example of going up 10% and then not making money. Yeah, Hershey's moves 4%. It moves what it's priced in. So if they surprise, I think it has more ability up or down, and then not to mention the value it's at. But the next one I did, believe it or not, Fortinet. Yeah. No, not net, but Fortinet. This one, bros, the cybersecurity, and they've had a crazy year of like recovery and not. So I only did short term on it because I just think it's just a matter of filling the gap. But then if they fill the gap, I think they're going to break out. It's all-time highs. And then if they do bad, remember Palo Alto and all the other ones that got the juice, they got a lot to give up as well too. So I went both ways on that one, 2 standard deviations. Literally, I think I went a little closer than 2 standard deviations simply because it was the ones that are 2 standard deviations, the spreads are too expensive. You could get a better price closer to the money. So I did call and put, spent about $60 for both of those. So I spent $60 on Fortinet, $40 on Hershey's. And then now I have my Square pre-run-up play. I might close that one for a loss. I still have $100 on the table of risk. It does have a little bit of time. So it's either we risk 100 and then booking. I either book my loss from last quarter or we run it and hold. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. The Aapl calls, I got out of them. I don't think I'm going to play Aapl. Should he buy shares? No. It's up a lot. That's why I'm like, Fortinet is near all-time highs. It's going to have all-time high breakout, or it's going to have a little bit of a pullback and then still be elevated. So, honestly, I'd buy it if it had a pullback after earnings. Then I would consider that more. Why playing small? You should check out the video. It'll make a lot more sense to like everything strategy-wise. If not, I mean, I could be an enigma. So there it is. But yeah, Square, I don't know. Unless those, I said by end of the day, I want to see if they get power hour burn, where then that way it's more than 100 I'm risking, then I'll close it. I did calls and puts on Fortinet. Yeah. Which Square do I have? It's in the watch list, my friend. You know, you should check it out one day. Be good for you. All right. I think that's going to be, I think I'm going to flip the coin on booking. I'll let the coin decide. And then Square, depending on the value at 1 minute before close, we either ride it or just cut the loss. All righty. Let me see where it's at. Expiration is always another week. So this is why I tell you guys to watch the video, because there's kind of some rules in it, and it's sometimes it can make the world's difference. And as you see, the people who understand it in here, we kind of operate with this being like a foundation. So I'd watch the video. It's in the description called How to Price Options. And then we did give a couple of little step-by-steps here today during the previews. So always next week, though. That's always when pricing. We price this week, but if you're going to make a play, always the next week. Minimum. You can get more time if the price is appropriate to you, but do not, again, I wouldn't go for the dailies on them, but you use the dailies to price the event or the weeklies. Yeah, booking, maybe I'll flip the coin in a little bit. Because we still got the power hour earnings moves, their final freaking out, but so far, we did good. We did good. Alrighty. All right, I'll be right back. Welcome to Power Hour, Chad. We only got 40 minutes left, so not bad. Not bad. Alrighty. So I need to go pee, get my water. We close it out. We got a live watch list today. I got to set that up.
I don't see.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be snarky here, but in the 80s, we actually used to have interest expense in the cost of living embedded in CPI. They've taken it out, and the measurements between the 70s and 80s and today aren't even comparable. So if you put interest expense back in, well, we're probably in double digits. So, right, we don't have stagflation in quotes because we've changed how we calculate the numbers. And so once again, I think the jury's still out. He did a great job. I just don't think taking the stag out of inflation is accurate when you change how you
why is the
calculate the
jury
math
still
equation.
out? Let's hammer this point more, because I think people would take the other side. Why is the jury still out? The jury rendered the verdict. I mean, there is no stagflation. The economy is not stag. Okay, it's not stagnant.
No, not at
it's
all.
growing.
But what happens is stagflation, which really was like a made-up term in the 70s, is when you have high inflation and low growth. So you had 15% inflation and then 3 or 4% growth.
No, it's high.
Right?
It's high inflation and no growth, and also really high unemployment. We have a solid job market.
Yeah.
We have, okay, so the last read on GDP was a touch below trend growth, but I think the prevailing thought is that was likely a blip. I mean, by the definition that most would want to use, and the Fed chair himself hammered yesterday, there's no stagflation, so stop talking about it.
Yeah. No, you're correct on that. Stagflation was something of the 70s. I'm just saying that the way they look at CPI is very different. I think we're in this unique period that we've had so much government stimulus. The JOLTS numbers are still strong. We have a good economy. We have workers, and as long as everyone's working, the worker is the consumer, and we're a consumption economy. And so I think but we are in this uncharted territory because back in the 80s and in the 90s, Scott, when we had the rates at this level, we didn't have QE 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I just think there's a different set of circumstances today, and it's too simple just to try to compare it to another decade of what's going to happen over the next couple of years.
Malcolm, last thought to you.
Yeah, I'm focused on Apple again tonight. I'm taking it back there for a second. And my big concern, I know that we give Apple a very long runway because of what they've been able to do over the last 5 to 10 year period. I think if you owned it for the last 5 years, you're up something like 200% because of dividends. And if you owned it for the last 10 years, you're up something like 900% on a total return basis. I am genuinely concerned of whether Apple has enough innovation in it right here for the next 5 to 10 years to look the same way. And so I'm really focused on what's going to diversify us away from the iPhone and get us to stop talking so much about the install base on the iPhone, because I think that trick has already been played out.
Well, I got one word for you: services. Services. We'll see. And you brought it full circle, which is good. And I appreciate you for that. Malcolm, thank you. Bryn, to you as well. Joe T. Full circle, because I want to remind you, tomorrow we have top analyst Eric Woodring on this program.
All right. 50-70. Chattadonia, just above 30 minutes left. And then we get the Apple earnings. And then the day begins. But honestly, you got to move a little bit more. So what started off as the hawkish, or the Powell wasn't as hawkish. We took it, the bonds, and then we started off a little slow. Then the bonds came up, stocks with it. And now we're waiting for the Aapl. Nah, you know what's messed up though, bro? Nah, bro. You know what's messed up? You gotta see that, bro. It's messed up. Bro, what I saw, I was listening to it. I heard it. Yeah. Bro, you know Hulu, and I told you them Hulu ads? And I've never watched that many ads in my life. Bro, tell me why I just saw a Hulu ad, and it was an advertisement for an iPhone 12. That was crazy. I was listening. I didn't think it was that intense. I think he was just talking a little shit, but yeah. Excuse me? Yeah, bro. I was like, I got sad when I saw it. Yes. Dude, it's a Metro PCS commercial. And it's a literal advertisement for an iPhone 12. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just give him the 14? Why not give him like a 13, but like a 12? Bro, it's an advertisement for a brand new iPhone 12. And they're like, get your new iPhone 12 today. Like brand new. And I'm like, what? But I'm like, don't they give out the new ones for free? I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I still have a 12, I think, on one of my other ones. Yeah, I have an iPhone X. Stop playing with me. 12 still costs $600. Yeah, I still got the iPhone X, so I ain't tripping. But like, I would never be like, oh, this commercial for the, like, I thought I was outdated. That's like 2 generations after my like 10-year-old phone. That's why I'm like, hold up a minute. That's not, how is that an advertisement? TD. Oh, drop. Toronto Dominion. Little cheek lay to the downside. Good call out on that. Oh, they're near their, when do they have earnings? TD Bank probe tied to laundering of illicit fentanyl profits. Uh-oh, hot dog. They're showing up. And the money market assets surged to $6 trillion in week ending May 1st. So you have a new money market record on top of all of it. They're coming after the 6. Drake started something. Dude. Bro, it's so I want this guy to just come on stream and explain it to you guys. The Kendrick diss track, it was insane. Dude, there's more to it. I want this guy to come on and explain it to you guys. Because I was like, dude, it's deep. It's deep, bro. It's deep. And then TD, they bounced a little. Nvidia's on the high. Hi. Justice Department investigation of TD's bank's control focuses on how Chinese crime groups and drug traffickers use the Canadian lender to launder money. What's the Dirt's analysis? No, it's a guy. Here, let me find his name. If you really want it, Fridge Vids. He's on TikTok. I think he has a YouTube, but it's really small. But nah, he had a breakdown, bro, and I was like, yeah, this guy's he's ill, bro. He ill. I emailed him. I said, come on here. I mean, this is hella random, but I was like, come explain this to everybody. I know at least 1,000 Chads appreciate it. Then there's like 1,000 Chads who are like, why do we care about poetry written aggressively to other men? I don't get it. Like, where is it? Let me see. I made a comment. I think it got a lot of likes. I commented on the Kendrick video. It's accurate, though. Are you ready? I'll show you my comment on the video. Oh, it don't even show me? Oh, it's because I'm not on that account. I got to find myself. That's crazy. How come it don't, like, show your friends? Oh, I commented on the video, though. I commented on the YouTube video of Kendrick's, and tell me this doesn't make sense. All I said after hearing the Kendrick verse, J. Cole dodged the bullet. I love J. Cole, man. He's probably my favorite out of all of them. But, like, homie dodged the bullet, bro. You know, that's it. You know, he got into the beef a little bit, and he's like, you know what, I apologize. Y'all gave him shit. But, nah. After seeing that Kendrick thing, he dodged the bullet, man. Like, if I was him, I'd be like, amen, Lord. Amen. I ain't getting involved with none of that. Oh, man. Like, that's it. I think he got pulled into it a little, and he was like, you know. Afterwards, he came to his senses, and he was like, I don't want this. I don't want that smoke. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cole isn't really that type of guy, I feel. He's just, I think, like, because remember when it was like Lil Pump? And they were like, Lil Pump, and remember everybody was on that, like, F J. Cole, you know, and like, yeah, and like even J. Cole's diss was like deep, bro, and it actually all came true. Yeah, it was like a dad talk. Yeah, like straight up. So yeah, I feel like I don't know. I don't think J. Cole would approach his peers like that, or if he could, but let alone he's chill, bro. You do poems, songs, guitar. That's what's up, man. It's a vibe. Some sentiment, symbolic. Hold on, I gotta check. I might have some. Today's not Friday, right? And I'll have something for Friday. Give me a second. Man, I have court too. This is all messed up, bro. Sorry, I had to listen to this. Lending Tips was sending me a message regarding a deal, and it was an audio. This is how he communicates with me. He sends me this audio market message.
The market is very weird right now. Not everyone spend money. They have money. I know they have money.
This is what he sends me.
But they don't spend. I don't know why.
Because I asked him for an update on what this guy said.
I said yes.
And this is what the guy said.
I know why.
It's not Arnold. I think that's Persian. LT the GOAT. And those MOs. Oh, I have a story. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I have a cool story to tell you guys. I was going to tell you on Monday, but I should probably save it till Friday. There's a couple of ones. Apple during earnings call down to 158 bounce, and then I don't know how high, but I'm gonna say high, just my opinion. Well, how many percentage points? I think that's the real question, because we were just talking. It's pricing in a decent amount. It's like 4.4. So if right now the market maker is expecting a 4% move on Apple, anything surprises better or worse out of China, services, iPhone, then we're talking, anywhere from 4 to 8% probably. But that's still like $200 billion of market cap. That's like just as big as, who was 200 billion? Was that Meta? Same size as Meta dropping? My recent purchase for the LT was a month ago. We bought Pfizer at like $26.40. So now we're up on that. And then we got our deposit the other day, and we're still chilling with it. Intel, wait till ARM. Because even then, so far, the chips have not. It's looking like chips are on the downside. Like they haven't really picked up, and they've been slowly dribbling down. And then if China starts to rotate, I mean, that will be weird. Literally, I don't know if the next quarter is going to be chips down, China up. But then again, there's a lot going on. Oh, there's an Apple event next week too. ATGE, this looks like another ripper. Aapl Global, is that 5% in one candle, I think. It was a liquid before that. Yeah, that one's popping. I don't know if there's news. I'm checking now. Aapl Global. I don't see anything. Then ATGE, 6% pop, one candle. Yeah, no news on that yet. Your voice is so different from your videos from 4 years ago. Oh, that's funny. I think I had a dream about that. Yeah, so you said that, and you just reminded me of my dream last night. I had a dream. I was listening to myself, and I sounded like Mickey Mouse the whole time. But it was like nice. It was weird. I just sounded high pitched in my dream, and I was like, what? And I couldn't stop talking like that. It's super different. Yeah, you don't know what happened? I have literally fried my vocal cords. Like, that's it. You sound less hood, too. That's good, I guess. There's a lot of annoying people, man. Imagine 5 years of, like, comments like that, dude. You know what I'm saying? And, like, no matter if you've done anything good or bad, and just, like, thousands of them over and over, and then, like, 7 hours plus, like, another hour after the bell. You know what I'm saying? Imagine, like, my vocal cords. I never realized there was a limit to my voice on any, like, aspect like that. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, it's good though. I'm glad you get to witness all the changes. Josh said he took vocal classes. The pump. I used to scream. No, different microphone too. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to like get the old mic, but it doesn't work for some reason. But yeah. And the audio quality, it's like I did go from like recording in like a echoey ass room on a mic to like I'm in a studio right now, and like it's a new mic, new setup. So like even in 2020, bro, like I don't know, like even 2020, bro, we were really I was just streaming. I just turned on my computer and streamed, man. And like even the earlier videos, I didn't even record with a mic. So when I was making videos in like 2016 about Bitcoin, I was just talking to my MacBook. I would just yell at the MacBook and then it would record it. loser. Kidding. No love. Nah, man. It's okay, but I don't fuck with that. I don't do that to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, you're a failure in life. Just kidding. But I do like your comments on Aapl. That's a compliment I'll give to you. Let me see your other that's the only thing I could give from yesterday. Give me a sec. Oh, and you complimented my Biden voice. Thank you. So other than that, but you got some good call-outs. They're a little Apple focused, but yeah. Hope to see you soon. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Chad Fax does not fail. That's it. It's okay, guys. This is old Josh, though. Y'all don't realize. And this is someone who's like, why are you even being emotional? It's not. It's very objective. Is it good, helpful, useful? Yes or no? And it's very simple. And if it's not, you don't mess with it. You get it out the way. You treat everybody the same. And that's it. And then that means only thing we'll ever see will be positivity. Or at least if it's not like fully positive, hopefully it's a sincere, real discussion surrounding it. How many were clapped today? Oh, I don't know. I've said them out loud. I'm trying to give you guys clarity. I've complimented you if I've even timed you out or banned you. And that's it. And like I'm saying, just chill. But it's rules are rules. And I don't mind. Like, dude, honestly, it's kind of a trip. So I timed somebody out today for saying something related to like an offensive sexuality term. And come to find out, they applied to that. But guess what? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. And if it's not positive, I don't care. I don't want to see it. I don't want to deal with it. If you talk about other people and not yourself in that sense, I'm not going to deal with it. I did get bothered by you guys bringing up scams and like the way y'all were backing it and supporting it. It was kind of sad, especially when a lot of y'all have been hurt by it in the past too, especially to even like put me up against it and try to like, yo, you should do this and take like awful. But then again, I still appreciate you. But, you know, I'll tell you what it is. There should be no confusion. But I'm no longer going to tolerate anything. No, it's not being sensitive. It's for everybody. And it's just like, bro, there's a lot of things in the world. And I never realized how much time I wasted trying to be fake tolerant. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm a genuinely really positive person and I love people, but there is an element to me that it's not real. And I was being fake. That's all. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I was being hella fake trying to appease. And I mean that in the sense like it wasn't real tolerance. And I was trying to adjust and account for people and dealing with like whether they lied to me or not, you know? And it's just like, dude, that wasn't it. And it wasn't real. So I authentically do care and believe, and that's why I spend my time. But, you know, I've really realized like it hurts more not being genuine and authentic of how I feel, especially even towards people's behavior and boundaries and all of that. So not sensitive. I had to time you out, though, for that shitty comment. But I do appreciate all of your GGs. You held it down with the GGs, man, and I respect that. I really do. I really do, man. So that's good. That's very good, man. I'll see you soon, hopefully. Realness goes further. I hope so, man. You know what I'm saying? And like, too, I'm trying not to ban. I'm just going to time you out for 24 hours over and over and over and over and over again. You see what I'm saying? Because I know once I ban you, dude, it's fucked up with YouTube, unfortunately. So I'll just get you out for the day. And if you do it again tomorrow, I'll compliment you and get you out for the day. If that's how you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, we'll figure it out eventually. But, yeah, it is pretty wild. But it's good, man. I do think I'd rather be more of who I am authentically. And that's not, I love people and I vibe with a lot of things, but I'm a different person when I try this fake tolerance, dude. And it's not real, unfortunately, and I wish it was, and I wish it got better, but, you know, I tolerate a lot, and if I do it authentically and how I vibe, you know, and like if it is, you know, generally positive, I could get behind that, but I can't be acting and trying to appease to so many things. Is that towards you? No, it's not towards anybody. It's honestly, it's bigger than even the Chad. You know what I'm saying? It's everything in my life that I've gone through in a couple of years, and I've just noticed it, and I, you know, got to sit and pray a little bit more and seek the Lord above all else, and realized how I was feeding more on bread, you know, rather than the word, and I got to see a little bit different. And that's what I'm saying. Like I got more love, and my spirit feels different, and that's why it's funny. Because some people are like, you're this, you're that, and I'm like, it's I love you and God bless you, because it's completely different. Because it may come off like that, but I just know it feels so much different, man. It's clear, it's free, and I just know I have no hate in my heart, man. I really don't. And I feel like at times when I was trying to be more loving, I had more resentment, and I would end up resenting you by not being authentically who I am. So, amen. Amen. You know, because that's it. And that's what will happen. And I hope y'all do the same. And that's what I'm saying. Just like you will get resentment. And I don't want to resent you. I don't want to resent anybody. And I don't want to resent the work that I do because I'm being fake about it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's awful. So I'd rather keep it how it is. And this is how we built it. So amen, baby. And that's your full. It's not. I mean, that's just the talk, but it could be a philo. Am I 40? Sometimes. Shit, man, it depends. If we talking about what I eat, I'm like 60. You know what I'm saying? Heartburn. I feel that you turned it off the stream because you're willing to put up and people got too comfortable. I feel it's weird though, man, because like I got tricked. That's why I said the other day, man, like for real, like because I got tricked into thinking I was doing something good. You know what I'm saying? Like people crying about this and that and ban and that, and I was trying to like reach my hand out in ways, but it was a trick. Now, I don't think they tricked me, but I do think something bigger played out, and it got to show me this. This lesson and what I've gained from it is amazing. So that is something I could speak on. But we'll see, man. You know, pray for me. I'll pray for you. And at the end of the day, it should just be all around positivity. You're 61, barely walk. We all have our issues. Let's go, man. Can you do like resistance bands? Because that's like the best thing. If anything's ever like any little workout, we could do them anytime. That's even for the hands too. So that's what's up, man. We got wisdom in the chat. Yeah, we went over the Airbnb thing. It's crazy. Did you see it? They literally have a Disney up house with gigantic balloons tied to a crane suspended in the sky. It's nuts. If stuff's plants from other people, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't got to think no conspiracies, no nothing. Is it positive or not? That's it. If it ain't, then what are we talking? Get away. That's it. You don't have to think anything. Is it helpful? Is it talking other people? Is it like that's it. You could spot it from a mile away, and that's the trap I fell into, was even letting that door stay open or entertaining it. Just close the door. They'll leave. It doesn't matter. I don't have to think who you are, what you are, your intention, where you came from, or nothing. It doesn't matter. So I encourage you to do the same. You get what I'm saying? Just do the same for you, always. Nordstrom's finally. Is that Sycamore? They're among the private equity firms vying to take Nordstrom private, sources say. So Nordstrom's getting a headline, another party involved in that buy. I haven't double dipped on that yet. And then Syrian media, Israel shelling target sites of Iranian near Najah area of Damascus. Shaping up the last 10. The little drop or what? It's crazy because we moved a little bit more, but we are still pricing in about 0.9, I think, for tomorrow. Jenks pop. And that buyout, potential buyout, you called it earlier. I didn't put it up. Yeah, that's round 2 on there, up 9. It did this the other day. That's why I'm like, hold up. Yeah. And it's still higher. Apple, bro, you only have 12 minutes. Brian, what's up, man? What I'm going through, I understand what you're saying. Soon to be ex so mad because I'm nothing but nice to her. I told her I'm praying for her. I'm great because of him. Amen, bro. Amen. I hope it works out, man. I'm praying for you. You know that? So keep your head up, bro, all the time. And you're doing good. I can't find my horn. Oh, wow, that was loud. Okay, horn. You already had the other one. Everyone's just tripping now. Any words on discipline? It's a daily thing. That's it. If you understand that, it's a life changer. Just a daily thing, man. So there's no discipline without the daily. I'm not talking options. Uplift spirits. Good, man. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was saying the other day. I really do hope y'all get encouraged because even in that, I'll, let a hater talk, but it's very encouraging. So I hope you are, man. That's what I love to hear. And we'll get some PHILOs. And it's Friday too, baby. Tomorrow. It's Friday Junior, but I'm excited. 10-minute rigged. Let's see, man. Where's even the volume? Coinbase. Again, you got the earnings plays getting ready. What the hell is that? CI popping, coin marking on close, 131 to the buy side. That seems small. MO kind of dying. Volume 50 million. So it's kind of like the low volume days, but not as much. It's on Josh's tolerance. Nah, it's the same thing. I don't know. It's you have to just listen or not. If you get some of y'all got it. The up house. How does? Oh, dude. I didn't think about that. How do they get the plumbing? Dude, it has to be a septic tank tied up there. Oh, dude, how come I didn't think about that at all? Oh, you genius. How come that took us 4 hours to come up with that? 4 hours later, he's the first one who's like, so what happened when you take a shit? Where did that go if you in the sky? They didn't show that in the Disney movie. That's crazy. That's a very good point. I bet you the house has a room. It has a room that probably looks like a bedroom, and it has a door, but it's a septic tank. It has to be. There's no way. I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious. I would love to take a shit in the sky though. I really want to go now. I'm sorry. That inspired me in a whole nother fashion. I've never taken a shit in the sky. I don't shit on airplanes. That's disgusting. Oh, man. Jenks came back down. That's cool, but that's wild. Apple too. All right, guys. You got 8 minutes, man. You got 8 minutes. Good luck. It's not as bad as you think. I don't know. Please don't. We could smell it in the cockpit. Really? Are you a pilot? That's a new anxiety unlocked. You mean to tell me if you shit on a plane, everybody is going to know? And the pilot's just talking about you? Like, look at that little poopy. 2-hour flight. You couldn't hold it? Savage. Coin popped up pretty good there, end of the day. They got their earnings. Your Fortinets went up a little bit too. And then what else we had? We had Hershey's. Oh, and then Square, we got to decide. So it's up 5, bro. They're little scammers. How much? Oh, they killed the premiums even more. I hate them. I thought that would have went up to 200. I was gonna close it out. All right, I think we're down $300 on the Square. That'll be our first pre-earnings loss, and then if I hold the extra 100, it'll be 400, unless we get lucky. And then Booking, coin flip. All right. No, I did Square calls. I did pre-run up, and then it just dumped. I was up on it the day it went down with PayPal. We were up 20%, and I was like, all right, I'm going to ride it. And then it just died, unfortunately. So I have Booking shares. I'm down 1,600 from last earnings. I have 5 shares, bro. 5 shares. Stock's pricing in $150 for earnings. So I could either hold or cut out right now. I'm down 1,500. They made a little bit back. So, I think I'm going to give it to the coin. Heads, we hold. Tails, we fall back and sell. Sound good? Because I'm cool with either way. I want to hold it, but then I'm like, if it does go, if it doesn't, I'm like, I'm cool either way. Because I think I could take that. I have other good plays that came back up. So, and then again, I'd rather do that instead of 150 up or down. Or it could give me some activity. Oh, well, Chad's saying, if you tell me to hold, then I'm not going to flip the coin. You better tell me to not flip this coin then, because once it go in the air, you can't go back. Yeah, you guys need to learn a lesson in that. So heads, we hold. Tails, we sell. Whoa, that was a good flip. Heads, we hold. I now have $150 of risk a share. Woohoo. All right. Heads we hold. There you go. Now it don't matter. See, objective. You heard, bro, I almost hit my ceiling. And that with a gold coin, I would have lost like $100. That hit. All right, Chad. That being said, we got earnings, a lot more on the way. Tomorrow morning is going to be even crazier. I didn't get to land y'all yesterday, man. That was a very, very sad day, but we have time today. So here is your warning, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to get extremely loud in here. So if you are sensitive to any loud noises, we saw what happened yesterday, bro. It was low-key. It was a bad day in chat. Some of y'all, there was a couple of eardrums bleeding yesterday. They didn't know. All of that. So just very simple, man. If you hear me say earmuffs and are sensitive to loud noises, you better protect yourself because you might ruin your life. Yes, it's that serious. That's the level to which they've informed me, okay? But other than that, I appreciate all of you. Just protect yourself. Get good. If you hear say earmuffs, and then that's it. And then you'll be good to go, and we'll have all the earnings for you, baby. All right? Sound good? Sound good. Perfect. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Mute your speakers, sensitives. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 6 p.m. Pacific time because it's a live watch list. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 60 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day, especially if Powell is your papa and you believed in him. Otherwise, the other good news is we're no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby! Let's go, Chattadonia. It's time. Bring it home. Apple after the bell, baby. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays for real. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Apple earnings. Data tomorrow morning. The market is showing a lot of tension. You better finalize those plays. Shares, options, futures. Make up your mind right now. You have less than 20 seconds. And then right after the bell, we are going to get some of the biggest data. And then we're going to be live an hour early tomorrow too, baby. But bring it home. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh man, Chattadonia. Let's go. We did it. We made it before the earnings get out. I got to get this queued up. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're brand new or not. It don't matter. You made it. I need that GG in the chat. Let's go. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, plays, news, infos, vibes, personalities. You win the game, baby. You didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. You gave something, baby. Let's go. Good game. Way to be here. Way to hold it down, baby. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You held it down, bro. You didn't have to throw in a dono, but you did. You know, Open Face didn't have to help you out, but he did. You didn't have to show love to a champ. Good game. Stop it. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. I don't think I had to clap anybody on Twitch. That's what's up, baby. Good game. Let's go. GG. Don't feel me. Good game. Expedia, I think, is out. All right, hold on. Yeah, Expedia's on the high.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
You need me to rock. You see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me, let's talk. That's it, Chad. All right, hold on. Let me
Hey, man.
Oh, earnings.
It's a cop.
Amen. So, where we got? Expedia. Yeah, so Expedia revenue $2.89 million, loss of $1.35 EPS. I think they missed on EPS, but they are up. Or no, there you go. They're coming down a little bit. Where is it? Yeah, there you go. Expedia is starting to drop. Yeah, revenue is 2.8. Now it's popping. They beat by $100 million almost. First quarter loss of $135. I think they were expected to do an EBITDA gain, and then loss per share 99 cents or 20. No, so they missed on the profitability, but they beat on revenue. I don't know where their guidance is at. That's interesting. That's good, though, for travel. I don't know if you guys realize they just had a not so solid print, and then now if they find a way to go up off of that. And then again, booking. Oh, Habibi, booking. Yeah, bookings coming out right there. Gross travel, $43.5 billion. Oh, shit. Oh, what just happened? What? Apple's not out yet. I don't think so. Apple's give it some time. You'll see it on the wire if it does come out. Yeah, Apple's not out yet. I'm getting booking right now. So please hold. I have the bookings up for now, so that's great. It's not till 4:30. Oh no. So booking EPS 22.37. I think that was a huge beat. Where's EPS? Yeah, they almost doubled up EPS. First quarter revenue 4.4. So they beat by 200 million up. They already sold off. Net revenue 776 million. So they beat on the top end as well too. Honestly, no, booking killed it. I don't know where the guidance is at. I don't have easy numbers on the travel. So we might have to wait for them, unfortunately. Exit your booking. I'm almost up. Yeah. So I just made back like $1,100. I'm down $600 now. So I'm glad the coin provided. Well, the Lord. Square. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Coin might be out right now. I'm seeing coin move. I'm keeping one up. I'm trying to not get away. Airbnb shouldn't even be reporting. So Airbnb's probably strong travel trends. Expedia wasn't that one. No booking guide. All right. Well, that's good then. I think they might use. They say something on the call. But Airbnb's probably running with that. Hold on. Let me get Coinbase. Coinbase is out, but not easy numbers. So the 8K is out on Coinbase. Unfortunately. Coinbase revenue 164, estimate 132. That's very, very good. Net income 1 billion, estimate was 300 million. That all sounds really good. Why are they flipping? Oh my goodness. Dude, there's $100 spread on booking. No exaggeration. The bid and ask on booking is $100. So now I'm up on the play, but literally it is $100 spread. So like even bid and ask between my 5 shares, that's a $500 slippage. Oh man. $38. All right. FTNT out. So I'm looking at the bookings because that spread is crazy. Coin. I don't know. Coinbase seemed good. Let's check Fortinet. And then we need Aapl. Fortinet down, but not much. So that might be a cuck. Net soon. Yeah, I didn't think Fortinet would take that long. Fortinet. Oh, what the hell? Why I don't have it in. It's not showing me the numbers in English. This is weird. I see EPS 39 cents and then $1.35 million. And then Expedia's lower, booking still up. Fortinet's down 3. Live Nation's coming out and Weight Watchers. So Fortinet down 4. Again, you're going to need like a 15% move for that one to hit, but we might get lucky. Again, they're coming off of a good run. So, yeah, there you go. Fortinet, 43 cents a share, adjusted 39. They see full year 173 to 179. I think they might have just guided down. Full year guide. 575 to 585. Oh no, they guided up. They raised, I think, EPS too. Interesting. Full year guide was a little higher. And then net on this quarter was $299 million. I think did they miss on that? Yeah, they got $299 cash from operations. I think they were supposed to get a little bit more. So they just didn't profit as well this quarter, but their yearly guidance is good. Melly's up 7. So remember, Melly and Booking got clapped on the last one. So both of those are now up today. Catch everyone on the watch list, baby. Noah, thank you, man. You've been showing love since the morning, bro. God bless you. It's gonna be live, baby. Yeah, Expedia kind of clapped, but remember, we needed something big. Expedia was good quarter, bad guidance, or was it bad guidance, good quarter? One of those, but low key, I mean, it was pricing in 9. So there's still a little bit there. Fortinet, we might get lucky, but I think they missed on this quarter and kept their guide high. So I don't know. That one might cuck as well because it was pricing in 10. And then who's your other one? We're waiting on Aapl. Coinbase was good, but they went down. I'm surprised on that one. I don't know. That Coinbase seemed to do Coinbase might just be high, and then Coinbase might rip a little later, but yeah. Yeah, I got to set up the live watch list now. So honestly, let me play you some Marty. I think we got most of the initial earnings here. Got ARDX. Yeah, Melly came out, and then we're waiting for Aapl still. Aapl is not out. It's going to come out a little later. You are getting it moving on the high ticker. Oh yeah, Square. Where is Square? Square drop. Booking came down a little bit. Is Square down? Coinbase? I think Coinbase is that's what happens when you just are up as much as you are, but I don't know. I think Coinbase earnings was good. Square, I don't have Square earnings. Is Aritzia reporting? Oh no, first quarter results Square. Posted online, investors. It's out. Square is out. Latest quarter, is this Q4 2023? I don't know if this is all the right date. No, it's out. It's just not easy numbers. I just don't know if this is it. And then it's all in like a PDF. Gross profit, $2.03 billion. Is this for Q4? Is Aapl moving? Well, we'll see. There's Square numbers. I'm going to wait till the easy ones come out. I'm not trying to go through this PDF here. Aapl should be either at 15 or 30. There's one or the other. I don't think DraftKings is out yet. If Coin might be able to bounce. I don't know. But remember, Coin is just still was at like $40 not too long ago. But that was a good report. Yeah, Coin was already up 9 on the day. We were just talking about that. All right. So let me do this. I'm going to set up the live watch list so that I could transfer you all there. So give me a second. Baby.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place, all in one take. I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god.
Alright, I got the watch list set up, baby. We good to go. We good. Block boost, full year adjusted EBITDA, 2.7 to 2.67. Bro, the sad part, that data has been out for like 5 minutes. It's just how Square puts out their report. It's so algo unfriendly. It's disgusting. And that's Marty McFly by Uncle Answers. Y'all didn't know that? Y'all get it's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. Spotify had good earnings. Yeah, they're popping. Why is KRE moving up? You got a regional popping, and then we're still waiting for Aapl here. It could come out in a minute and a half. Otherwise, it will. You're gonna have to wait till 30. And if that's the case, I'm gonna be getting hungry. Yeah, Square's starting to pop off a little bit. And remember, I want to say Square was down like 6% in the last couple days. They kind of got mollywopped. Yeah, even though PayPal gapped and then sold. And then last earnings gap fill is around 80. Let me check for DraftKings for y'all. I don't know if it's out. I don't think so. No plays on Aapl. We got like what? We got a good 100% on the pre-earnings. No DraftKings yet, unfortunately. Can we get new mouse pads? Maybe. Just because, like, bro, my mouse pad is like, I just been abusing it, you know? So that's probably it's a good use value, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, utility-wise, bro, I've been using this out of this mouse pad. Cable One, Workiva, Marin's out. Cloudflare is out. Cloudflare, net loss, 35 shares lost, 10 cents a share. Motorola, DraftKings dying. Okay, so DraftKings was in there. Hold on, let me go pull up DraftKings. But yeah, net also, net's on the low. I see DKNG on the low. Yeah, net and DraftKings smoked. 4.2. Remember, they were pricing in a lot. So first quarter, DraftKings reported 1.175 million, an increase of 405. So hold on, let me get the expectation number. Where's the king? So 1.12. They did 1.17, so a little bit lower than expected. They're raising the midpoint of fiscal guidance to 4.9 billion from 4.75, and the midpoint of adjusted EBITDA to 500. Oh no, it might bounce. They're raising full year guide on the midpoint and on EBITDA. That's all anybody gives a shit on DraftKings for. So then again, I mean, Expedia traded a little weird too. DraftKings full year EPS 3 cents. Estimate was loss of 26. Revenue 1.18. Estimate was 1.12. Full year revenue 4.6 to 5 was 4.6. And adjusted EBITDA went up. No, I don't know. That might pop, dude. Yeah, it's kind of adjusted EBITDA got raised, and that's all anybody cared about when the stock was at $17. You know, this thing only got a lift because of adjusted EBITDA. So I think that might go, bro. I don't know why it had a knee-jerk reaction maybe, but that one's not as bad as some of the other ones. Square's going up even more. Dude, Apple's not out yet, man. It's 4:15. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard Apple from the Tim Cook phones with the pimped out Vision Pro. Won't buy that shit, but it's still cool. RTX on track to return $36 billion to $37 billion through capital dividends and repurchases from date of merger through 2025. Yeah, DraftKings tweaking out a little bit. I'm surprised Coin isn't up, but again, Coin had the gain already. Square's up 11. I think that's more than what they were pricing in there. When are you gonna jump into the Drake beef? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun just watching. X dumping. Was there a material company that came out? Did they have earnings? And then Booking chilled out. They were up 15. Expedia going lower. They were pricing in 9 though. X EPS is out. Oh, they had earnings? I didn't even know they were on the list. So Expedia flushing more. Booking came down a little. Still up. Where's Melly? These are again, a lot of earnings have came out already. Square on the high. Coinbase got its Christmas gifts on Christmas Eve, a.k.a. the pre-earnings was the move. Q1 net earnings, 171. Adjusted EPS, 82 cents on United Steel. But why does it matter within the pawn deal? We'll see. For your Palo Alto put might benefit off of this Fortinet. There's DraftKings, new high, and Square. So those are the winners. I think DraftKings was really good on the adjusted EBITDA. Again, the revenue there was like in line with expectations. But DraftKings isn't moving that much. DraftKings has like 13, 14% potential. Oh, I forgot Amgen was on the list today too. And then Square, I mean, like remember I told you guys, Square can move 30%, but then it's going to open up only 15. I told you guys this the whole time. So if you're on shares, you'll be better off on Square. But I just know with the options, they do it every time. Toast on the high. Arteris. Bright Horizon. Is GoDaddy out? I didn't know they reported. Coin did good, but I really think they just enough to justify the move they've already made. Or that's at least how investors are reacting to it. Yeah, GoDaddy 276, unclear if comparable to estimate of 95. So something happened with GoDaddy, but their EPS came in abnormally higher. Revenue was 1.1 versus 1.1, or 1.11 versus 1.10. Normalized EBITDA 28. Guidance 1.1 to 1.12. Estimate was 1.1. And then full year guidance reaffirms free cash flow of 1.4. Estimate was 145, and then full year revenue 45 to 456 versus guidance of 448 to 456. So decent, I think. Palo Alto's going down because Fortinet, cybersecurity. They both had crazy moves last time. Thank you. Apple beat. No, it didn't. We're waiting. You're going to have to wait 9 more minutes possibly, man. You might have to wait another 9 more minutes. I know. Mm. Nine minutes. If we have to wait, man, it'll suck. I'm kind of hungry. Played an Aapl straddle. It was pricing in a decent amount. So that's what we're going to have to see. Comes out in 9 minutes. Conference call 30 afterwards. Twist Bioscience is out. There's still a couple of companies still dropping right now, but otherwise we've gotten through most of the, the first wave of a couple of them. You've gotten a lot of data. I want to see the SPY after hours, but all that matters now is Aapl. It's going to be in 30 minutes, or 8 minutes, 4:30. The PayPal go up with Square. Coin, man, they hated it. All right. Well, shit, let me go get me a water. I don't like, I wait too much. I'm like, Cloudflare hurting. Oh, what? Oh, I was like, guys, did we miss a police chase? Oh, and you have Biden. I don't know. I could give you that too, but I might just have to give y'all uncle. DraftKings breaking out now, though. So, yalla. That earnings decent. Decent. There you go. I got one for you, bro. Actually, since it's travel, can we play? I think we could play it. Shout out to travel stocks. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. All right, I'm going to go get me a water. We're still waiting on Aapl. You should have got all the other reports. Hope you got a blessed day, baby. Get ready.
Yeah. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to ride that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us on fire, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming Aapl. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe let the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
I want to rock that. Pull up, you know. That's how, man. Don't matter how many songs we play, it's still not out. Oh, do you feel it? You feel we got 5 more minutes, man. 5 more minutes. That's Airbnb. I have Uncle up there, man. You can check it out. That's my uncle. I do country if you guys in the country, man. But I don't know. I could show you an unreleased country song I'm working on, but I mean, we're waiting for earnings, man. It's a really big deal. This is Aapl, man. Like before Tim Cook. I don't know. I feel like financial media will get mad at me if like everybody comes here for earnings and then I start playing some of these songs. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to show you my country song. So you know what I'm saying? Why the people in the government? That's good. Aapl. No, you need to calm down, bro. That's like your second rocket ship. That first time out did not slow you down. Okay? Maybe the 24-hour one will. Okay? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, this is my first country song I worked on. Hey. Second one, actually.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But that don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different.
Yeah, after 3 minutes, man. We're just trying to play music to ease the tension.
Can you tell me anybody where I should have read a book about a man?
That's all you get for that one, though. But yeah, you're right, man. It's like 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes, man. 2.5 minutes, and then we get Aapl. And the crazy part is, you know, on all of these big ones, man, is like you've gotten huge like post-market moves. And you could just tell you had like 20 companies right now. You ain't move. It's Aapl, baby. It's Aapl, baby. They're waiting. You'll finish it soon, man. I'll get it to you. Don't worry, baby. Yeah, so I like I said, even with how we moved today compared to the Fed, that tension is there. I don't know, man. So if y'all feel it, that's good. Hope don't get anxiety, but it's exciting. It is exciting. And now, 2 more minutes, baby. 1 minute, 45. Let's go. Let's go, Tim Aapl. That's it. It'll come across the wire. Nothing else is dropping now. Oh, my goodness. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. No, Square is out. They raised their guidance, and I think a slight beat. So they got a good report. It'll probably be break even by the morning, though, unfortunately. Just pulled up Nordstrom Cafe. Tell me how it is, bro. I've seen that place packed, and I've never gone because I'm like, who they doing it to? You know what I'm saying? I have the Aapl preview. I have it. No. I'm ready to go on it. We good. I'm just right when it comes out. That's it. Just everybody drop right when you get it. Whoever gets it, just drop it, and let's see. This is it. 1 minute. 1 minute. A lot of people. I mean, the screenshot. I have it. It's not. My thing's just not loading right now. Come on. You can't take this long, computer. Oh, no. Where'd it go? Literally, my not loading right now. Oh, I just got hoed. All right, Tim Aapl. Yeah. See, remember, I got the Aapl logo, my beautiful drawing. So we'll know what to compare it to. There's iPhone, Mac, and all of that. 30 seconds. 20. Good luck. Get more block headlines up there, too. All right, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're off. Boop. All right, here it is. Aapl EPS $1.53. That's a beat. Sales 90.8, beat by 500 million. Net revenue 23.64. I don't know where their net's supposed to. Mac beat 745. Mac beat by $1 billion. Where's iPhone? Services 23.8. So that was a beat there on services. iPad 5.56. iPad miss. iPhone revenue 45.96. So they missed on iPhone. I have to say Greater China 16.37. So I need the China estimates. That's the only one. I don't know where that's. I don't think it's that bad though, honestly. Like I was telling you guys, I think the bar was so low, it was easy to beat. iPhones missed by $1 billion, but again, everything it looked like got a good one. I don't have wearables for some reason. 16.3. Yeah, they beat, dude. Screw that. They lowered the bar too much. Yeah, China wasn't even an issue. America, I think everything else, but they beat, bro. I don't know where the guidance. Apple to buy back $110 billion of shares, boost quarterly dividend. Second quarter revenue, 90.75. Estimate was 90.33. So, yeah, bro. Wearables, 7.9. So they missed on wearables. That was the only one. Wearables and Mac or iPad. But not bad, bro. Beat on service and iPhone. But, like, no, dude. Everybody thought that might go 2 standard deviations. You're right at 5 right now. You see what I'm saying? They lowered the bar way too much. Everybody thought China was going to collapse. That's not a collapse at all with any Huawei. And you got a $110 billion buyback. So if anything, if you still want to complain about the phones, buybacks, there you go. That's your big one. And then dividend of increase it by 4 cents or 4%. So not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, that sucks. Come on, man. Don't be mean. That sucks, though, because you get a 24-hour ban now. That's till the end of the day tomorrow. That's a bad time. You made it all through. You already dropped the GG. You know what I'm saying, dog? Can't go down like that. Honestly, it's not bad. I think it might, if it caps out here. If it keeps running, this is gonna go beyond your 2 standard deviations. Otherwise, you're right here at 1, and I think it was a sandbag. Not only just a sandbag, it was just literally everybody else who sandbagged it. Dude, they were bearish on China. That was not, again, and now you even have China ripping too all day today. Someone said, was that the signal? But that wasn't bad. That was not bad for the fear that was priced into Aapl. So it's up right now. What was priced in, though? TSM is moving, ironically enough. They lowered the expectations, and then every analyst started to get bearish. I forgot who it was. It was that Chinese analyst, the one who does the tweets, him, and then 3 other people. They were mass downgrading China. And then it was like a Nikkei report that was saying that iPhone sales fell by 20% in China because of the new Huawei. All of it was just all fear. And then everybody guided that China number really low, and then that's it. Even though they missed on iPhones by 1 billion, they still beat China by 1 billion. So there you go. But I think everybody really, and then that's why part of that fear is why Aapl was trading down 6% on the quarter compared to everybody else. But that was just, I don't know if it has growth, because I don't know if this is like the 4th quarter for Aapl. Because remember, their trends leading into it were bad, but at this case, I do think the bar was set really low. IV crush? No, if you keep going from here, your plays are going to get hooked up. So if you bought an Aapl option, you're going to win, as long as it stays above here. If it stays above here, you'll be good. Even if you get into the 2 standard deviations, this is first couple moves, you're already up. You don't even have a conference call. So if this goes good, I think you're going to hit 2 standard deviations. Remember, the highest Aapl has moved in a year is 5% on earnings. So there you go. Aapl has not moved like this in a while. I made the 205 free from the pre-earnings. Those should go up. Those are kind of far, but you might get lucky. But in general, like if you grab 2 standard deviations prior or 1 standard deviation, you're good. But take a look. NVIDIA, TSM, Aapl, there it is. SPY has moved 2 points after hours. So literally, you're already getting your pop here. Okay, Apple's up 6.2. Yeah, chips are already loving this. 1 at a time. Green and you effer, I forgot. We do have the jobs report. I talked about it all day, but yeah. So that's another caveat. That's the condition, terms and conditions, fine prints, everything must be, assuming that we wake up tomorrow with a good jobs report. But then again, if you believe the tin or believe in working together, maybe the data in Japan, maybe we are going to get a weak jobs report. Who knows? That would be amazing, though. For if you're a bull, you're going to love that shit. You mean to tell me we dodged the China Aapl bullet? China's already going up, and then you get good data tomorrow, unexpected drop in jobs, you're going to recover a little bit. Assuming Aapl could hold up. But that's good, bro. That's 7. You're going to hit 2 standard deviations, or those plays at the very least. If you're generally out of the money, not too crazy out of the money, you're going to get rewarded. Because this is beyond expectations. That's the way I'm putting it. So if it does come back below, obviously that'll change. Like the data and conference call, they could change that. No more news left for Aapl. There will be the conference call. That'll be it. It's in about 30 minutes. I'm not going to stay here for that. Aapl rose after earnings showed a sales decline that was less severe than anticipated. Greater China. Yeah, bro, they sandbagged the shit out of China. We were saying that from the morning, but there was that fear because China has been really bad. But then literally it was just too low. It beats because everybody guided really, really low. You've watched this before. This happened in 2022 or 2023, but on the whole entire earnings. It was October of 2022 when we had that little bounce because they just guided everything dirt low. That's it. It was that you sell off for a week ahead of earnings, and the stock suffers because of the guide downs. But then by the time you get into the print, it's that number is low. Aapl. ISM service. Yeah, that's big too. People were saying how there's some people talking that tomorrow's ISM services are low-key more important than the jobs simply because that service is tied to the wages. And inflation. Still in the Airbnb, we'll go over those on the watch list tonight. I mean, people were asking today, and I told you my plan and intention, so we will cover that on the watch list. But, yeah, I'm still in those. Again, travel is good. I need Expedia. Expedia did good on revenue, missed on profitability. They got their own thing. And then Booking killed it. Booking doubled up profitability and guided up. Or no, I don't think they gave a guide, excuse me. They don't have that, but who was it who guided up? I think it was DraftKings EBITDA. That one was a good one, too. We might hit FTNT, inshallah. Cybersecurity freaks out, though. You know what I'm saying? So people do. We might get there, maybe. But this is, like I'm saying, the way they've moved from this gap. This is like a big growth story. So I was expecting more volatility. But it was pricing in a lot. So that one's going to be harder to profit on than like an Aapl call, more or less. The $110 billion, I believe that is the biggest buyback in history for any company. Yes, that's not a small amount. That's an abnormally large amount. I don't think any company in the world has ever done that big of a buyback. Let me see. I think this is 2024. NVIDIA, let me see. This is from 2024. Chevron, like oil company. Oh, where is it? Like Chevron has a $75 billion buy. Like oil companies have huge buybacks. I'm trying to get it. There's usually a list. But I do think 110 is the biggest in history. Did Rivian buy back more than $100 billion? Coin having another look. Oh, that's Booking. I thought that was Aapl. I'm silly. Yeah, Apple's still holding, man. You're 1% above what was priced in. Aapl calling 20. There's several quarter declining buybacks, but still no innovation. Bullish. This was a sandbag. That's it. I talked about it in the morning. I'm kind of surprised it was that dirty, but I just think people got so fearful. They're not even looking at what they did as much as, okay, it wasn't that bad, thank God. And I mean, the numbers, $40 billion is still impressive on an iPhone. You're still selling a shit ton of iMacs and all the other stuff, but they really did I think the perception effect has been massive this quarter. So we'll see. Yeah, there it is. Bro, you're going to hit 2 standards on that one. Oh, golly. Is coin finally going up? Yeah, Apple's beat. And market's going to have good cushion tomorrow. If you have bad jobs, then we're just going to come back to where we're at. But then if jobs are good, it's going to be kind of wild. Yeah, bro, Apple's breaking out right now. 752. Mm-hmm. Jack Dorsey Block says it'll buy Bitcoin every month with 10% of gross profits. Wow. Bro, Apple, do they have to be Apple CFO, iPhone sales still strong in China. Number of active devices at all-time high. Very bullish about opportunity in generative AI. Busy period coming from new products. I forgot. There's Apple CFO. I think it's Bloomberg. He always talks to the Bloomberg reporters before the conference call like a little scammer. So, yeah, literally you got Apple CFO comments mentioning AI, active devices at all-time high, and busy period coming for new products. I swear it said busty. They had to have edited that. Busy. But, hey, whatever you feel, Tim Cook, whatever you feel. Mm-hmm. But, no, that just gave it a 2% pop right there. Pause. I did pause, bro. I said, wait, what? I even had a moment to conceal it, but I thought that was hilarious. I said, I think you deserve to hear that one. That was great. Dude, that's it. Oh, I want the 2 standards. Should have taken them. That's crazy, bro. This is their biggest, bro. This is the biggest quarter in a year. After 1 year of dog shit now, they just sandbagged hard enough, and now CFO pumping AI after the bell. That's it, bro. So literally CFO comments. The dude speaks to Bloomberg and reporters before the call. So that literal CFO right there just gave you a second earnings pop. Yalla. Designer. Shukran, Habibi. My man. Yeah, CFO pregame. That's it, bro. Do you realize the SPY, we closed at 505. You are now at 506.79, almost 2 points. Honestly, you were really at 504. I would honestly argue you're up right now about 2 points, 2.5. We are so back. Well, that data, man, honestly, though, if that Bank of Japan was a tell, if tomorrow is good and we don't got shit to worry about, and then now you've gone, think about it. You have just gotten over some of the major earnings. Do you get what I'm saying? So what happens after this week? You're going to get like 1 or 2 more big weeks with a bunch of random names that are still large. But think about it. You have now gotten over the major earnings now. So that will be, we're kind of moving past the event risk to a degree. We'll get individual names here and there. And then now we're going to go back to data. And then however that data is, May 15th to like June, that's going to be your final runway until the Fed. So our work is cut out for us, but it could be pretty decent here. SPX cash. Well, we won't know until the morning, but it closed at 50.64. So I'm going to assume back to just around the pop of yesterday. So borderline, you're still near Powell highs. That's why we're not out of the woods just yet. And then sadly, as many of you have mentioned, you got to get through the data. Rawr. Does Super Chat go through? I don't think so. I got designers, but I love you. Oh, no, I got it. Pay the plug. Hit on my 517 180. Or not. God bless y'all, man. I love it. I love it, man. I think y'all were prepared. Y'all took it. And then this was, dude, they gave you the sandbag, bro. Like Tim Cook is Egyptian. That's that's how much it was. SPX 5100 quads. We'll see. The data is still big tomorrow, unfortunately, but you did get the Apple to help out a lot. That was, and like I'm saying, before we know it, we're moving on past the bigger event risk. Now these smaller companies, they could do their damage, but the broader, bigger, leaders, we're getting those out the way. Still got a couple chips next week, and then Apple, NVIDIA. But yeah, bro, and China's up too. That's the other X factor. You literally had a crazy rip in China, and then you just found out Apple didn't do that bad in China. If jobs is good, can it still push Apple? Yeah, I think we'll rip. I think if jobs are like low, a big drop in jobs, I think people will get really excited. Because not only could they get relief in the market, that would be an excuse to buy the shit out of bonds. So that's the word right now. I don't know if it's going to happen. A big unexpected drop in the jobs is going to hook up the bonds. Anything else is bad news. But that's kind of how we're looking at it for tomorrow. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You're not fooling me. Bro. Where's the Apple Vision? Hold up. I ain't heard one Vision buyback. I ain't heard no Vision iPad. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. I know you could bundle that into wearables, but come on. No, it's included in the wearables, and they missed, but hold on. Where is the no updates, no strong adoption, no margin comment, nothing? Whoa. Hold on. Y'all got me way too focused on China. I know, China. It's a damn shame. Look at that. Apple. I told Tim Cook. I told him and Mark Zucker. It's not going to work. Nobody wants a headset. You know what they want? They want the truth. Truth Social. Exactly. Yeah, shut up. They want a non-criminal. They want democracy and abortion. Shut up, Trump. Hate you. And all I know is that how come in the midst of all of it, Tim Cook did not discuss the wearables? Do the wearables connect to the Wi-Fi? It's a yes or no question, Timmy. Exactly. I don't understand it. Nah, bro. Where is the Vision Pro? I need a comment. Can I get anybody out there in the financial world? Can y'all ask just a little bit more color on the Vision Pro? Please. 110 buyback, all of that. Man, it's 3,500. I think you know the answer, but it doesn't appear to matter. I mean, I don't know the answer. Not with these sandbags. You know what I'm saying? I want some color. Let me know. Timothy Donald effing Cook. My goodness. Invisible Pro. They're not withholding it. It's a wearable. That's it. It's just so it's combined with, and they missed on wearables, so that's combining watches and headsets now. So you don't know if it was the iWatch or not. My Vision is Pro after my surgery. Brought to you by Apple. Eco-friendly. New Apple LASIK. We'll do your eye surgery with environmentally friendly poop. What the fuck? I know. ESG. It's a scam. No, it's not. It's a brother. We invented a microchip. Clean water, energy, fire. Yeah. Stop it. All right, man. You're getting your 2 standard deviations. Chad, conference call starts in 9 minutes. I don't know. Do you want? Maybe I could stay on, I guess. But I'm not going to be here. I'll just leave it on, if that's okay. I'll leave it on for a little bit. I'll let you guys listen to I need to go get my food, bro. Bro, my girl just made me some, like, poke bowl. And I'm down, like, bro, I smell this shit. I went to go get my water, and my girl pulled up, and she's like, you got to try this. And she made me a homemade poke bowl, and I'm starving. So let me go get this. We got 8 minutes till the conference call, and we'll go live. I'll keep it up because we're going to go live a little bit later. So we actually have a little bit of time we can maneuver. We can maneuver. So let me get you some uncle. Yeah. Hey. Where is it, man? Where is it? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
What's up? Where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a breakfast? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired. It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sown. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't just tryna teach some, so let me taste. I'm just tryna eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. Money ain't the motive, but it's service motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining into celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there. Your homie just look around, we did it, I say a prayer. We bit that shit from the ground, and the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sign a dotted, boy, it still feel like I'm just trying to taste some, so let me speak. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. Running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve uninverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50. Boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny, even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
Oh man, bro, this shit hit. This shit hit, bro. Oh, we got this one? I think Uncle's way better than this music.
Call, baby.
You know what I'm saying? Hella.
Yeah.
They go 1 for the money, 2 for the show,
3 for the pad,
4 for the clothes,
5 for the crib. What you thinking at a O? 6 a lot of digits, but I always wanted more. 7 days of fast to come with cash and I can close. 8 better be great, I ain't smoking trash no more. 9's kinda fine, but it's 10's on my phone. 11 at 11, but at 12 I gotta go. Whoa, this one for the haters, got a couple for the hoes. Triple in the digits, cause I did this shit before. This feel like 05, you should probably flip a home. The race used to be 6, I ain't tripping about the loans. 7 years of feasting, 7 years of no more growth. The years ate all the profits when the future is unknown. 9 times out of 10, they talking bad shit they don't know. You sound like you 11, trying to sell me on the dose. 12 different clones, trying to sell you 13 easy steps up in the coast. If I was 14 and I learned this shit up on my own, then you could learn it with 15 megabits on your phone. Literally, dog. That's a 416. Pull up in trash suits, rolling about 100 deep. When I host a meeting, it look like we having car meets. I'm so fucking good at stocks, it makes some people stack me. Damn.
All right, man. Come on, Aapl.
Capital allocation,
Wow,
and
what an
future
intro.
business outlook, including the potential impact of macroeconomic conditions on the company's business and results of operations. These statements involve risks and uncertainties that may cause actual results or trends to differ materially from our forecast. For more information, please refer to the risk factors discussed in Apple's most recently filed annual report on Form 10-K and the Form 8-K filed with the SEC today, along with the associated press release. Apple assumes no obligation to update any forward-looking statements, which speak only as of the date they are made. I'd now like to turn the call over to Tim for introductory remarks.
Thank you, Suhasini. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining the call. Today, Apple is reporting revenue of $90.8 billion and an EPS record of $1.53 for the March quarter. We set revenue records in more than a dozen countries and regions. These include, among others, March quarter records in Latin America and the Middle East, as well as Canada, India, Spain, and Turkey. We also
They set
achieved
records
an
in the
all-time
Middle
revenue
East?
record in Indonesia, one of the many markets where we
Wow.
continue to see
So
so
no
much
Apple
potential.
boycotts.
In services, we set an all-time revenue record, up 14% over the past year. Keep in mind, as we described on the last call, in the March quarter a year ago, we were able to replenish iPhone channel inventory and fulfill significant pent-up demand from the December quarter COVID-related supply disruptions on the iPhone 14 Pro and 14 Pro Max.
Is this
We
AI?
estimate this one-time impact added close to $5 billion to the March quarter revenue last year.
I thought it wasn't until that run-on
If
sentence.
we remove this from last year's results, our March quarter total company revenue this year would
See
have
when the
grown.
sentence ends.
Despite this impact, we were still able to deliver
No, he
the
said
records
despite
I
this
described.
impact, he went to the next word.
Of course,
No,
this past
he's
quarter, we
real.
were thrilled to launch Apple Vision
It's real.
Pro,
No.
and it has been so wonderful to hear from people
Yeah.
who now get
How
to
many did you
experience
sell?
the magic of spatial computing.
How many spatial computers
They
did you sell?
described the impossible becoming possible.
How impossible was it?
Right before their eyes.
How many
And
possible?
they shared their amazement and their emotions about what they can do now, whether it's reliving their most treasured memories or having a movie theater experience right in their living room. It's also great to see the enthusiasm from the enterprise market. For example, more than half of the Fortune 100 companies have already bought Apple Vision Pro units
Why?
and are exploring innovative ways to use it to do things that weren't possible
Even big
before.
companies are buying
And this
headsets.
is just the
They
beginning.
all bought at least one.
Looking ahead, we're getting ready for an exciting product announcement next week that we think our customers will love. And next month, we have our Worldwide Developers Conference, which has generated enormous enthusiasm from our developers. We can't wait to reveal what we have in store. We continue to feel very bullish about our opportunity in generative AI.
Bullish!
We are making significant investments, and we're looking forward to sharing some very exciting things with our customers
Not
soon.
optimistic, not good
We believe
feeling,
in the
bullish.
transformative power and promise of AI, and we believe we have advantages that will differentiate us in this new era, including Apple's unique combination of seamless hardware, software, and services integration, groundbreaking Apple Silicon with our industry-leading neural engines, and our unwavering focus on privacy, which underpins everything we create. As we push innovation forward, we continue to manage thoughtfully and deliberately through an uneven macroeconomic environment and remain focused on putting our users at the center of everything we do.
AI. Remember,
Now let's turn
it was
to
like a
our
year ago, they
results
wouldn't
for the
even
March
say AI.
quarter across each product category, beginning with iPhone.
Damn,
iPhone
bro,
revenue
200
for the
billion
March
to the
quarter was
upside.
$46 billion, down 10% year over year. We faced a difficult compare over the previous year due to the $5 billion.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm leaving, you guys. I forgot. I'm leaving. Oh, I forgot. You can't fuck with Apple. I hate them. I have to go. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it just dawned upon me. Apple is a terrorist, and they do not let content creators stream their content. Yeah. So I'll see you guys on the watch list. No, I totally forgot. Yeah, you have to go to apple.com. They're haters, bro. They're haters with no remorse. Uh-huh. I forgot. Yeah, them, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, I think they operate similar rules or something like that. But either way, but I love you, Chad. I'm going to catch up with y'all tonight. We're going to have a live watch list. If you're here right now, it'll take you there. Maybe we'll make some trades live on the futures. Who knows? But I love you. Thank you all for being here, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why, you know why? You know what else it is? Why you got to go relax a little bit, man. Why you got to go give yourself some time. Go pray, man. Go meditate a little bit today. You know what I'm saying? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tonight. It'll take you right there, baby. Good work. Peace out.